Chapter 1583. At the end of the ceremony, all the blessings had been given. The Tang dynasty soldiers who attended the ceremony were warmly received. Qi Lishu did not need to worry, because he was not needed. The other Tubo nobles took the initiative to take out things, and even helped to feed the horses. They hoped that the team would take their things away when they went back, and then the next group of people would come and exchange for the things they needed. If they could not master absolute force, politics would inevitably serve capital. Tubo's army happened to be controlled by the major tribes, and the central army was the most concentrated. Let them fight, they needed benefits. Under the premise that there were enough benefits, they found that they were not in danger, and other things were easy to discuss. Princess Jincheng inexplicably became a trading platform. She gave discounts to people who were close to her before, but not to others. She knew that this operation could benefit her and the Tang dynasty, including Tubo. She could not figure out how the price difference came about. Since both sides had profits, including the transport army, then how did the profits come about? Exchanging things, and the people who helped to transport in the middle, all three parties did not suffer in the end? Not only her, but Princess Yongmu also began to think about this problem now. In the morning, Li Yi finished practicing on the two death row prisoners. They were still alive and very successful. He was learning. Everyone's specific situation was different, but there was a pattern. Li Lang, are you still performing surgeries in the afternoon? Princess Yongmu did not want to eat braised pork today. She wanted to eat braised mutton. No, rest and relaxation can last for a long time. Li Yi chose to eat braised pork for lunch, which was what the poor ate in the past. There was also fried liver, water and fried tripe. The poor ate these, while the rich ate roast duck and goobily steamed buns. There were also people on the beach who ate oyster omelette, which was made with oysters and sweet potato powder. They ate what the poor ate, including the tuna of the Japanese Empire. They did not eat it before, and only those who could not afford to eat would eat tuna. Later, roast duck and steamed buns were gone, mainly because they were too expensive and lost their characteristics. Everyone did not lack meat to eat. Fried tripe, braised pork and fried liver became popular. Cheap oysters became good things, and roast sweet potatoes were not cheap. Li Lang, I thought of something when I saw the business. I plant rice, you plant cabbage. I use rice to exchange for your cabbage. The medium in the middle is currency, right? Princess Yongmu knew how to think. If she didn't understand, she would ask. Yes, Li Yi swallowed a piece of pig intestine. You made a profit, and I didn't lose anything. What's going on? What's extra? Princess Yongmu was puzzled by this question. The people around him stopped eating, and quickly took out their notebooks and pencils. The extra resources are the surplus resources. The surplus resources are the rice that you can't finish, and the cabbage that I can't finish. We each gave our own things of value, and in the process of exchanging, there would be a difference in value. A positive difference would be a profit, and a negative difference would be a loss. In fact, if you buy my cabbage and I buy your rice, it would be an equivalent exchange. In the absence of a third party, the value depends on our consensus. If we use currency and there is a third party, it will become surplus resources. Li Yi was not in a hurry to eat. The weather was hot, and the stew would cool down slowly. If there is a merchant involved, and the merchant also didn't lose anything, then what did he earn? Princess Yongmu still didn't understand. You only treat the material as something with value. You didn't take the labor into account. The merchant provides labor and knowledge, and this is called value appreciation. In the process of realizing value appreciation, the merchant helps other sellers of production materials to solve the problem of surplus resources. If you can't sell the watermelons, they will rot in the field, and the surplus resources will be wasted. The merchant will convert the wasted resources into resources that you want to have. Li Yi gave a simple example of planting watermelons. Princess Yongmu shook her head. I don't farm anymore. I carve stones. If I don't sell them, will the stones rot? Will the seas run dry and the stones rot? Li Yi nodded. If you carve stones and don't sell them, it will be considered value accumulation. In the process of accumulation, you will still produce surplus resources. These surplus resources will be reflected in the form of your extra work. You need other goods, including wheat and cabbage. A part of the value you earn from your extra labor will be given to the stones you carve. You pay more. In the process of contributing, the stones you accumulate can be considered your investment. The reason you can invest is because you have surplus resources. I didn't pay a lot. I'm smart and my skills are good. Princess Yomu disagreed. Your skills are good, and you have more value appreciation. You are comparing with others. You should compare with your own production efficiency. Li Yi said very patiently. Then I'm wasting surplus resources? Princess Yomu frowned. If you plant watermelons, it will be a waste. If you carve stones, it will be an investment of surplus value. When the price of similar goods is high, you will use your investment to gain value appreciation. Otherwise, it will depreciate. Li Yi waved his hand. The difference between stones and watermelons was the length of storage. Princess Yomu bit her lip. So things that can be stored for a long time and have a high probability of value appreciation are the main materials for wealth accumulation. To a certain extent, yes. But what you said has become financial management, not a problem of basic value. Buying gems, gold and silver is a way of managing wealth. There are also famous paintings and calligraphy. Another way of managing wealth is through the financial model. For example, lending is also a way of managing wealth. There are also investment and financial management models. You can hire servants to do some work or cooperate with others. The scope of the involved is very wide. Li Yi's thinking was still relatively clear. He was not led astray. Oh, I understand. If I take a lot of money and don't spend it, will the money be valuable? Will it be considered as surplus resources? Princess Yomu returned to the topic. This is the same as carving stones. There is a situation of value appreciation and depreciation. Li Yi returned to the topic. How does the currency appreciation and depreciation appear? Princess Yomu continued to frown. It is in the mode of currency issuance and productivity. When credit is issued, the productivity of society cannot keep up, and the currency depreciates. When collateral is issued, productivity is greatly improved, and the currency appreciation increases. Currently, the currency exchange coupons have been increasing in value. I am the one who is adjusting it. One is that I need it to increase in value. I need to provide more production technology and convert it into productivity so that the people can live better lives. The other is that I need it to increase in value. If it increases in value, others will recognize it more, including foreign businessmen in foreign countries. The former needs the social progress of the Tang dynasty to be greater, and the latter needs the external monetary policy of the Tang dynasty. Li Yi explained the situation of the currency. He was in control. Princess Yomu was satisfied. She turned to Xiaolan and asked, Xiaolan, Li Lang said that the currency will increase in value in the future. Shall we invest in currency? Xiaolan was stunned and shook her head vigorously. No, Xiaonyang, we should invest in Li Lang. Chapter 1584. When Xiaolan told Princess Yongmu that she was determined to invest in Li Yi, Princess Jincheng became the target of investment. After the ceremony, everyone ate and drank together. Women of high status drank wine. The wine made by fermenting milk was not high in alcohol content, and people would get drunk if they drank too much. Princess Jincheng did not drink. She needed to feed her children, so she did not touch wine. She drank watermelon juice, which was grown in her glass shed. She used a hand-cranked juicer to squeeze a cup. Other watermelons were given to noble people, such as Qi Lishu. Qi Lishu could eat half a watermelon every 10 days. They had their own silk and silk shed, and the total length of watermelons was not big. Princess Jincheng did not need to please anyone. Giving others things was a reward. She provided 10 big watermelons this time, and everyone cherished it very much. Qi Daizhu Dan stayed next to his son and chatted with Qin Li. General Qin, can you give us money for cooperative investment outside the 9 bends of the Yellow River this year? When Qi Daizhu Dan asked, his voice was low, almost like a mosquito's hum. Fortunately, Qin Li had learned to read lips and stared at Qi Daizhu Dan's mouth. Qin Li thought about it. After more than 10 seconds, he said, With the increase of the foreign population, the local industrial structure needs to be adjusted. Under the premise that the proportion of the primary industry with grain and medicine remains unchanged, promote the input and output of animal husbandry, increase employment positions, help the foreign population adapt to the current social and economic model as soon as possible, and strengthen manual employment technical guidance. Change from passive to active, change from passive to dependent, and innovate first, expand the scale of available land, improve. General Qin, I don't understand. Just say it directly, simple. Qi Daijudan's head was buzzing. He looked at Qin Li with a trace of fear in his eyes. He felt that the generals of the Tang dynasty were too powerful. In Tubo they could be the Great Luan, right? Oh, it's simple. If Dongzhu wants to give you money, he will give you money. Qin Li changed the way he said it. I see. Then will he give it to me? Qi Daijudan was not sure. The place was occupied by others, and he could not beat them. Maybe he can. Qin Li replied with such an answer. Qi Daijudan did not want to ask any more. Princess Jincheng was stronger than him, so she was able to communicate with a group of women. Someone directly gave her the goods and promised to give her a percentage of the profits. If someone sold something to her at a high price, she would be considered to have bought it. Usually the price would be doubled. She let the army take her away, and didn't give the other party the things she got back. There were also people who wanted things, but they didn't have enough resources and money at home right now. They had to wait until summer to harvest. They asked Princess Jincheng to help them buy the items in advance, and they would calculate the money when they came back. Most of the tribes lived near India, and they let their women bring Indian things to sell to Princess Jincheng. Diamonds were the first to bear the brunt, followed by ivory and rhinoceros horns. Currently, elephants and rhinoceroses were not endangered species, so it was not easy to hunt them down. Diamond wasn't a real diamond yet. It took a lot of effort to polish it. Only those that looked good could be used as jewelry. Princess Jincheng herself didn't understand the price, but the people in her palace did. They helped to classify and estimate the price. Princess Jincheng threw out a lot of coupons. She didn't know that her actions had earned back the value of the coupons Li Yi gave her. Her 10 million taels belonged to the Li family Zhuangzi, so she didn't have any collateral. She was afraid that she would be short of money in Tubo, so she had to have enough money when she wanted to buy things. She got the coupons and was confident, so she didn't use them. If she bought the goods now and brought them back to the team could only relay the goods to the Li family Zhuangzi. The Li family Zhuangzi could earn several times the profit through one trade. It was just enough to take out the collateral of the extra coupons. If she used the money to buy land, Li Yi would have to bear the extra cost. The land belonged to her, so she didn't have to pay taxes or dividends to the Li family Zhuangzi. When buying land, a lot of coupons ran to the Tubo people. The Tubo people brought coupons to the Tang dynasty to buy goods. Li Yi wanted to ensure the absolute value of the currency, so he could only release new technological products to make up for it. Princess Jincheng didn't plan to buy land. She would get as much land as the Tubo people gave her. She could get it through other means, but she didn't think it was worthwhile to spend money to buy it. The land belonged to the Tubo people, not the Tang dynasty. No matter how much land they owned, this was not their home. The people in the princess's palace were the most excited. The 5,000 winged knights would stay, but they didn't know how long they would stay. Anyway, with them here they could sleep well. Children were the most sensitive. When the adults' mood changed, they immediately felt it, and ate a big bowl of rice more than usual. Since they had the pressure cooker, they ate samba less often. Samba was stir-fried Highland barley noodles. It was mixed with milk or water, and then eaten with milk and water. If the conditions were good, there was butter. The pressure cooker was different. It could be steamed, stewed, or boiled. The Tang dynasty sent a lot of vegetable oil to fry things. As long as the oil was big enough, it was not a problem to fry vegetables. Fried dough twists, baked bread, steamed buns, and cooked dumplings in the pressure cooker. The beans they brought could be used to make tofu. The soy milk was boiled in the pressure cooker, and a layer of bean skin was peeled off. The yak meat and the chili oil were fried into meat sauce in the pressure cooker. Then a bowl of noodles was cooked and eaten together. It was delicious. Today's staple food was rice, which was arranged by Princess Jincheng for her son. It was steamed in advance and covered to keep it warm. The vegetables in the greenhouse were taken out and fried. There were meat fried with meat oil, vegetable oil, and steak wrapped in breadcrumbs. There was mutton soup for sheep, handheld mutton, and grilled mutton. The strength of the princess's palace was revealed. This meal was free of cost. The purchasing power of the exchange coupon was too strong. A light piece of paper was worth 100 liang. How much transportation cost could be saved if they carried it to the Tang dynasty? The added value was how much they could save. They drove the yak there. The yak couldn't stand the hot weather and had to eat on the way. 100 liang could be compared to 300 liang. How much money could be used for food? It would be considered a lot if Tubo could collect 300,000 yuan of national financial income in a year. A few years ago, Great Tang's income from renting and mediocrity was more than 7 million taels. The people in Tubo who participated in the ceremony knew that Princess Jincheng was very rich. She had boxes and boxes of money. Unfortunately, the money belonged to Princess Jincheng, and they couldn't get it. How dare they rob Princess Jincheng? Could they still spend the money they robbed in the Tang dynasty? No. After robbing Princess Jincheng, how would the Tang dynasty retaliate? Beep 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 beep. The baby carriage sounded the alarm. The maid ran directly to change the baby's diaper. According to the time, it was not time to eat yet. The baby opened his eyes. Before the uncomfortable signal was transmitted to his brain and feedback, the diaper was changed and he vomited again. Princess Jincheng hurriedly picked up the baby and put his face on her chest. Every time the baby woke up, it should be like this. The baby's eyes couldn't see things clearly. He could only know his environment through smell and physical contact. Chapter 1585. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. For the people in Princess Jincheng's palace, it was too short, so short that they didn't have many memories of their time together. The children born in Tubo were not old, so they only had an impression of the Tang dynasty in stories. They knew that the Tang dynasty was in the east, and that the sun would rise there. It was not easy to see the army of the Tang dynasty. The soldiers were different from the Tubo people. They helped with work. They didn't bully the elderly and women. They always had a smile on their faces. Now they were leaving and didn't know when they would come back. The people in the palace were sad, but they were relieved that the winged knights were not leaving. The winged knights were better than the other soldiers. They could do carpentry, farm, and herd sheep. She took out a piece of paper and made up little animals. Except for the ones that couldn't make a sound, the winged knights would imitate all the animals they made. The meatballs they made were the best. They were beaten with a big stick and finally turned into meatballs. Zhang Xiaosong stood under the horse and said goodbye to Princess Jincheng and the others. There were many carriages in the team made of pure wood. They needed to be repaired along the way. When they reached a place where the carriages couldn't be used, they would leave the carriages and let the horses go. They would save as much energy as they could. The next time they came, if the carriages were still there, they would harness the horses and use them. The team was even more bloated than when they came. And this was when they left the hot air balloons, sky monkeys, explosives, and other things. Zhang Xiaosong and Hao Lingquan each had a special box with the same content in it. They wrote what they needed on the paper and waited for them to get back to the Tang dynasty. The Tubo people were trustworthy, so they were not afraid of being cheated. The people in Princess Jincheng's palace played music to send them off. The team didn't go fast. They were not as anxious as when they came. It wasn't until their figures disappeared on the horizon that the music stopped. Everyone felt lost. Chang'an was busy. It was time to harvest the winter wheat that was planted last year. The people used tools to cut. Those who were strong used plunder, and those who were weak used sickles. A few years ago, some people even used stone knives. Otherwise, they would have to find others to rent. Now the sickle was flying fast, and the blade flashed with cold light. Many of the 16 guards left, and were replaced by the 30,000 soldiers trained on Mount Taibai. They had an additional task, which was to help the people collect grain. Groups of soldiers brought their own black bread, pickles, and plunder. and rushed to the common people's fields. They plucked the wheat and tried their best to stick it to the roots. When they came across wild rabbits, they immediately caught them. They were experienced in catching rabbits and had helped a lot last year. During the afternoon break, the commoners cooked soup and extra dishes, inviting the recruits to eat together. The recruits took out their own porcelain vats and filled them with soup. They didn't touch anything else. They just took a bite of the black bread and a bite of the pickled vegetables. Big brother, eat some food. It's not worth much. Someone urged the recruits to pick up some food. The person who was persuaded shook his head. We can't eat it. We are His Majesty's soldiers. His Majesty said that we are not allowed to take advantage of the people. It's already good enough to have some soup. What do you mean by cheap? Wouldn't they have to pay someone to work for them? His Majesty didn't see it. If worst comes to worst, His Majesty will blame us. We'll go and tell His Majesty. We're eating whole wheat bread. It's nutritious. We're not used to vegetables. Isn't it just black bread? What whole wheat bread? You guys caught a rabbit. Just treat it as rabbit meat. I'll give you the rabbit. You can finish it this afternoon. We'll have something good to eat when we go back tonight. Big brother, do you have a wife? No. My family told me one. Before I came out, my family couldn't take out a betrothal gift. The girl's family is afraid that her child will be wronged, so they said to wait. Big brother, what do you think of that little girl? She's my sister-in-law. She's like a sister. She's 16 years old, knows how to do any work, and can read. I gave the money I got to my family. I'm almost done eating. Let's get back to work. You've only eaten a few mouthfuls. How can you finish it? See if it's okay. Money is a small matter. My sister-in-law is good at planting greenhouses. If I didn't see you, I wouldn't bear to marry her off. She's better than most men at home. Eat first. There's no rush. Don't go back tonight. We still have to collect tomorrow. The land next to us is all mine. Your family has so much land. It doesn't matter how much land there is. People, it's fine as long as they have enough to eat. Your big brother secretly does some small business. He can get 2 or 3 carts a day. At least he can eat meat. 2 or 3,000 coins a day. Don't talk about money. Look at my sister-in-law. She's fertile and pretty. She doesn't like me either. You take off your clothes. Take them off. Don't. Why are you so shy? Look at this body. If she knew, she'd be so happy. Just because of my body. You're His Majesty's private army. Why do you have to make it clear? Eat quickly. Cover up. Don't let other people see. Eat. We're family. Why are you being so polite? Many people were asking about the marriage situation of the recruits. Those who said no were guaranteed to be watched. It didn't matter how much money the family had. His Majesty's private army. His Majesty chose people with strong physiques and good personalities. Would His Majesty value those with bad intentions and other problems? The 16 guards and the winged knights had already been snatched away by others. It wasn't easy to get a group of new recruits. The best ones actually belonged to the Li family Zhuangzi. They didn't dare to touch them. Xiaoyi, you were right. Rabbits really like to eat hay. Look at the wheat field. Rabbits. I can take a bath at night, right? Yesterday's court meeting really tired me out. My whole body is sore. You're still the best at cupping. Baigu was working in Zhuangzi Hospital today. He didn't have much to do at around 10 o'clock. Li performed an operation and cupped him. Now he came out to eat. Li was outside eating zhajiang noodles. Yes, you don't have much moisture. Your pores will close quickly. But old Bai, you ate so much garlic. If your gastrointestinal tract has a reaction, you'll have to be hospitalized at night. Li also ate zhajiang noodles. It was white noodles soaked in cold water with egg sauce. There was less sauce and more eggs. Rather than calling it egg sauce, it was more appropriate to call it scrambled eggs with soy sauce. His northeastern cuisine had onions in it. There were too many eggs. He didn't want to make such a salty sauce. Don't be afraid. I'm in good health. Baigu put down the garlic and picked up some side dishes to eat. Li breathed a sigh of relief. Rabbits don't eat hay in the wheat field. They eat wheat ears, especially female rabbits with cubs. If we catch them now, we should raise them. When the time comes, we'll have a nest of little rabbits. When autumn comes, The little rabbits will grow up. Oh, Xiaoyi, last time you told me about the remaining resources. Does the harvested wheat straw count? Bai Gu changed the topic. When did I tell you? Li Yi tried to recall. He didn't have any impression. It's not important. Does it count as remaining resources? Bai Gu raised his hand and waved it. Old Bai, don't tell me you're thinking about collecting taxes on the harvested grain? It should have been burned. Now that there's a new way to use it, the value is different. Li Yi thought about it according to Bai Gu's nature. He had only heard of subsidies. He had never seen taxes. Chapter 1586. No, I don't care about money. Bai Gu refused to admit it, and continued eating his noodles. This year's revenue is enough. Let's leave some money for the people. Li Yi reasoned. This could not be taxed. Xiaoyi, we are thinking of the same thing. Yes. Bai Gu gave up on the wrong idea. He picked up the pickled vegetables and started chewing. His teeth were good. That's right. Li Yi did not eat the pickled vegetables. He found them too hard. They were too different from noodles. He picked up the garlic eggplant. This was soft. I remember someone said this morning that a cow was dead. Where's the spiced beef? Bai Gu thought of something after eating the pickled vegetables. The paddy fields were tiring. In the end, they couldn't endure it. 3 cows for dinner. It's not tasty enough now. Li Yi was not sad. Several cows plowed the fields together. The cows eventually became old and collapsed. The cows wanted to work on their own. They had been plowing for their whole lives and were used to it. 1 cow was enough to plow the fields. The old cows needed 3 and delayed the work. However, they were still put on a long rack. As they walked, 1 cow collapsed. The other 2 fell at the same time. The village lord knew that he could not eat anymore. He could not eat much even if he was given good food. It was enough to raise the cows to this level. Many people did not enjoy the same treatment when they were old. Good. Let's drink tonight. Xiaoyi, what do you think Su Lu will do? Bai Gu looked into the distance and was slightly worried. In the past, Yukishi was in a key position between the Abbasid Caliphate, Tubo, and the Tang dynasty. Su Lu accepted benefits from all 3 parties. He wanted anyone to give him an official position. Then he took the actual baggage. He had a lot of people. And he was in a key position when dealing with all 3 parties. In my eyes, he was just a fart. The Abbasid Caliphate targeted the Tang dynasty. Even if Yukishi was killed, the Silk Road could not be opened. I turned overseas. I did not want to destroy Su Lu. I wanted him to be a strategic buffer there. If the Turks were willing to contact him, he could go. The Tang dynasty had sufficient troops from the north to the northwest. In the northeast, the Khitans, the Shi tribe, and the Bohai Sea. I will use trade to stabilize them. Tubo can't beat us at all. We've destroyed their morale. Li Yi knew that Bai Gu was not asking for him. The chancellors were usually very busy, and did not have nothing to do all the time. Now that the problem of the later Turks was solved, Tukishi became the focus of the chancellors. Will he attack Huge Stone City? Now that the vegetation is flourishing, there is no need to worry about the horses along the way. The information is not symmetrical. You and I know the situation, but it's hard for Su Lu to understand. We know the troop strength of the commandos, but Su Lu knows nothing about the troop deployment of the Tang dynasty. Su Lu can't find an attack route. The key is that he was ambushed by Zhang Xiaosong and suffered too many casualties. His morale is low. Let's not talk about these annoying things. Let's eat. Give me a plate of pickled vegetables with chili, the green kind. After Bai Gu finished asking, he put on an indifferent expression. Li Yi continued to eat his noodles, and someone went to get chili. When the chili was not ripe, it was picked in advance to make pickled vegetables. It was spicy and salty. Usually, the pickled wild pepper was made with it. Li Yi ate a little at that time, and all these things were added with a lot of preservatives. When he opened the bag, it was as if he saw a corpse soaked in formalin. It was pungent. Eating a mouthful of pickled peppers was like drinking a mouthful of corpse-soaking water. When the chili was served, Bai Gu used his chopsticks to tap on the tree. 1, 2. Why are there only 12? Bai Gu was unhappy when he picked up 1. You eat 5, I'll eat 7. Li scooped some egg sauce for himself. Because I can only eat 5? Crunch, crunch. Hiss, ah, I'll eat 1, you can eat the rest. Baigu's tears were coming out. It was spicy. If you can't eat it, just spit it out. It's 10 renminbi each. Li family Zhuangzi is selling it separately. Li picked up one and chewed on it. He quickly ate the noodles. Right, eat noodles. It won't be spicy after eating noodles. Baigu couldn't help but pick up another one. Ha! Spicy. Refreshing. Too enthusiastic. Giving me chili the moment we meet. And it's green chili. Ruanjin ate the chili with the flatbread. His legs were trembling. It had been 3 hours since they came ashore, but he still hadn't recovered. Have some jam. It's sweet. Eat it on the flatbread. Lu Tingguang passed him a bottle of jam. The fleet finally arrived at Mexico in Li Yi's time. The previous journey was easy, but the last part was drifting on the sea. If not for the flagpole that Li Yi had specially set up, they wouldn't even know where they were with measuring tools. The locals were happy. When they saw the ships, they immediately prepared food. The people who said they were from the Tang dynasty weren't lying. More people came over with good things. Flatbread was a flatbread made of corn flour. It was unrealistic to expect the natives to be able to grind corn flour into a fine powder. This was their first time eating flatbread made of corn flour. However, the Tang dynasty soldiers were conquered by the taste. It was delicious, but they swallowed too quickly. The people of the Tang dynasty shared the food they brought with the natives. There were canned hawthorn, canned bamboo shoots, chives, fermented bean curd. The natives spread the chives and fermented bean curd on the flatbread and ate them with blissful smiles. Ruanjin held the tablet and tried to communicate with the other party's leader, using the Tang dynasty's local language that he learned along the way. A portion of the fleet stayed behind, while the rest went ashore. Many people staggered as they walked. They weren't used to it, and kept swaying on the ship. We can't take anything from here yet. Ask them to help us prepare it. We'll go to the bottom of the map. However, this corner called Horn has been marked with a number. We'll rename it when we get back. Ruanjin didn't eat the jam. If it was spicy, then so be it. He ate both salty and spicy food. It was amazing that corn flour flatbread could solve the problem. What will happen if we go there? Lu Tingguang had a trace of rebellious mentality. Nothing will happen. At most, we'll be beaten up when we get back. If something happens, the ship will be destroyed and people will die. We'll be beheaded when we get back to the Tang dynasty. Ruanjin didn't dare to disobey Li Yi's orders. He had read Dongzhu's Romance of the Three Kingdoms. In it, Ma Su and Zhuge Liang had emphasized the importance of setting up camp along the way. In the end, Ma Su insisted on running up the mountain. Then it was over. There was no water. If he insisted on going to that corner and caused the death of his brother, he would hang himself on a branch in the southeast. Let's leave the things behind and rest for a while before continuing south. I want to travel on land. Lu Tingguang extinguished the small flame that was slowly rising in his heart. The fleet had traveled far, and there were no casualties so far. Li Dongzhu had already drawn the route. Even if they encountered any special situation, there would still be emergency measures. In any case, we've already missed the time. There's no hurry. Let's help build a better camp here. We have more people. At this moment, Ruanjin dared to have his own thoughts. This place was really good. They had come from so far away, so they needed a better camp. He had gone out to sea before. He thought that he should be the leader of a team when he returned. Once he nurtured a new batch of experts, he would be able to stay in the Tang dynasty. Chapter 1587. Piles of furnace ash were transported to the shore. It was a byproduct of the 3 steam engine ship's boilers. When they were at sea, they would throw it into the sea. When they encountered an island, they would take it out and throw it on the island. Ruanjin did not know what the furnace ash was used for. In any case, he would keep it if he could. From what he knew, the furnace ash was used to burn cement, pave roads, and feed the chickens in the yard. Oh, and it could also be used to suppress the fire in the winter. The residents of the island were sufficiently enthusiastic. Many people had come, and all of them looked like they could fight. There was also a beautiful cloth that was smooth and soft to the touch. The previous ship that came back was beautiful. Now there was a large group of ships. Although they were not as beautiful as the previous one, they were loaded with more things. We rushed all the way here, and did not even get close to many of the islands marked on the map. Would Li Dongzhu be shocked when we return and tell him about it? Lu Tingguang was proud. Look, Li Dongzhu did not understand the strength of their group. Wan Jin took another bite of the chili, causing his tongue to stick out. If not for the fact that Dongzhu was afraid that we would take the wrong path, he would not have stopped at any of the islands and come here directly. We have the sea map and equipment to choose which path to take. If we encounter bad weather without the map marking, would your men still have the morale in the vast sea? Wan Jin supported Li Yi and did not allow others to provoke him. My men don't have it, but do yours? Lu Tingguang was unconvinced. Yes, we are the Winged Knights, the strongest soldiers of the Tang dynasty. Dongzhu said that the moment we appear will be the moment things settle down. If we die at sea, our families will immediately receive a large sum of money. The other brothers will take good care of our families. Our wives will be our brothers' wives, and our brothers will be responsible for raising the children and the elderly. Wan Jin raised his chin and said, the dead were dead, while the living had to carry hope forward. The brothers who had died in the past had done so according to this rule, while the living had taken over the responsibility of the entire family. Even if the wife was given to the brothers, it was still better than giving it to an outsider. Did he want his wife to be a widow for the rest of her life after he died? We can do it in the future as well. Isn't this our first time out? Lu Tingguang expressed his admiration. Dongzhu is indeed formidable. He knows that there are good things out there. This thing is so big. It's like planting eggplants. It's so heavy. There are several of them growing on one. Sorghum can't compare to it. It's still delicious. If it's ground into powder, it can be made into the biscuits we eat now. Their skills are too bad. They didn't grind it. Cook it, it will break if you cook it for a while. The Winged Knights and the others who got off the boat looked at the corn. Now the corn had grown. A single stalk had several fruits, and each of them was very big. Which of the crops of the Tang dynasty could compare to them? Eating corn pancakes cut your throat, just like eating anything else. Was steaming wheat rice like eating steamed buns? Without a good grinding tool, it would still be difficult to swallow wheat or barley powder. When one was hungry, the chaff should also be cooked together with some wild vegetables and salt. This is called eating chaff and swallowing vegetables. The cornmeal pancake was swallowed with a sip of water. The seedlings are tall and thick. They can be used as fodder, right? It looks better than sorghum. The stalk of sorghum can be used to make curtains, but this can't be used to make curtains. Cows should be able to eat it. Cows should chew it upside down, eat it first, let it ferment, then spit it out and eat it again. That's called regurgitation. I think it's not suitable to eat it when it's ripe. It's best to make it into silage when the leaves are big. People who could go out to sea were relatively more cultured. They were eating corn pancakes and looking at the growth of the corn. They noticed that any one stalk could produce a lot of corn. An ear of corn should be more than 250 kilograms. Look at the roots, they were very thick. This means that it's okay to use less water, unlike rice, which needs a lot of water to grow. The seedlings can also be used to feed livestock and make silage when they're green. As for the sugar content, protein, vitamins, and fiber, they don't know. In the Li family Zhuangzi, Li Yi was also looking at the corn. He carefully raised the seedlings and transplanted them. Normally, corn was not planted this way. Some people planted the seeds with a film, some dug holes after ridges, and some used a manual seeder. For the survival rate, Li Yi put in extra work. He will not do this in the future. The corn was growing well, and the seedlings were green. There was no shortage of fertilizer and water. Because of the way I raised the seedlings and the sufficient fertilizer, if there is no problem with the sunshine, I can still plant other vegetables after harvesting the corn seeds. The premise is to remove the stubble after harvesting the corn seeds. But I don't think we should do that this year. We should soak the corn seeds in water and fertilize the fields before returning the roots to the fields. The corn fields should not be operated this way. After harvesting the corn seeds, I will send them to the greenhouse to plant them again. As for this field, I will plant other crops next year. After the harvest, I will plant the second batch of corn seeds. Li Yi had calculated the growth cycle of the crops properly. As long as there was no extreme weather, There should be no problem with planting crops outside. Including fertilizing and top dressing, there should be no problem. In extreme weather, there was no need to worry about drought. There was water, but there was also the fear of continuous heavy rain and flooding. Li Yi had not made a cannon to shoot hailstones. If the technology could support the cannon to shoot hailstones, then it should not be used to shoot hailstones. Wasn't it good to shoot people? For example, the range of a rocket used for rain was not short. Once such an invention was developed, it must be used in the military first. Should we soak the roots every year? Li Longji squatted down and looked at it with a magnifying glass. It should be mainly used in dry fields. Turn the ground over and use a rake. It is good to burn, but not in paddy fields. Today is a special day. Otherwise, the dry fields would not be soaked. Li looked at the magnifying glass and was a little lost in thought. If there is no cow or horse, will people turn over the roots? Yao Chong asked a professional question. He had suffered too much in the past, so he worked hard to learn. For example, threshing. He would not use his hands to pull again. People use hoes. They can be shaved. And they can also use the back of the hose to knock up the corn roots. Hoes are not good. Hoes are used for weeding. The pick is too heavy. It will tire you to death if you use it to pick up the corn roots. Shovels are not used for farming. The surface of the rake is too big. It can be used to rake, but it will consume more energy. If you insist on using a rake, a two-toothed rake is not a problem. It is quite useful, but the back of the two-toothed rake is heavier. Li Yi introduced the pros and cons of a bunch of tools like a skilled farmer. Princess Yongmu listened happily at the side. From time to time, she would pick up a wet towel from the tray held by Xiaolan to wipe Li Yi's sweat. It is really hot. It is not easy for the common people to work. I am sweating profusely just by walking around and looking around. Li Longji sighed when he saw his daughter wipe Li Yi's sweat for the fourth time. Princess Yongmu heard the song and knew what it meant. She quickly picked up a wet towel and handed it to Li Longji. Take it and wipe yourself. Li Yi snatched it and wiped Li Longji's face. Third brother, look at you. You are really concerned about the people's livelihood. This sweat has wet the towel. As he spoke, he looked at Princess Yongmu and moved his mouth. Wipe yourself. Princess Yongmu pouted and also responded silently. No sweat. Look. Li Yi was still silent. Then, he twisted the wet towel hard, and the water dripped onto the soil. Princess Yongmu suddenly understood. She blinked and nodded. I understand. I will do this next time. Chapter 1588. Most of them had never planted corn before. Most of them only learned about other crops later, because they were forced by Li Yi to do so. What should we plant when corn is harvested? Wei Jigu squatted down to look at the corn seedlings. Wheat. Li Yi stretched out 2 fingers. Is it during the normal corn planting season? Yao Chong asked. After the winter wheat is harvested, Li Yi replied. After the wheat is harvested, we plant corn. After the corn is harvested, we plant wheat? How do we deal with the wheat stubble? Bai Gu found that they belonged to the same circle. Don't care. Just plant corn. If we plant it lightly, the wheat stubble will naturally rot in the ground. After the corn is harvested, it's more troublesome. We have to plow before we can plant wheat. Li Yi considered the cost of labor. He didn't want the people to destroy the wheat stubble after harvesting. Without equipment, people or animals would have to plow and bury the wheat, and the time cost was too high. It wasn't worth it to harvest more. If they had the time to plow, it was better to rest and recuperate. They had just finished harvesting wheat, so they were already very tired. Lu Huaishan couldn't imagine how the seedlings in front of him would grow corn. He asked, "Where does corn grow from?" "It's similar to sorghum. I'll show you a picture later. The corn now is cultivated by the indigenous people of other places. We have to cultivate it ourselves." Li Yi grabbed a handful of soil and checked the humidity. "How much corn did you plant in 1 mu of land?" Song Jing didn't want to count and asked directly. 3,500 stalks for seed. If you're harvesting silage and don't pursue the corn yield, you can plant 4,000 stalks per mu. If you want to eat boiled corn, you can plant 2,500 to 2,800 stalks per mu. The remaining corn can also be eaten in advance. It's not worth it to use it for silage. Li calculated the ratio. In the Tang dynasty, 1 mu of land wasn't 666 square meters, but about 540 square meters. How much is the yield per mu? Li Longji was concerned about the yield. Li shook his head slightly. I don't know. In any case, it's higher than any crop in the Tang dynasty. There are also potatoes and sweet potatoes. The yield per mu is pretty good. Li really didn't know. He had just brought it back and weighed it after planting it. After all, it couldn't compare to the corn yield of his time. Without pesticides, pests and diseases would reduce the yield of corn. There were only mineral fertilizers for fertilizers. Fortunately, there was manure for farmers. When the river was cleaned, silt could be dug out. Everyone chose to believe Li when he said that the yield was higher than other crops, and then turned to the potato field. Potatoes also sprouted seedlings, neatly arranged in the ground, with furrows for watering. Potatoes are a good staple food. Everyone has eaten potatoes before. Under normal circumstances, the yield is higher than that of corn, but the disadvantage is that it is not easy to preserve. If they didn't eat the harvest of the current season, they would all become seeds next year. At most, they could only be kept until the beginning of spring, unless it's made into potato powder and can be stored for a long time. The production process will delay manpower. Li pointed out the shortcomings of potatoes. Otherwise, how good would it be if everyone grew potatoes? Yao Chong didn't care. After we harvest the potatoes, we'll eat them until spring to save on other staple foods. There's no need for that in the south. We can grow other crops in the south during the winter. The area around Dongting Lake, Guangzhou, Luzhou, and the other regions, as well as the eastern path of Jiangnan, could become the main food production areas of the Tang dynasty. The Guangzhou area is also quite important. The grasslands further north are suitable for growing potatoes. Li knew how important potatoes would be in the future. In the cold places in the north, potatoes, cabbages, radishes, carrots, and onions were the main vegetables in winter. In fact, the areas north of the Yangtze River, such as Hunan province, were cold in winter. They passed through a large field of potato seedlings and came to the front of the sweet potato seedlings. The two large fields were separated in the middle. Li Riji didn't understand. They're both furrows and furrows. It's convenient for watering when they're connected. Sweet potatoes can't be watered when they're planted. After that, unless it's too dry, they can't be watered, especially the furrows. Li explained patiently. The others really didn't understand. The land used for breeding was fertile enough. After looking at the sweet potatoes, they came to the tomato field. Everyone looked and found that it was different. The leaves of the plants were the same. Some of them had a shelf and a small green ball on it. In addition, there were more that didn't have a shelf. The seedlings were short. Li didn't need anyone to ask. He said himself. On the way back, we were in a hurry to eat, so a small number of seedlings were planted in advance. The rest were planted when the weather was warm. The seedlings grew quickly, and they could be eaten in another 20 days. The selected seedlings were kept. Like cucumbers, not all cucumbers could be turned into seeds. In winter, the seedlings in the greenhouse were changed to hanging vines. Fertilizer was added. It was a type of intensive planting and saved space. I know. Last year, all the vegetables in the Li family zhuangzi that should have a shelf were hung on ropes with clamps. The yield was high. Bai Gu knew that not only the Li family zhuangzi, but also the Liuli village, Xiaolan village, Imperial village, and the greenhouse field behind the Imperial city all used the same technology. The more fruits they produced, the easier it was to manage, and it was convenient to pick them. The difficulty was that the shelf of the greenhouse had to be strong. Otherwise, it wouldn't be able to hold. In addition, the silk greenhouse had poor light transmission and was too dense. Unless there was an additional light source, it wouldn't grow big. The people couldn't learn it, so it was useless to tell them. It was already good enough that they grew their own greenhouses and increased their income. In the past winter, they couldn't find a way to make more money. The people of Chang'an couldn't eat cucumbers. Only the royal family could eat some vegetables that were out of season. Next to the hot springs, or building a heating system, they never thought that there would be greenhouses. There's no rush to promote this non-staple food, right? Sui said confidently, but he suddenly hesitated. Let's add one. The people can eat fruits, so naturally they don't lack tomatoes. The yield of tomatoes is higher than fruits. They can be eaten as both fruits and vegetables. The harvest period is long, and they grow as they are picked. Those who have a yard can plant tomatoes like cucumbers. When the children can't eat fruits, they can eat tomatoes to replenish some nutrients. Make soup with tomatoes. It's sweet and sour. In summer, put it in the well water. The taste is no worse than eating watermelon. Li swallowed his saliva as he spoke. He was hungry. He didn't like scrambled eggs with tomatoes, but he liked tomato and egg soup. Stewed beef brisket with tomatoes was also good. However, he knew that many people like scrambled eggs with tomatoes. This dish was indeed good. They walked past the tomato planting area and turned to the various chili plants. We have to enrich the people's food basket. In winter, there's less to eat because of the weather. When the weather is warm, try to let the people eat more. Especially when the children are growing and have a yard, they can plant strawberries. There are many varieties of strawberries. The ones I brought back are bigger and better than the ones we have in the forest. They can be crossbred. In addition, there are cherries, grapes, peaches, plums, and apricots. The children can eat more nutrients, and it's good for their growth. Li didn't focus on the staple food. Vegetables and fruits were equally important. Speaking of this, Lu Huaishan said, let's not talk about the distant things. Children are used to eating eggs. They remember things quickly. My people have children at home. I don't give them much money now. They earn it themselves. The children eat 2 boiled eggs in the morning. In winter, they cook them and cover them with blankets. Their health is good. Chapter 1589. After looking around, the sky gradually darkened. Everyone felt that they had not walked much, but time passed quickly. Everyone prepared for dinner, and the people at the docks were busy. To build a new bridge, they would first build a cable bridge in the south, and then remove the cable bridge after the original multi-hull arch bridge was rebuilt. To the west was the bridge to Chang'an. Because there were not many people, they planned to build 3 cable bridges, corresponding to Yanqing Gate, Chunming Gate, and Tunghua Gate. In order not to hinder the passage of ships, the 2 sides of the cable bridge were raised high. After Huang Li and the others learned a lot, they were busy directing the loading of goods. The 60 ships that came here were now returning with goods. If the shipowner was happy, Huang Li and the others could also make a profit. In the current season, there was nothing in the Guangzhou area that could be sold to Guangzhou. There were too few fruits, and Guangzhou did not lack fruits. The ships were mainly loaded with goods sent to the capital from the northwest and west. Huang Li and the others bought them and brought them back to Guangzhou. In addition, the Li family Zhuangzi sold soap, scented soap, and toilet water. Huang Li and the others liked toilet water because there were many mosquitoes in the summer. Huang Li called for people to direct the loading. Although the quantity was not enough, they had the money. Li Yi did not collect taxes, so they paid the taxes first and went back to make up for it. Strictly speaking, their actions were considered misappropriation of public funds. Li Yi was not worried that they would not make up for it. The entire Guangzhou government was managed by the Li family Zhuangzi. Would the locals dare to silence them? Thinking about Gao Lishir and Yang Si-sun, their families were exterminated. Because they were young, they lost their power and became eunuchs in the palace. Before the Tang dynasty, the imperial court could exterminate the human race. Li Yi could do it even more easily. Killing the people of the Li family Zhuangzi was no different from rebelling. There were no winged knights. I'm going to find Li Dongzhu. I don't know what to buy. Huang Li was worried. The 60 ships were not enough. They came with food. But did they have to return with food? He said this and applied to enter Zhuangzi for a body search. Li Yi and the others had not eaten yet. It was still early, and they were waiting for food. He would not eat beef today. The beef would be given to the farmers, palace maids, and eunuchs. Everyone could have a taste of the soup, but there were too many people. In the evening, he prepared an iron pot of stewed goose in advance. There were no potatoes, only mushrooms. Actually, there was no need to add anything. Just stewing the goose would suffice. Li Yi asked someone to make cornmeal pancakes. Some of the corn he brought back were already spoiled at the front, when they were manually screened for seedlings. Since the sprout had fallen off, it was obvious that it could not sprout. It was just right to grind it into flour, and add a little white flour to make a large flatbread. Goose meat was simmering in a large iron pot, and raw cornmeal pancakes were stuck to the inside of the pot. When the goose was stewed, the pancakes were already cooked. He stewed a lot of them in one go. The people in Zhuangzi could eat them, but the supply of cornmeal pancakes was insufficient. Li didn't know how this dish had become a dish in the northeast. It was as if no other place ate goose. It probably had something to do with the stew. Northeasterners loved to eat stew. It was hot. Huang Li came over. Li Dongzhu, we are planning to go back and bought a lot of things, but it's still not enough, right? Li Yi continued. Huang Li was touched. It was easier to talk to Li Dongzhu. He nodded. What did you buy? You should have bought things from the northwest and west, like preserved vegetables, tea leaves, herbs, and also things sold in Li family Zhuangzi, including hazelnuts, mushrooms from chitin and pine nuts. You didn't buy Sichuan brocade, but there is embroidery there. As for gemstones, because there is a sea trade, you can import them. You don't need them. Li Yi said as he thought. If he was in Huang Li's position, what would he buy? Huang Li continued to nod. That was right. He opened his mouth. We also bought flour. You found that the wheat flour in Guangzhou is better. It's good to steam buns and toast bread. Li Yi added. We didn't buy too much. We just wanted to taste it. The main thing is to go back. There are other places where you can buy flour on the way back. The Grand Canal is a route. You can also buy flour from other places. For example, the flour in Ludi is also good. Yes, what else do we need to buy? Huang Li was a little scared. It was too scary. Silk. Large amounts of silk are sent from other places. Currently, the capital government does not use it as currency. You can buy it back and sell it to the merchants. It's a waste to sell it to them. The merchants are in a more backward place. You can buy conjured eggs from the capital, or on the way back. There are more conjured eggs in the capital, and there is a water network. Li Yi recommended conjured eggs. Everyone had a lot of ducks, and the duck eggs had a fishy smell. If they were made into conjured eggs, they would not be able to finish them. Huang Li showed a troubled expression. Li Dongzhu, we don't like to eat conjured eggs. I've tried it and it's not bad. You can eat it with tofu. Sell it to the merchants, and sell it with vinegar. Conjured eggs are good for people living and working at sea. If you can eat 2 a day, you won't fall sick easily. Li Yi did not expect the Guangzhou locals to eat conjured eggs. There were other people. Really? This was the first time Huang Li heard of this. To a certain extent, you can get some ginger and mix it with the conjured eggs. Especially the tofu. Teach the merchants how to make tofu and bring soybeans out to sea. They will not fall sick after eating it. Li Yi was not too sure and mentioned something new. When the Tang dynasty ships go out to sea, they will bring beans, green beans, and soybeans to make tofu or bean sprouts. With the addition of vinegar and ginger, this will solve a large part of the problem of malnutrition and vitamin deficiency. What's the use of conjured eggs in this? Once you eat too much, you will get used to it. Especially when you eat too much vinegar. If that's the case, should I bring a lot of vinegar back? We have a lot of vinegar in Guangzhou. Huang Li understood. At least 20 times the price. Who knows how precious it would be if we let them off so easily. This is the secret of our great Tang. Li Yi had a compassionate look on his face. For the health of the merchants, he went against the orders of his ancestors and gave this secret to others. Okay, I will arrange it now. Huang Li was anxious and quickly found someone to buy it. Anyway, the city gates were not closed at night, and many places were still open. He was buying in bulk and selling at 20 times the market price to the merchants. He was charging 10% tax, and the merchants had to pay an additional 20% tax. I will not see you out. Li Yi clasped his fist and did not ask the other party to eat stewed goose. The other party was too anxious. During dinner, Li Longji and the rest received the news. You sold so many conjured eggs? Bai Gu was concerned about the tax on sea trade. Actually, it's not a lot. The people are just reluctant to eat it. There are also goose eggs, but they don't eat them. They are all conjured eggs and salted eggs. Li Yi shook his head. The people raised ducks and geese at home, but they did not eat them. They always wanted to sell them for money. The people who raised chickens ate eggs. It was written in the newspaper that they should eat 1 egg a day. I will think of a way to ask the people to eat duck and goose eggs. They need to eat more protein and less staple food. Don't conjured eggs and salted eggs. Stir-fry them with green onions to reduce the fishy smell. Li started to think about how to persuade the people. Chapter 1590. Shall we eat? We can think about other things later. Bai Gu picked up a piece of goose wing and prepared to eat. Okay, when there are more potatoes, let's stew them. They're better than yams. Yams are more resistant to stew, and the potatoes will be gone soon. There were only geese and mushrooms in the iron pot, but there were stir-fried vegetables beside the yams. They were stir-fried with ears and carrots. Li Yi picked up the goose head. It was a 2-year-old goose raised by Zhuangzi. He skillfully dissected it and placed it in front of Princess Yongmu on a big plate. Only then did he pick up the leg of the goose. Everyone was used to it and didn't feel anything wrong. I still can't forget the potatoes I ate last time. Li Longji remembered that Li Yi had exchanged his life for potatoes and tasted them before. This time, they were all sprouted and couldn't be eaten. They were all planted in the ground. I'll organize the planting time and harvest time of the new crops in different regions, as well as the different planting methods, including the rules of interplanting and continuous planting with other crops. Chang'an is different from Henan, and it will be different in Suzhou. Shu and Dongting Lake are near each other, so we need to distinguish them. Guangzhou has a short growing period, so potatoes are usually not tasty. It's better to plant indica rice. In addition, the Henji Army and the Celestial Army don't have the support of the Tiela tribe. We can transfer the troops of the Hudong Jidushi to replace them. The Chanyu Protectorate should have enough logistical support. As Li Yi spoke of the matter of planting, he thought of the troops deployed to deal with the later Turks. The later Turks were too troublesome. They could attack from anywhere. I've already given them canned food, tea leaves, military coats, medicinal herbs, including thermos bottles and kerosene lamps. I'm just afraid that they'll sell them privately. Su Yi was in charge of this. The imperial court had a lot of money, so he tried to provide baggage to the border. Song Jing continued. The 9 families of Tiela add up to more than 300,000 people. It's a pity that we only raised them in the Tang dynasty. Raise them first. We're not eating for free. They work and contribute more resources to the Tang dynasty. We'll raise them for a while and send them out when needed. Our families are in the Tang dynasty, so we're not afraid of them rebelling. There were more outside, and they could send people to persuade them to surrender. There was a place in the west of Tong Prefecture, so they could move there. When fighting on the grasslands, we still have to rely on them to determine the outcome. When the weather is bad, the other soldiers won't be able to withstand it. Li Yi understood the situation. Tiela was a general term, and there were surnames in it. Now they were targeting the 9 families, and there were more. If he let them out, he would have to worry about them betraying him at any time. When his family members got used to living in the Tang dynasty and felt that life was better, he would transfer those who could fight to other places. Let's eat, let's not talk about politics. Li Longji looked at them. How did they get back to the topic of eating? Hurry up and call him back. Otherwise, if she had to worry about eating, she wouldn't be able to eat well. Motherfucker, I've never eaten such a fragrant chicken in my life. It's a pity that I can't kill anyone. Eating good food makes me feel guilty. On Hudong Road, in the Heavenly Soldier Army's Camp 50 Li North, Ez was eating dinner with his brothers. They took the initiative to come out and patrol, ready to engage in battle at any time. The Shi tribe and Khitans in the east should have been on guard, but because of Li Yi's series of actions, that side was stable. Since they were not afraid of the flanks, they were free to enter the grassland. At night, they used a large enamel jar to heat up the can of braised chicken to eat. There were no bones in the can, it was all chicken thigh meat. This was a temporary camp that had been discussed in advance. The canned food had just been delivered from the Heavenly Soldier Army, and there was also steamed and dried rice. After soaking in water and heating it up, it became fragrant rice again. The camp was filled with the smell of blood. Pheasants, roe deer, wolves, rabbits, deer, and chamois were simply processed and hung up. When the blood was about to flow, they asked the people who delivered the food to bring it back. These things all had meat, but the soldiers didn't eat them. After sending them back, they skinned and dried them. A portion of the meat was stored, and the rest was sent to Chang'an. Chang'an sent them baggage, and they paid tribute. Baggage had the most canned food. The cooked food was better than the meat they processed themselves. Who still wanted to eat wild game? Li Dongzhu now has money to buy things for us. Li Dongzhu can always sell the wild game we send back at a very high price. A sergeant next to him chewed on a can of bamboo shoots soaked in salt, and said in an unclear voice, "Your Majesty, don't talk too much about Li Dongzhu. When the time comes, the border will only know Li Dongzhu, but not your Majesty. Where do you want to trap Li Dongzhu?" Zijiang corrected. His Majesty and Li Dongzhu had a good relationship. They couldn't sow discord. "Yes, your Majesty." Your Majesty asked Li Dongzhu to think of a way. Your Majesty really knows how to use people. Do you still have oily duck eggs? Give me one. We can eat it together. The sergeant quickly changed his words and looked around for the salted duck eggs. If you eat too salty, you'll have to get up at night to drink water. If there are many people, everyone will eat one chopstick. Are we still going to sell tea tomorrow? We can hear some useful news. Tea leaves are water. Tea leaves can't be sold. Selling military supplies is a big crime. Let's take the enamel jar there and boil some tea leaves for them to drink. Yes, water. The Turks can't be controlled anymore. Many tribes are hurting here. If we report the situation, will they send a message to Li Dongzhu? This is a profitable business that can be exchanged for sheep. At most half a month. If they don't give me a reply, I'll go to Chang'an and find Li Dongzhu. Everyone ate and chatted. They were very satisfied with their current life. The logistics were good. As long as they could think of something, Chang'an would send it over. If they couldn't think of something, they would still send it over. At the location of the Celestial Soldier Army, Ambassador Zhang Jiazhen met with the commander of the Henji Army, Zhang Jiyun. The Celestial Soldier Army and the Henji Army were hundreds of miles apart. Usually, the two of them wouldn't meet, as they were afraid that they wouldn't be able to deal with an emergency. Today, Zhang Jiyun came over and Zhang Jiazhen asked him for a lot of things. It would be best if he could send over all the fermented bean curd from the Henji Army. Zhang Jiyun was curious and brought all the fermented bean curd jars to the Celestial Soldier Army. Ambassador Zhang, why do you need so much fermented bean curd? We still want to eat it. Zhang Jiyun was more direct. He didn't exchange greetings and asked about the doubts in his heart. Jiyun, have a seat. Drink some tea. Zhang Jiazhen greeted. I haven't eaten. Drinking tea makes me hungrier. What good food do you have here? Zhang Jiyun refused to drink tea. If you don't drink tea, let's eat fermented bean curd now. Are you hungry? Zhang Jiazhen asked someone to prepare 2 bowls of green tea. Let's drink tea. At least I'll be full temporarily. Fermented bean curd is not only salty, but it also makes me hungrier. Zhang Jiyun chose tea. When the soldiers at the front brought fermented bean curd out, they found that the Turks liked to eat fermented bean curd. In the past, they ate too much meat and needed to drink tea to relieve their indigestion. Tea cakes and tea bricks are the best. Since the soldiers came into contact with them and gave them fermented bean curd, they found that fermented bean curd can also relieve the discomfort caused by eating too much meat. Zhang Jiazhen explained the reason why she wanted fermented bean curd from Zhang Jiyun. It was good to exchange for something or give it to him for information. In any case, it was useful. Is that so? I know that fermented bean curd has to be eaten with rice. A mouthful of fermented bean curd, or a large mouthful of biscuits and rice will do. Why don't you ask for it from Chang'an? I'll bring it here for you. It won't be long before we run out of food. Zhang Jiyun also liked to eat fermented bean curd. Having a piece of fermented bean curd for a meal was a form of enjoyment. Many soldiers ate a piece of fermented bean curd in pairs. It takes time to send someone to deliver a letter. You're nearby. Zhang Jiazhen gave a reason. Let's eat first. I'll eat 2 pieces to satisfy my craving. Zhang Jian thought about how he wouldn't be able to eat fermented bean curd for many days, and decided to eat more. Chapter 1591. Zhang Jian shouted that he wanted to eat 2 pieces of fermented bean curd, but he did not take any out when he was eating the hot pot. He poured some fermented bean curd soup and mixed it with chives, garlic paste, sesame paste, and vinegar as a dipping sauce. The hot pot was a copper hot pot with a vertical chimney in the middle. A large pile of dried shrimps, small crabs, oysters, large pieces of ginger, chopped green onions, and seaweed were put in the chicken soup to cook. White meat and pickled vegetables were added, and then the mutton was boiled. It's not easy to send pickled vegetables over at this time of the year. I also sent 500 bags. Li Yi is really capable. Zhang Jian was not in a hurry to eat the meat. He wanted to wait for the food in the sea to taste better. The pickled vegetables that Li Yi sent to the soldiers were packed in bags. He could not send them in a big vat. The canvas bags were brushed with gum and filled with oil paper in the middle. The pickled vegetables were placed inside, sealed with water and shipped over. He put some pickled vegetables in the enamel vat and stewed them with the meat. It was not greasy, and he felt comfortable after drinking the soup. If there were conditions, it would be even better if he added a few pieces of ginger. If not, how can he command the officials? Zhang Jiajin explained from another angle. In the past, Yao Chong also commanded the officials. Zhang Jian was not convinced. Which chancellor's words were not effective? Yao Chong entered the regiment. Song Jing, Su Yi, Zhang Jiuling and Baigu. If Li Yi wants them to enter the regiment, they have to enter. Zhang Jiajin explained from another angle. Was the chancellor's power greater than Li Yi's? Zhang Jian. He picked up a piece of mutton and boiled it in the pot. He quickly changed the position of his chopsticks, otherwise, he would not be able to boil the meat. He ate it directly without any seasoning. There was salt, star anise, and pepper in the pot. Pickled vegetables are really good. It's not easy to preserve pickled vegetables until now. Zhang Jian drank the chicken soup in the pot. Because of the pickled vegetables, the chicken soup was not greasy but refreshing. Zhang Jiajin quickly ate. He was also hungry. He drank tea just now. He added a few more strips of sliced tofu and rinsed them while saying, "To Li Yi, preserving pickled vegetables for as long as he can is a small matter." Tai Le surrendered and moved to the inner city to raise his family. His scheme was very big. The Khitan king Li Shihua was left behind in Chang and by him. The king of the Shi tribe was also there. Through trade, the 2 kings have been in constant contact with our own tribes, so that our 2 armies have no worries about the east. What did he say back then? He captured the Khitans and taught them knowledge. Speaking of trading, isn't trading just trading? What was originally an item has become a means to suppress the 2 races. Zhang Jian understood the situation. In the beginning, he had reservations, although no one asked for his opinion. He felt that giving the Khitan and Shi tribes benefits would strengthen the 2 tribes, and they would no longer fear the Tang dynasty because of the death of the Tujuemosu. The actual situation was different from what he had imagined. The Khitans and the Shi people were happily cooperating with the Tang dynasty. It was as if they would have an irreconcilable feud with anyone who tried to stop them from trading with the Li family Zhuangzi. What was going on? He could not understand. His Henji army was close to the Khitans, and they had contact with each other. Occasionally, the Khitans would send things to his Henji army. For example, hazelnuts and pine mushrooms. He would also send some things back, mainly canned food. Next were salted duck eggs and salted goose eggs. They had to be salty. A big goose egg could be eaten for a few days. If not, how would he dare to leave the Henji army and come to the Celestial army? As he spoke, he got up and went to the cupboard at the side to search for something, and took out a jar of chili sauce. I only have that 1 jar. I forgot to eat it. No, I can't bear to eat it. Zhang Jiajin was not angry, only regretful. Why did she leave it there? Li Yi sends 1 box at a time, so how can there only be 1 jar? You have half a jar, so you can eat it anytime. Zhang Jian did not believe it. When he ate it just now, he felt that something was missing. He recalled that he was missing chili sauce. Even if the price of chili sauce was high, it would still be sent over. Zhejiang would receive 2 jars every month. If he only ate it himself, he would not be able to finish it. The jars would be given to his subordinates who performed well, or to soldiers who were sick or injured. He did not sell any as he was afraid that Li Yi would be unhappy if he knew. To be more precise, if the seller was found out and Li Yi stopped sending them, the others would cut them into pieces and cook them. "Oh right. I'm too busy with the war at the front line, so I can't remember," Zhang Jiazhen said shamelessly. "This thing is precious. It's just that Li Yi does not send out seeds. Don't be reluctant. Write to him and ask for it. He will definitely give it to you." Zhang Jian did not think that chili sauce was difficult to obtain. Things that were planted with seeds were not valuable when they were released and planted together. If it were you, would you send out seeds? Li Yi hoped to earn money to support the military forces of the Tang dynasty. He released carrots, which were beneficial to the people. Would it kill him not to eat chili? It was said that he found someone to plant the indica rice from elsewhere. Why didn't he plant it himself? A few years ago, the Northern Territory's cucumbers were produced by the royal family. It was not easy to give a few to the officials. Li Yi took out the greenhouse method for the benefit of the people. When you go back, remember to strengthen the security and training. If the Turks take the risk to attack and lose the place, we can't bear the responsibility. Zhang Jiazhen knew more than Zhang Jiyun. He was a person who took the imperial examination, not the Jinshi or Mingjing. Zhang Jiyun's expression was solemn. "Of course I will be careful. I have discussed it with the Khitans. If the Turks send out troops, the other side will help no matter who they attack. We can either send out reinforcements or besiege Wei to save Zhao. We can't just watch them die. Otherwise, if the lips die, the teeth will feel cold." As he spoke, he used his chopsticks to scoop some chili sauce into his bowl. "If you eat too much, your stomach will be uncomfortable." Zhang Jiazhen frowned. A third of the sauce was gone. "It's okay. I will drink more soup and eat more meat." Zhang Jiyun pushed the small jar to Zhang Jiazhen. "Why don't you and I write a letter together? The wind in the Northern Territory is strong, and it is still cold in summer. We need chili sauce urgently." Zhang Jiazhen looked at the missing chili sauce and thought of an idea. "Sure." Zhang Jiyun nodded without hesitation. "Yes, the two of us are conflicted over a little chili sauce. Ask Li Yi for it. Come try the meat here. It is the most tender." After reaching an agreement, Zhang Jiazhen became enthusiastic. The soldiers outside who came with Zhang Jiyun were also eating hot pot. However, it was not a copper hot pot with a chimney. It was just a pot with a fire underneath. They took out things from their pockets, mainly mushrooms. There were hazelnut mushrooms, pine mushrooms, and sticky mushrooms. Sticky mushrooms were not pine mushrooms. However, when Li Yi was in the northeast, people who knew how to eat would eat yellow mud mushrooms. They were fresher than pine mushrooms, which were red pine mushrooms. The Khitans gave it to them, while the Henji army gave it to the Celestial army. When they hunted wild animals, they would use mushrooms from the grasslands to stew them, or these mushrooms. There were also pine nuts and hazelnuts from last year. This year's crop had not been harvested. Everyone looked out for each other, and would naturally share good things. Chapter 1592. The sun rose regardless of what the human world thought. The morning glow filled the sky, looking beautiful and charming. There were a lot of clouds, large patches of bright red. There was no court meeting today, so the chancellors stayed in Zhuangzi to work. They didn't want to go out. It was raining heavily, and the air pressure was low. If they needed to breathe in oxygen, it was better to breathe in Zhuangzi. Besides, Li Yi was here. If they couldn't breathe in oxygen and suddenly collapsed, the closer they were to Li Yi, the better, right? Li Yi also considered this factor. He looked at the barometer. It was 970 degrees, an absolute low air pressure. If the humidity increased, the temperature would be above 25 degrees Celsius. Normal people would feel very comfortable, provided that there was a breeze or no wind. Many people felt good because the humidity was high. It was fine if the air pressure was low. For people with cardiovascular diseases, this air pressure was uncomfortable. Li Yi found his eldest disciple and brought her to his side. "Qing Dai, eat this." Li Yi gave his eldest disciple a lunchbox during breakfast. It was an aluminum lunchbox that he exchanged for. The aluminum of the lunchbox had an oxide layer. There was white meat, blood sausage, pickled cabbage, ginger slices, big fish, and green onions inside. It was a copper lunchbox. The pickled cabbage was green, and the aluminum one was white. Moreover, there was a clear soup. Looking at it made people feel less depressed. When they smelled it, they felt even more comfortable. The main dish was an egg pancake. It was cut into small pieces and could be eaten in one bite. The side dishes were dried shredded tofu with scallion oil, radish skin soaked in vinegar, garlic eggplant, and dehydrated cucumber strips mixed with sesame oil. The little girl already felt that it was difficult to breathe, and her chest was stuffy. When she saw the food that her master prepared, she felt much better. She first drank a mouthful of soup and smiled. "Master, why is there still pickled cabbage?" How long pickled cabbage can be stored depends on the degree of oxidation and temperature. If it is sealed well, it can be stored for a long time. If it is placed in the cellar, the temperature outside will not affect the bottom, and it can still be stored for a long time. However, the cabbage that we eat is preserved in the cellar. From time to time, we will break off the outer stem and feed it to the poultry. After that, we will put it in the jar to marinate. When it is marinated, it will be eaten when the pickled cabbage is fermented. It's the same for the soldiers at the border. People who eat it will find that the pickled cabbage has become cabbage core. What Li Yi said next was knowledge to others. Li Longji and the others listened at the side. They were eating the same thing, but there was no aluminum lunchbox. The pickled vegetables in the big iron pot seemed a little dull. "Master, I feel that my stomach is sour. Is it okay to eat these?" The little girl knew her own body's condition. Your gastric acid belongs to the category of hypoxic gastric acid. The concentration of oxygen is not high enough. The acid of sauerkraut and gastric acid are two different things. The pickled cabbage we eat is pickled with salt, which can neutralize part of the stomach acid. When it rains heavily, the air pressure will increase, and the humidity will also increase. You will feel better, but you have to wear cotton clothes that are slightly thicker. Remember to keep yourself warm. You're not allowed to wear short-sleeved clothes or skirts. Tie up your hair, and don't let your neck be covered by your long hair. Li Yi was not in a hurry. How could he let anything happen to his eldest disciple? "Xiao Yi, do you need oxygen?" Bai Gu looked at the little girl with concern. The others also felt the same. The little girl was too outstanding and kind-hearted. "Thank you, grandpas." The little girl thanked them. She knew that everyone cared about her. "I have prepared carbonated drinks. The child's metabolism speed is fast. Drink carbonated drinks later to increase carbon dioxide and promote breathing. Don't use oxygen first. The main thing is that there is no problem with Qing Dai's gastrointestinal tract function. When it rains heavily outside, she can watch for a while and then sleep." Li Yi arranged the process and let the eldest disciple sleep. It was best to sleep when it was raining heavily. Children were growing and slept more. Not only the eldest disciple, but the children who were in class also went back to sleep. Otherwise, the children would not have the energy to listen to the lesson. They looked like they were listening, but in fact, they could not remember much of the content. Instead of letting the children sit in class and waste time, it was better to let the children sleep well. Not to mention the children, the entire Zhuangzi operation slowed down today. This was to prevent dangerous workers from being distracted. Unless there was a special situation, such as an emergency situation, that required Zhuangzi to mobilize. In that case, the villagers' adrenaline would be secreted faster, and they would be in an excited state. It was good to be in an excited state during normal times, but there would be a fatigue period later. The higher the level of excitement, the worse the state of fatigue. The main signs were trembling and weakness. There was a big data of factory accidents. The probability of accidents happening was higher when the workers had just taken over the shift, when they were about to leave work, when they had finished their meal, and when the weather was not good. Li Yi had never operated a factory before. He would not take the risk of paying a higher price when he was pursuing profits. For example, private mines. If there were no accidents, they would pursue profits. If there was an accident, they would be sent to prison. Paying compensation was no longer a problem. The Li family Zhuangzi's villagers were not employees. They were their own people. The employees could resign and change jobs. Can the villagers change jobs? Or jump to hell? The little girl ate her meal peacefully. She ate as much as her master prepared for her. If she felt that it was not enough, she would eat less. Everyone was more at ease. They quickly ate and went to work after eating. Report: Zhang Jiajin from the Heavenly Soldiers is here to report. The winged knights ran in. Everyone was instantly energized. The Turks had declared war? Li Longji stopped acting and took a look at the report. After reading it, his face turned gloomy. Take a look. Zhang Jiajin said that she is short of fermented bean curd and wants to exchange items and information with the Turks. Let me take a look. Song Jing read the report first and passed it to the next person. When everyone was reading the report, Li Yi was deep in thought. He then said, yes, fermented bean curd is also fine. Actually, using Gongji's salt to marinate pickled cabbage has the same effect. Based on this, the Northeast's pickled cabbage. Li Yi's thoughts wandered. He thought of the Northeast's pickled cabbage. The Northeast's pickled cabbage was made from Chinese cabbage. In the process of making pickled cabbage, the loss of the pickled cabbage was no less than when it was stored in the cellar. Why must it be made into pickled cabbage? Delicious. If it was preserved, wouldn't it be better to make it into pickled cabbage? Or dried Chinese cabbage? The reason might be to aid digestion. This included yogurt, sour soup made from corn, and soy milk made from mung beans. Soy milk was not soy milk. Soy milk was fermented, and soy milk was not fermented. How did it become popular? Of course, it started after the Manchus occupied the Northeast. The Manchus used to be a nomadic people. They ate a lot of meat. In order to keep their gastrointestinal tract comfortable, they drank tea, drank soy milk, ate pickled radish strips, and stored pickled cabbage. There were also the Northeast's fermented soy sauce and fermented milk stinky tofu. Li felt that he had discovered history. The Northeast's pickled cabbage was actually not used to preserve vegetables for a longer period of time, but to adjust the gastrointestinal tract bacteria. It was the same principle as the Northeast's smelly chianjiang and braised prawn sauce. The authentic Northeast soy sauce was actually stinky sauce, not sour sauce. The so-called Northeast soy sauce that was produced later was no longer stinky. It was wrong to say that it was not stinky, because the process was adjusted. In that case, why didn't the Japanese Empire's natto be adjusted? The Scandinavian canned herring was even more smelly. Why didn't they correct it? Fermented bean curd actually has this kind of value? Export. Don't say anything else. Export. Li Yi, who felt that he had understood the truth of history, turned his thoughts back. If he exported fermented bean curd to those people who always ate meat, if they were willing to eat stinky tofu, it would not be so salty. Chapter 1593. Hurry up and harvest. Why aren't they here yet? A battalion commander shouted anxiously when he saw the rosy clouds in the morning turn into dark clouds. There were too few people in their battalion who knew how to harvest wheat. They used to be herdsmen in the east of Hushijidushi. They used to be Zhichang's residents. Later, they were disbanded and had just regained their freedom. They wanted to do other jobs. When the imperial court said that they wanted to recruit soldiers, they ran over to get a job that they thought was easy and profitable. They were guarding Chang, and basically didn't fight. When they arrived, they found that they were given a lot of money. Her Majesty personally gave it to them. They also found that the training was different from before. If they didn't eat as much meat as they wanted, their bodies wouldn't be able to bear it. They climbed mountains and trained in the mountains. In the summer, there was snow on the mountains. It was hard to breathe and cold. It wasn't easy to survive, but they still had to catch rabbits and help the people. Was harvesting wheat a job for humans? They might as well climb Mount Taibai. A battalion was responsible for a large area. It was slow. The people were anxious, but they couldn't rush them. Her Majesty's army worked very hard, but their skills were poor. The battalion commander didn't force himself. Seeing that the situation was not good, he immediately sent someone to ask for help. Asking for help was just a loss of face. It would prove that his team was worse than others in this aspect. If he didn't ask for help and delayed the people from harvesting wheat, it might not be a matter of face. As he shouted, he continued to work. Why couldn't he understand the tools? Don't be afraid of getting caught in the rain. Don't hurt your back. The farmer was distressed. What a good soldier, although harvesting wheat was slow. Non-commissioned officer was anxious. Rumble, 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 a team of 100 people. They ran to the end of the field, jumped off their horses, and rushed into the field. They stood in a row and began to harvest wheat. They watched as a row of wheat was pushed forward and pieces of wheat fell. This specially trained? The battalion commander was dumbfounded. What are you waiting for? Come over and tie them up. You know how to tie them up, right? The winged knights people saw the recruits watching and shouted, Yes, I know. Quick, go and help. The battalion commander reacted and called his brothers. The people of the 20 families in this large area were relieved. They worked hard to harvest wheat and whispered to the people next to them. See, they are Her Majesty's private army, divided into different ranks. How did you raise the winged knights, Li Dongzhu? Li Dongzhu didn't personally manage the recruitment. Hey! That's right. Whether a soldier is good or not depends on the general. If a soldier makes a ruckus, a general makes a ruckus. The recruits aren't bad either. Their physiques are good. If we want to blame someone, we can only blame ourselves for being busy with other things. Many women have work to do, and the children have to go to school. It's really hard to ask the elders in the family to come and work. His Majesty was the one who said that he would send troops to help. Even if His Majesty didn't say anything, we still had to do it. After harvesting, plant sorghum and then some soybeans. It's plump enough. The wheat is growing well. It's a bumper harvest. If you don't pay rent, you'll be a commoner. If you sell wheat, you'll pay tax. Can you sell it for a good price? Look at Li Dongzhu. Whatever price Li Dongzhu sets, we'll sell at that price. The grain merchants can only raise the price. Don't even think about buying cheap grain from us. The commoners chatted, not delaying their work. All of them had blissful smiles on their faces. A few years ago, before the summer harvest, there was a lack of manpower. There was no food to eat at home, so they could only borrow money to buy grain. When the summer harvest came, and the rent was paid, the remaining grain had to be sold to repay the money. When selling, the grain merchants tried their best to lower the price. It was more than half the price of the grain they bought, when there was a lack of manpower. They planted other crops. Before the autumn harvest, there was a lack of manpower, so they had to repeat the process. If there was a sick person at home who took medicine, after a year of hard work, they might still owe money. Now there was no shortage of manpower and no food to eat. They had already set aside some extra grain. They did other work to earn money, such as making clothes, repairing houses, adding furniture, making jewelry for their wives, and feeding eggs for their children. After the harvest, they didn't have to sell the grain. There was enough money. This was what it meant to live a good life. Each day was better than the last. When the lightning flashed and thunder rolled, the finished wheat had already been piled up and covered with straw curtains. They were all piled up on flat areas. They were very high, so there was no need to worry about the rain washing down the ground. The rain looked like it was going to be heavy rain. After it finished, it would clear up tomorrow at the latest. Then they would dry the ground and spread the wheat out to dry. The next step was also easy. There were specialized tools for threshing the grains. They didn't lack tools for shelling, and they even had to grind the grains. Raindrops the size of beans splashed down. There was basically no one to be seen on the road. Those who were in a hurry had already run to the nearest shed to take shelter. They first rested and looked at the situation. The small boats in the water net lowered the curtains around them to prevent water from entering. The boats continued to move forward. Going against the current was more troublesome. If the rain was heavy, there would be more water. Going against the current was even more tiring. The workers at the docks didn't stop. They put on their sleeves, rolled up their trousers, and continued to move things. The small cars moved back and forth on the track. In the entire capital office, all the people who faced the road put away the straw sandals hanging under the eaves. Ever since Li Yi saw someone without shoes in the East City, he publicized it in the newspaper. There was also a method to make straw sandals. Some people didn't need any tools at all. It was just a few pairs of straw sandals. They took the time to make them and hung them outside. If someone's shoes broke while walking, they just took them. They couldn't use them to light a fire, right? Grass couldn't withstand a fire. Even if the locals of the capital office wore straw sandals, they would wear finely processed straw sandals. They were comfortable and didn't break easily. No one wanted straw sandals that would break after walking for less than 10 miles. They were all prepared for the newcomers to the capital office. Going barefoot made the Tang dynasty look poor. In Li family Zhuangzi, the little girl stood at the door and watched the rain outside. She held a bottle of carbonated drink in her hand. She took a sip from time to time and panted heavily. It was made by Li Yi. It was not good for the body to drink it all the time. Drinking it once in a while made people feel comfortable. When the weather was stuffy and hot, she would drink it iced and burp. She would feel refreshed all of a sudden. The people in Li family Zhuangzi's tofu workshop were soaking beans and preparing to make tofu. They would then use the tofu to make fermented bean curd. The heavenly soldiers needed a large amount of fermented bean curd. A large batch had already been sent away. Fermented bean curd needed some time to ferment. The Li family Zhuangzi was suddenly short of fermented bean curd. They had to make up for it. Li Yi was not performing surgery today. The weather was bad. If something happened to a death row prisoner, and he died on the operating table, the Tang dynasty would lose a labor force. He sat not far from the door. His eyes were listless. He was studying and watching other people's surgery videos. Princess Yongmu took Xiaolan to their study to organize the information and deepen her understanding. The children in Zhuangzi's house all ran to sleep, including Xiaolan and the children of Zhuangzi's neighbors. It was raining outside. They slept soundly. Li Longji drank tea and corrected memorials. There were a total of 5 memorials about the transfer of local officials. He did not care about the allocation of funds. He left it to the professionals. After calculating the candidates, he decided on them one by one and ordered someone to send them to Zhuangzi's Political Affairs Hall for the chancellors to review. The chancellors had actually already listed the candidates when they sent them up. Li Longji had other ideas. He used 2 of the positions for other people. If the chancellors did not agree, they would have to come over and talk about the candidates for the provincial governor. Li Shi, do you still remember what it was like when it rained during the coronation ceremony? Li Longji was bored and asked Gao Li Shi, who was standing next to him. Chapter 1594. Your Majesty, with the heavy rain, even the late elm tree money is gone. Just now, I saw a farmer picking elm tree money from other places. Do you eat elm tree money for lunch? Gao Li Shi did not answer what it was like in the past or what he ate for lunch. Li Longji nodded. When we were eating highland barley, elm tree money and elm tree bark saved many people. The mulberries are out. Some of them are still green and purple. They are sweet and sour. Gao Li Shi mentioned another food. This is good, eat it like a fruit. There are already people selling it in Chang'an. Let's look for Brother Yi. Li Longji could not look for women in broad daylight, and did not want to read books. The chancellors were busy, and he could not go over to chat. Looking for Li Yi was fine. Li Yi had nothing to do today, and did not attend classes. When Li Longji saw Li Yi, Qing Dai's family had just taken her home to sleep. The whole family stayed in Li family Zhuangzi, while the others continued to treat patients in various counties. They took turns to study in Li family Zhuangzi. There were many imperial physicians, so it was convenient for them to communicate. They mainly communicated about the contents of books. Li copied a lot of books and read them alone. When there were things he did not understand, he could only bear with it. A large group of people could communicate with each other and share different opinions. In Chang'an, they would go to see patients. They were worried when the weather was like this. When the little girl said that she was sleepy and sent people to look for them, they were relieved when they saw that the child's complexion was not bad. Brother Yi, the mulberries are out now. Do you want to make wine? Li Longji came in with an umbrella. Li got up to make chrysanthemum tea and put some rock sugar in it. The vinegar made from mulberries is delicious. Old people and children can drink it. Make the vinegar. Tomorrow's newspaper will say that Zhuangzi is collecting mulberries. Li Yi guessed Li Longji's intention. He wanted him to increase the income of the people. There are many people in the capital who plant mulberries. It was good for the body to drink vinegar as a beverage. Li Longji looked at the chrysanthemum floating in the glass and said, Brother Yi, there are many fruits in the summer. Since you said vinegar is good, is it? Li Yi brewed some Qing tea for himself. He put in a little bit of Qing tea, which was from Sichuan, and did not have in Chang'an. Seeing the color of the water in the cup change, he said, I can't carry it. King Chu has such a slender waist. Ask my brothers to take responsibility. Li Longji understood. As soon as Li Yi said that, all the fruits that could be used to make vinegar were all raised in price. Other people couldn't afford it. There were so many kinds of fruits, and Li Yi couldn't price them one by one. Sang Mu said that she would accept the money, so she accepted it. It was a little cheaper than the retail price in the market, and a large number of unsold items would be given to the Li family Zhuangzi. If they could sell it, they would sell it. Children who ate mulberries as fruits would eat a few mouthfuls less and pick them for money. The Xinongxi said that this year's winter wheat harvest in the capital's government was good, and the hybrids they made themselves were also good. Next year, the hybrids can be planted on a larger area, and then sell the seeds to the people. Guess how much the wheat harvest increased? How are you going to price it? As Li Longji spoke, he stretched out 2 fingers. Li Yi looked at Li Longji's fingers and said, The harvest increased by 40%. Last year, when they were planting, they were all deep plowed and used farm manure and mineral fertilizer. The seeds were treated in advance, and the harvest was good. There weren't any pests or diseases. When the harvest was urgent, I even taught them how to make hanging nets and hanging birds. Li Longji looked at his fingers. I've already hinted. Why don't you follow my instructions? Third brother, it's useless even if you stretch out your fingers. Estimating the data is a very serious matter. Li Yi was not fooled. 40%? That's right. The same seeds, according to your method, increase the harvest, and it's enough for a family to eat. Li Longji clenched his fists. The hybrids had not been released yet. After a series of operations, the original seeds increased by 40%. Unfortunately, no one was shouting auspicious signs. The ministers now did not care. They were waiting for corn and potatoes. What's the price? Li Longji asked again. According to last year, the extra grain will belong to the farmers themselves. If the price of grain is lowered, they will suffer a big loss. Li Yi gave the price to maintain last year's price. The people could afford it, but they were not willing to eat wheat. Hunan province and other places had indica rice. The taste was not good, so it was cheaper. He had also planted a lot of indica rice in Huazhou and Tongzhou. They were piled up and sold. Until now, they were still not sold out. When the surrendered households got tired of the indica rice, they changed to pasta. Good. Li Longji agreed. Li Yi would not lie to him. Then he asked another question. How much will the hybrid seeds be sold for next year? Whether it is rice, sorghum, wheat, or other crops, the seeds can only be exchanged. They are not allowed to be sold. The seeds in the hands of the people will be replaced 1-to-1. The people will take the seeds and plant them. When the people harvest again, the local government officials will collect a batch of seeds and continue to exchange. In the future, every 2 to 3 years, the seeds will be exchanged 1-to-1 between the neighboring counties. If the seeds are always planted in the same place, the crop yield will be lower, and the plants will degenerate. Li Yi did not support the sale. It was not a seed company. The Sea Agriculture Temple was the administrative department of the state. If the seeds were sold, there would be people selling them privately. They might even sell shoddy products. The money earned from selling the seeds was not much. If the people were fooled, their trust in the imperial court would be greatly reduced. There was no profit to be made by exchanging the seeds. They could not exchange the cooked seeds for the people, right? Li Longji still agreed. Yes, exchange. Brother Yi, do you want to eat highland barley and elm rice for lunch? Someone saw the farmers bring back a lot of elm money before the rain. There should be no more after the rain. Li Longji did not forget about the elm money. Li Yi. Highland barley and elm money. Weren't they used to feed the animals? Let's eat pancakes. Steam the Highland barley first. Put the elm money in pancakes. Li had an idea. He also remembered a movie where the Empress Dowager wanted to know the hardships of the people. She wanted to eat cornbread. So the imperial chefs had to grind the cornbread finer and steam it with white flour and honey. After the pancakes were steamed, the Empress Dowager said as she ate, "It's not easy for the people. This is all they can eat. I'll eat more." She indeed ate a few pancakes to show that she was suffering with the people. Okay. Li Longji did not understand. As long as there was something to eat, it was fine. Li pulled the rope, and the farmer ran over. Ask Songda who brought back the elm money. Leave some for us to have Highland barley and elm rice at noon. Ha! The farmer had the same expression as Li Yi. Take the Highland barley away. Li Yi explained how to do it. Ah! The farmer understood and ran out. At midnight the officials, who had been working hard all morning, came to the cafeteria. Instead of sitting together, they deliberately sat in between the farmers who happened to be eating. The farmers were hardworking and could eat a lot. Seeing the farmers enjoying the food, they also had an appetite. As for eating with the farmers, it was beneath their dignity. That was not true. The farmers' lives were more precious than theirs, and they knew more secrets. Moreover, the farmers were literate and could write and calculate. The girl did not eat much in the morning. She woke up half an hour ago, rested, and came over in a raincoat. "Master, I had a dream." "A dream? Huh. Elm rice. Ordinary people don't eat elm rice like this." The girl was about to talk about her dream when she saw the pan-fried Highland barley pancakes on the plate. Chapter 1595. The little girl's county was not as rich as the capital. If Li Yi hadn't gone there with Li Longji and the others to give good ideas to the local and surrounding areas, there would still be people who needed to rely on some wild vegetables. When did the elm seed rice become a small brown biscuit on both sides? There was a fragrant smell. Others want to eat it. I don't like it. Elm seed rice should be eaten as snacks. That's how the farmers eat it. Li Yi explained to his eldest disciple. Don't misunderstand. Your master isn't the kind of person who pretends. Ah! The little girl suddenly understood and sat down obediently. Try one. It should taste good. Li picked up a biscuit for his eldest disciple. Yes. There's so much oil. Of course it's delicious. The little girl knew how difficult it was to obtain oil. Oil could be extracted from soybeans. The people who found land to plant soybeans in the mountains and rivers couldn't bear to extract oil for themselves. Li Longji sat not far away and felt embarrassed. He wanted to eat it. If it didn't taste good, should he eat it or not? This was edible now. And it wasn't a big bowl. If one biscuit wasn't enough, she wouldn't eat a second one. It's fine to make it with white flour. Lu Huaishan had eaten it before. His salary was used to support his clansmen. Sometimes when there was no food at home, his wife would go to pick elm seed rice. He once invited other imperial officials to eat at home, but there wasn't any meat dish. The house he lived in was rented to others. Now that it belonged to him, the place was big. Next year when we have elm seed rice, we can eat white flour. We can't eat it this year. It's the last meal. Li Longji knew he had made a big mistake. Why did he have to mention the Highland barley? Xiaoyi, can we still eat it? Baigu wanted to try the elm seed rice made with white flour. Li looked at Baigu in surprise and gave him a look. Oh, we can't eat it. Baigu woke up. Her Majesty just said that they couldn't eat it. If Li Yi said that they could, would it be considered offensive? Today he refuted Her Majesty's words. But tomorrow he was referring to a deer as a horse? Baigu felt a little regretful. If it rained, he could still find some. Let me calculate. Yes, Your Majesty is very kind. I'm afraid that the people won't have enough food, so I've allowed Yu Qian to stay for a few more days further north. Li Yi also wanted to eat. He pretended to fiddle with his fingers a few times, and gave such an answer. Li Longji. He then smiled. Yes, there are some further north. The further north it is, the colder it is, and the flowers bloom later. Send someone to fetch them. Third brother is so smart. Li helped Li Longji pick up a small biscuit. Li Longji picked it up and took a bite. Highland barley doesn't taste good. If it wasn't steamed before frying, it would be hard to swallow. He was prepared to eat this one and not the second one. It really didn't taste good. The ministers each took one, only to find that there were none left. They looked at Li Yi and expressed their admiration once again. He had thought of everything, hadn't he? Master, there are small bumps on the elm leaves. If they're damaged, there are many small insects inside. Sometimes I want to eat an elm leaf, but I don't dare to eat it. The little girl talked about what she had seen and heard. Elm money, elm leaves and elm bark could all be eaten. The elm four-vein cotton aphid you mentioned is only one of the pests. There are many other pests, including the diseases of the trees themselves. We need elm powder to be used as an adhesive. I'll write about it in the newspaper. The diseases are better, and we can use physical methods to deal with them. Physical light can eliminate some of the insects, and the rest have to be treated with medicine. The only medicines we can use now are lime water, plant ash water, and wormwood water. The effect isn't very good, but they have natural enemies. Li Yi could make all kinds of pesticides, but they were produced in the laboratory. They couldn't be industrialized. So it's aphids. They're all roadside planters who specialize in planting elm trees. They take good care of them. Sometimes I also need to buy them for medicine. After the little girl learned it, she waited for her master to write it out and print it in the newspaper. She just needed to read it once. A few small plates were brought up, and on top of them were mulberries. When Yao Chong saw the mulberries, he suddenly said to the little girl, "Qing Dai, let me test you. What is this? How many effects does it have?" Those who were able to become prime ministers would have read some medical books. Hence there was a saying, "If you're not a prime minister, you're a good doctor." The little girl turned her head to look at her master. Li nodded his head. "You're only allowed to answer. You're not allowed to ask questions." "I know, master." The little girl knew how to deal with it. "Grandpa Yao, it's like this. This is called mulberry. There is a saying in this dynasty. Benefits the 5 internal organs, joint pain, calms the soul, calms the mind." Shinong's Herbal Classic. Mulberry is formed from the essence of mulberries. Its taste is sweet, and its breath is cold. Lei Gong's medicinal properties. Mulberry opens and closes the orifices, benefits the blood vessels, calms the mind, blackens the beard and hair, improves the eyes and ears. The original book, Mulberry Hand Foot Showing Tying Blood. It's written in the Herbal Classic Sweet Cool. Foot Showing Meridian Blood. The little girl blabbered on, reciting more than 30 books in one breath about the corresponding symptoms of mulberries, their processing, and their medicinal properties. After she finished speaking, she lowered her head and revealed a sad expression. There should be more. Master wrote it in the medical books. I'm too stupid and have let you down. Everyone at the table, except for Li Yi, Princess Yongmu, and Xiaolan were dumbfounded. This wasn't memorizing a section of a book. She was asking about something, and finding the description of that thing from different books. Many people claimed to have photographic memory, but when they heard the little girl's words, they felt that they were lacking. Very good. Let's eat. Li Yi patted his eldest disciple's head and picked up braised ribbonfish for her. Ribbonfish had been frozen for too long, so it wasn't suitable for steaming. Thank you, master. The little girl was happy again. She liked to eat ribbonfish. Most importantly, she felt that her master didn't blame her for having a bad memory. She seemed to have an impression of a few words, but she couldn't remember them. After eating, she went back to look for them again. This time she looked at them twice. Yao Chong gave Li Yi a grateful look. Thank you. Thank you for emphasizing that you're not allowed to ask questions. Li Yi nodded slightly with a hint of pride in his expression. This disciple of mine isn't outstanding in any way. She's just kind-hearted, knowledgeable, and talented in practical operations. The main thing is that she's too young and can't compare to those old men who have more experience. She's only 9 years old after the new year. She's not very useful. Just thinking about it makes me worried. Yao Chong actually understood. She took a deep breath, and then another deep breath. Don't be angry. Eat. If you don't pay for the meal, You'll be eating until the Li family Zhuangzi becomes poor. Master, I said I was dreaming. I dreamed that Master wrote down which place was suitable for planting medicinal herbs, or raising animals and insects for medicinal herbs. Then we had money, so we sent people to deal with it. After a few years, there were many medicinal herbs in the Tang dynasty. The little girl swallowed a mouthful of ribbon fish and raised her head to look at Li Yi. Okay, I'll write it down. I have money, so I'll set up a fund to be responsible for the planting and raising of medicinal herbs in various regions. I've already thought of the name of the fund. It'll be called the Tang Dynasty's Qingdai Medical Fund. Qingdai can not only be used to draw eyebrows, but it can also be used to draw the heart. When Qingdai enters the water, it'll be as blue as the sea and the sky. Li Yi followed the words of his eldest disciple. Wasn't it just spending money? For this disciple, it was worth it. Master, I said I was dreaming. The little girl blinked her big eyes. Then your dream has come true. If you don't believe me, you can ask these grandfathers. They'll mobilize the power of the government to help you, Li Yi said with a smile as he looked around. Chapter 1596. This is a small matter. Qingdai, eat the fish. Li Longji reached out and pushed the plate of braised ribbon fish towards the little girl. He only pushed it an inch away from her. Li Longji respected the little girl for the sake of the Tang dynasty. What else could the officials say? They were counting on Feng Qingdai to surpass the master. If they fell ill, they would be able to survive. The little girl was overjoyed. Oh my God. Her master supported her dreams no matter how much money she had to spend. Didn't they say that the master had high requirements for his disciples? And he didn't teach them skills easily. They had to learn for many years and get the master's approval before they could share some of their skills with their disciples. Why was her master different? From the day she became his disciple, he taught her many powerful skills. Now he was willing to spend a lot of money to plant and cultivate medicinal herbs throughout the Tang dynasty. Master, they said that you are very strict with your disciples after you become their disciple. Why aren't you like that? The little girl asked doubtfully. My skills are too poor. Others don't want to be my disciple. It's not easy to find one who is willing to be my disciple. Naturally, I have to treat her well. Otherwise, what if she runs away? Li Yi's eyes were smiling as he touched his eldest disciple's head. The officials were speechless at first, but then they agreed. Yes, Li Yi was afraid that his disciple would run away. Which master wouldn't do everything to cultivate this disciple? If she fell into the hands of other imperial physicians, which imperial physician would be easily killed just to snatch her disciple? Only you, Li Yi, would dare to do it. What's more, if other people met this disciple, they would have nothing left to teach after teaching her for a year. Master lied to me. I'll eat. The little girl ate the hairtail happily. Tell them to collect more mulberries and dry them. Dry them in the shade. Don't dry them in the sun. Li Yi lowered his head and dissected the hairtail fish for Princess Yongmu. Someone immediately went out to pass the message. He didn't dare to delay. The little girl not only had a medicinal herb cultivation base, but also a fund. Brother Yi, do you have something to do in the afternoon? Li Longji looked at the little girl and said with a smile. I'll write down where is suitable for planting and cultivating. Li Yi admitted that even his disciple had dreamed of it. There was nothing wrong with it. His master knew. The rain outside became heavier, but no one in the restaurant was worried because of the heavy rain. The people of the capital office and the surrounding provinces were not worried either. If it rained, then so be it. The house had been repaired, so it would not leak. The drainage channel was made of cement, and the muddy water carried the withered grass far away. In places that were prone to blockages, people in straw raincoats and bamboo hats scooped up piles of grass with forks to clear the channel. The ships docked at the dock swayed gently with the waves, but it did not affect the people carrying the goods. Rainwater flowed down from the edge of the shed, and the people resting inside were eating boxed lunches. The 3 leagues had earned a lot of money from the advertisement for the dockworkers' clothing in Chang'an, and they had a lot of orders. In return, the workers were given a full set of clothes, shoes, a pouch, and food. Compared to the Li family Zhuangzi cafeteria, the dishes were definitely not good. Even the Heavenly Earth cafeteria couldn't compare, let alone other places. Scrambled eggs with chives, roasted chicken with bamboo shoots, stewed fish in a big pot, stir-fried dried tofu with soy sauce, stir-fried shredded pork with pickled mustard and dongju, and braised sparrow in soy sauce. For a few days, it was always these 6 dishes, and the pickled vegetables were not counted. Sometimes, instead of stir-fried dried tofu, they would make fermented tofu, or stir-fried dried tofu with chopped green onions. There were no other dishes. Every 10 days, they would eat a proper pork dish. Yes, pork was a good pork dish, but it was not proper. The rice was the indica rice grown in Huazhou and Tongzhou. If it was cooked for a long time, the taste was not too bad, and the rice crusts could be left at the bottom of the pot. Indica rice had a short growth cycle, and it did not feel like there were any veins. The big iron pot was boiled on the earthen stove, and a little more water was added, but not too much. If there was too much water, the water would flow to the top of the pot. When it looked like it was going to come out, they would draw firewood and light a small fire. In this way, the starch in the rice would be boiled, and then it would slowly dry. They would lift the lid with a fork to remove the water vapor, and the rice would be delicious. The rice crust at the bottom of the pot was guaranteed to be a little rough. This was good for cooking, and it could also be fried as a snack. The people of the Alliance were very serious, and Li Chingqi was in charge. If anyone dared to take advantage of this, it was guaranteed that the money would not be enough to buy their life. The people at the docks were content, and they could not even eat 6 dishes at home. The amount of dishes was fixed, but they could eat any staple food, and there was also a quarter of a salted duck egg. Recently, there have been more and more ships at the docks. At this time last year, there would not be such a long line, and many of them were new ships. A person who deliberately kept a little beard on his chin looked outside, through the curtain of rain on the roof of the shed. The person who was in the same team as him, who obviously had a small left eye, said, "There are sailing ships from the coastal area." Yesterday, there was a ship from the Japanese Empire that came over. It was the same kind of sailing ship. Li Dongzhu drew the structure of the ship and printed it in the newspaper. If you ask me, we should not let others know. There are more contacts with the Japanese Empire, and we should take back the good things of the Tang dynasty. In the same team, the person who shaved his head was not very happy. He was born with alopecia, and there was nothing he could do to keep it, so he just shaved it. He made himself a knife, and his wife helped him to shave it clean every day. He thought that good shipbuilding skills should not be learned by others, and that the Li family Zhuangzi should find someone to build a ship and sell it. If someone bought a ship and wanted to imitate it, they would have to dismantle it first, right? In the end, the newspaper drew it clearly, and the Japanese Empire learned it. We didn't lose anything. The Japanese Empire brought things over, and we need them. We are not the envoys of the Japanese Empire, so we should spend the money that should be spent. They came up with a messy name, something like the Nantian and Zihai Trade Group. Copper, silver, and dried seafood. I didn't see them for sale. Don't talk nonsense. I asked for extra food for you. It's free. The leader of the team came over with half a pot of stir-fried tofu. He put down the extra food and said, "The Nantian and Zihai Trade Group is a subsidiary caravan of the Tang Dynasty's Imperial Overseas Blessing Group. The Tang Dynasty's Imperial Overseas Blessing Group is the team of Lan Bao of the Lan family in Lantian County. Lan Bao's mother lost her eldest son, and her eyes were not good. She was about to die, and it was Li Dongzhu who went to bring Zhuangzi back. Li Dongzhu not only cured Lan Bao's mother's eyes, but also helped Lan Bao marry his sister-in-law last winter. And then, this person's ability was indeed outstanding, and he actually found out about all these things. The group of people in the team was in awe. This was the boss amazing. The ship from the Japanese Empire is operated by the people of the Tang dynasty? Do they pay taxes?" The person with the chin beard was anxious. The bald man next to him was even more anxious, and he was anxious for his teammate. Didn't the boss say it already? The Tang dynasty's Imperial Overseas Blessing Group is the imperial family of the Tang dynasty. Yes, I was just thinking about something. Where did the things they brought go in the end? Imperial family, why are you still asking? If it's not for Her Majesty, then it's for the Li family Zhuangzi. Hurry up and eat. After eating, rest for an hour. And then we have to go back to work. Why do you care so much? You're living a life of stir-fried cabbage, and you still worry about transporting silver? You talk too much. You're living a life of eating cucumbers, but you're thinking about gold. The people carrying the work continued to eat. Before the food got cold, the boss got the stir-fried tofu, which was amazing. Chapter 1597. There were people from the Japanese Empire and the Nantian family eating together at the docks. When they first came to the Tang dynasty, the boat was lent to them by the Li family Zhuangzi. Nantian Kazuko was beside them. Women in the Japanese Empire usually had a low status. The current empress of the Japanese Empire was called Yuan Shou, and she was a woman. The previous empress was called Empress Yuan Ming. She was still alive and had abdicated. Therefore, the status of women with abilities rose. In fact, women with abilities always had a high status. The people of the Japanese Empire ate with chopsticks. It was their first time eating stir-fried food. Before the arrival of Li Yi in the Tang dynasty, there were only a few dishes. The most famous dish was fried rice. When they entered the Tang dynasty, the boats would stop to buy food along the way. They bought whatever was cheap. As a result, the food they gave the dockers was the best meal the people of the Japanese Empire ate. They didn't go to Chang'an City. They only stayed at the docks and watched the people working there. They were envious of the clothes and shoes they wore. Facing the people of the Tang dynasty, they were inferior and felt that they couldn't compare. Nantian Kazuko ate the same meal. There were 6 dishes and a salted duck egg. She felt that the docks were her home. The Li family Zhuangzi was next to her. Her other home was in Lantian County. She didn't go back often. She lived with her husband and mother in the drunken immortal residence. They brought a lot of weapons to ensure the stability of the Nantian family. The Japanese Empire's envoys had already brought back a batch of farming books. They didn't spread them to the commoners. In addition, they brought back the seeds of crops, including cotton fishing nets. They also brought back silk used for trade, kerosene lamps, thermos bottles, and diesel. They were used to increase the family's food reserves. They were useful in wars or disasters. They brought back simple smelted copper and silver. If they produced something, they would buy it from other places. They could earn 3 times the profit from this trip. The Nantian family earned 3 times the profit. The Li family Zhuangzi earned more than 10 times the profit. Li Yi kindly lent them a boat and didn't ask for money. They had to get it back from other sources. He came from his era and didn't have a good impression of many countries. Instead of using benefits to please others, it was better to use them on the people of the Tang dynasty. In summer, the common people could still light mosquito coils in front of the memorial tablets for a while, who in other countries would set up their own memorial tablets. He gave the Nantian family 3 times the profit, and half of it went to Lan Bao. The Nantian family earned 150% of the profits. They were responsible for harvesting and maintaining the safety of the trading post. At the same time, their lives would be in danger if they followed the ship. The people of the Japanese Empire shoveled food into their mouths. It was delicious. Someone choked on the food and quickly drank a mouthful of the free soup. After swallowing the food, he asked Minamata Kazuko in the Japanese Empire language, "The food at the pier here is the best in the Tang dynasty, right?" Minamata Kazuko. She thought for a moment. The food at the docks of the Tang dynasty's capital office is indeed not bad. It's not expensive. Everyone has a meal, 3 cents per person, and there's a limit to the number of dishes. She didn't plan to bring these people into the Li family Zhuangzi. It was impolite. There were too many people of high status in the Li family Zhuangzi. She admitted that the food at the pier was okay, and Yi Meng was responsible for paying for it. She even gave them clothes and shoes. Because she didn't take good care of them when it came to food, the loss outweighed the gain. There's no limit. The people of the Japanese Empire served themselves. He didn't like to eat fish, but he didn't lack other dishes. As soon as he finished speaking, a man in a white coat and a white hat came over with a plate and placed it in front of Minamata Kazuko. Kazuko, where's Lan Bao? There's a braised pig ear left. I can't sell it. I'll mix it with cucumber for you to try. The man greeted them and turned to leave. Thank you, Uncle Wang Wu. Minamata Kazuko thanked him. The people of the Japanese Empire suddenly understood. They could understand a little about the Tang dynasty. They weren't stupid. They understood that the promising women in their families had acquaintances in the Tang dynasty. They were given things by others. They ate and served themselves. They didn't stop them if they served more. Another person of the Japanese Empire ate a braised sparrow in soy sauce. Kazuko, how did you catch this bird? It's delicious. The farmers were afraid that the sparrows would eat the ripe food, so they used nets to hang them. The sparrows had a lot of feathers, so it was difficult to clean them up. They were sold to sell them. The food sellers at the docks bought them and made them into vegetables. After a while they stopped using nets. Li Dongzhu said not to kill too many. Give the sparrows a way out. It's not good to have too few sparrows. Minamata Kazuko knew the situation. She didn't eat the sparrows, so there was little meat. Look at other people eating. There are a lot of eggs. Won't the food sellers pay for it? Some people of the Japanese Empire were thinking about the things in the dishes. Where they were, there were few eggs and even less meat. There was fish, but ordinary people still couldn't eat meat. When we go back again, we'll bring roosters and hens. The chickens in the Tang dynasty lay a lot of eggs. I know how to use people to hatch chickens. Minamata Kazuko indirectly explained why eggs were cheap. There were a lot of eggs. The shredded meat that Dongzhu stir-fried with pickled vegetables was pork. It was lean meat. There was less meat and more pickled vegetables. Because there was less fat, the price was cheaper. The production of pickled vegetables was too high. They were shipped by ship. It tasted like meat. In the Li family Zhuangzi, Li Yi was writing down which place had which herbs were suitable to grow, and which herbs were suitable for farming. Songda was instructing people to move the goods. They were all valuable things. For the Tang dynasty, copper was a precious metal. Li Yi didn't want pearls. The cost of preserving them was high. If they were not handled properly, the pearls would gradually lose their luster. Copper and silver could be used to make future electronic products and wires. Copper wires were better than iron wires. Copper was also needed in power generation equipment. Silver was also needed in some key positions. In some cases, aluminum could also be used. The key was that Li Yi could only produce a little aluminum in the laboratory. When aluminum was first produced in Europe, the value of aluminum was higher than gold. After the quantity and weight were calculated, Songda asked Lan Bao, who was standing beside him, "Is there any danger there? The Minamata family treated me well. They were good to me in the past, and they are even better now. The Japanese Empire worships the Tang dynasty." Lan Bao waved his hand. When he first went there, he gained status with his own skills. At that time, he didn't have any backing, and he was afraid. Now no one can touch him. When he went there, he brought soldiers with him. He made a lot of money from this trip. Although he only got a small share, he didn't have many people with him. The Li family Zhuangzi's profits were high, and the Li family Zhuangzi's money was being prepared for the Tang dynasty. How much money could Li Dongzhu spend? What goods are you going to load when you go back? Songda asked. He had to make arrangements. He couldn't ask Lan Bao to buy them himself. Lan Bao opened his mouth and suddenly shook his head. I don't want to say. Ask Dongzhu to guess. Let's see if Dongzhu can guess. I don't care if you waste time. Dongzhu is busy. I will see you at night. Songda didn't force him. He was not in a hurry anyway. At this moment, unless something big happened, and the ministers didn't dare to make a decision, they could only ask Dongzhu for help. It was just a trade with the Japanese Empire. Dongzhu must not be disturbed. I asked them to stay in the Tang dynasty for a few days and take them to Xichang City, the south of the city, and Lantian County. Lan Bao said with a smile. He had his own plans. He wanted to tell the Minamata family that he had great power and influence. They shouldn't have any thoughts that they shouldn't have. Chapter 1598. When it was time for dinner, Li Yi printed out a drawing. He drew it himself using the software. There was a number at a certain location on the map of the Tang dynasty, and the corresponding medicinal herbs were written below it. This drawing was handed over to the workshop. The workshop engraved the plates and printed them in large quantities. He was reluctant to print the paper. If it wasn't for the fact that drawing by hand was too tiring, he wouldn't have done it on the computer. "Master, let me massage your shoulders. You must be tired." The little girl looked at the drawing and smiled with satisfaction. "Master is amazing. If it was someone else, they definitely wouldn't be able to draw this picture. How much do you know about the situation of the Tang dynasty and the medicinal herbs in order to be able to hide the world in your heart?" Li enjoyed it. It was his duty to be a disciple. "Master, you must spend a lot of money. The medicine is too expensive. The people can't afford it." The little girl rubbed Li Yi's shoulders and said, "You can give it to the people at the cost. Even the imperial court of the Tang dynasty will subsidize it a little. For the people who are really poor and sick, you can give them a handful of medicine to cure their illness. The value of the people who survive is far greater than a handful of medicine. In the future, when the people of the Tang dynasty and other places go to build and bring back good things, the people of the Tang dynasty will not have any thoughts of betrayal." Li Yi relaxed his shoulders. His eldest disciple's hands were weak and couldn't massage him. Bai Gu panicked when he heard this. "Xiao Yi, if the imperial court subsidizes the people, it will make them lazy. Besides, how much money will be spent on the medicinal herbs? Only a very small part of the Chinese people are lazy. If we strengthen the propaganda and guidance, the people will be very hardworking. The imperial court can get back the medicinal herbs subsidized by the imperial court through trade. Only knowing how to plant and cultivate medicinal herbs to subsidize the people is not a long-term solution. Water will dry up if there is no source. Wood will wither if there is no soil. You didn't read the book I gave you. Didn't it write about the national financial income and social income?" Li Yi patted his eldest disciple's hand, indicating that he should stop massaging and quickly sit down to eat. Tonight, vegetables were the main dish, and meat was only a supplementary ingredient. The cafeteria was different. It was still the same as before. Lan Bao and Minamata Kazuko joined them. They sat in the corner with stir-fried mushrooms in front of them. They had no shortage of meat when they went out to sea, so they brought canned meat and bacon with them. There was no shortage of vegetables either. The Japanese Empire had a lot of wild vegetables. You've worked hard to stir-fry the mushrooms and wood ears. He had brought back a lot of money in one go. Li Yi prepared to eat. He had braised pork, so he ate it with Princess Yongmu and Xiaolan. He had done too much mental work in the afternoon and was tired. "Xiao Yi, you can't stop halfway." Bai Gu was still waiting for Li Yi to continue. "Sell it. Crush the medicinal herbs. Make an approximate amount of each and sell it outside." It was said that no matter what kind of illness it was up to others to decide whether they should take it or not. If they died from it, it would be a bad fate. If they survived from it, it would be because the medicine of the Tang dynasty was effective. Sell it at a higher price, and the money earned will be used to subsidize the people of the Tang dynasty. Li Yi picked up the trembling red braised pork and stuffed it into his mouth. "Delicious. It's selling things to outsiders and giving the money to your own people. It's simple." Bai Gu acted as if it was no big deal. Li Yi couldn't be bothered with him. He picked up a monkey head mushroom for his eldest disciple. "Dongzhu, guess what goods I want to bring back?" Lan Bao couldn't help but ask the question he had been wanting to ask for a long time. "Where are you going to guess?" Yao Chong looked at Lan Bao. "You're so immature." Everyone agreed with Yao Chong's words. Lan Bao went to the Japanese Empire and came back to ask people what the Japanese Empire needed. Li Yi said, "Can the Minamata family eat indica rice? It's cheap. You can have as much as you want. Indica rice is expensive, and the flour needs extra packaging to prevent moisture." Lan Bao's chopsticks fell on the table. He was dumbfounded. Minamata Kazuko was also shocked. Her face was full of disbelief. "Ah, the Japanese Empire is short of food. I've already thought of it, but I didn't say it," Bai Gu said again. Everyone automatically ignored him. After dinner, they would ask Li Yi to take a look at his illness or calculate his birthday. Dongju, how did you know? Lanbao picked up his chopsticks again. He was puzzled. When the Minamata family realized that they were making money from the first trade, they sent weapons. They had to recruit people to defend them. Money moves people's hearts. Due to the lack of production, the Japanese Empire is currently short of food. Not only do they have to raise weapons, but they also have to feed the soldiers. The people who work at the docks can eat 6 dishes. The staple food is enough, not to mention the soldiers who are fighting at all times. Li Yi understood the situation of the Japanese Empire in this era. Not to mention a certain family, even the capital of Ping City still didn't have enough food. During the recruitment, the soldiers were required to bring their own food. The later reforms had not yet begun. The entire society was in a state of food shortage. The first batch of weapons sent over was to defend the place. The second batch would definitely be food. Even if Lanbao didn't say it, he would have given them food. As long as it's food, we can eat it. Minamata Kazuko looked at Li Yi gratefully. At the same time, she was more determined to follow the Tang dynasty. The Tang dynasty had Li Dongju. They were not enemies. Dongju they still want. Lanbao continued. Bake and can meat and salted eggs. Treat the salted eggs like this. Put them in a jar, and make them when you leave. Wash an egg, dip it in white wine, roll it in salt, wrap it in oil paper, and put it in the jar. You can eat it when you reach the place. It can be stored for 1 or 2 months. Don't be too salty. Also, bring a large piece of rock candy that hasn't been decolorized. At critical moments, a small piece of candy can last you a day. Li didn't wait for Lanbao to say it. He had already mentioned the things he wanted to give. In fact, the better thing was the dried meat floss. Li didn't want to give it. There were too many consumables. It was better to give it to the soldiers at the border. It's all right. Lanbao lowered his head and ate. He finally understood why Li let him do it. It was just that if he wanted to rebel, he would definitely be killed. It was too terrifying. He was so smart that he was like a demon. Don't be in a daze, everyone. Eat. Li Longji ordered calmly. What was there to be in a daze for? It was normal for Brother Yi to be like this. Okay, I'm not used to it. Sui muttered and ate. Li Yi ate a few mouthfuls of rice. Besides, the galleys aren't very useful. There are new galleys in Dengzhou. Send a few to help. When we pass by on the way back, I'll ask for a letter from His Majesty and a document from the Political Affairs Hall. Enlist the Tang dynasty's navy to help load the threshed wheat in the eastern area of Hunan province. Let's go together. Bring more iron ingots and sell them through the Minamata family in exchange for what I need. Just come back before the Yellow River runs out. Remember to make a list and give it to me together. Li Yi had more plans. He was not satisfied with the Minamata family's operation method. It was too slow. Selling iron ingots could be used to make farming tools and weapons. The Japanese Empire's smelting technology was not good enough. If they were given good iron ingots, they would usually use them to make samurai swords. Lanbao knew how to do it. He had learned it when he was learning it. Minamata Kazuko gathered her courage. Li Dongju, if you sell iron ingots to others, what if they make weapons and attack us? You can melt the iron ingots and mix it with bad iron. You can make weapons and sell them to others. It's best to make farming tools. Anyway, I'll provide you with things. You have to give me what I want even if you keep it for yourselves. Li didn't care how others dealt with it. If you have the ability, take the initiative to attack. Chapter 1599. It seemed that during the summer harvest season, there shouldn't be much rain, and the weather cooperated. Today was a sunny day, so the people quickly took out the grains to dry and thresh them. Those that were close to the river were pulled by carriages to the river, and the water power helped. Those that couldn't be driven by the river were stepped on by their own feet. There wasn't a single farmer in the capital who would use a flail or a hammer to press down the crops during harvest. They would rather spend more money than waste time. After threshing the wheat stalks, they looked to see if there were any needs. If there were, they would pick the best ones and leave them. If not, they would use a guillotine to chop them into small pieces. It was suitable for feeding livestock and rabbits. They didn't make silage. It wasn't the time yet. It was summer. And there was a lot of rain, so the silage would become moldy. After feeding the livestock and poisoning them, they could sell the livestock. After processing the winter wheat, they still had to plow. It had rained heavily, and the ground was wet. The wheat stubble was left in the ground, and it was easy for it to become moldy. They could only plow in. Next, they would consider planting soybeans or sorghum. The people weren't worried. Plowing would only take more time and money. It would be better if they plowed, as the next crop would increase in production. When plowing, they would plow the mature fertilizer. There was no shortage of livestock. If they didn't raise their own, they would rent from others. The Li family Zhuangzi had this business. The rent was to help feed the animals, and bring back some feed for the animals when they returned. Renting from others cost more, but it required labor. The people who were farming were busy, and Chang'an City was bustling with activity. The people from the Japanese Empire stood in 2 rows and strolled around the streets under the lead of Lan Bao and Minamata Kazuko. They were dazzled. The carriages ran and stopped at the station, and people got on and off. The children who cleaned shoes sat there and read the newspaper. There was a bucket next to them. The bucket was filled with water, and there was also a small bamboo tube. Some people were thirsty and stopped to pay. The children who cleaned shoes poured out iced sour plum soup from the thermos. Those lowly children can read? The people from the Japanese Empire saw the children who cleaned shoes and knew that they were children under special circumstances. How could the children of the poor be literate? Otherwise, why would they read the newspaper? They are not lowly. They do things for their families, and they don't forget to study. They get paid for their labor, just like everyone else. Minamata Kazuko corrected her clansman's mistake, telling them not to speak nonsense. Just as they were talking, a child dressed in gorgeous silk clothes came to the front of a shoeshine stall. He put on his slippers, put his little leather shoes in place, and sat down next to the shoeshine boy to buy a bowl of sour plum soup and read the newspaper. Kazuko, isn't that seat for people to sit on? Why aren't the children sitting? The people from the Japanese Empire were puzzled. They had just seen another stall owner sit down. The shoes are small, so it's inconvenient to wipe them while sitting down. The child who is cleaning the shoes can pick them up. Moreover, the child and the shoeshine were good friends. It was inconvenient for him to sit down and chat, so he looked down from above. Now, while drinking the sour plum soup, we can read the newspaper and talk about the contents of the newspaper. We can learn from each other. Lan Bao explained that in the capital office, no one from a wealthy family would look down on a child who shines shoes. Why do nobles have to treat commoners with courtesy? The Nantian family was a noble, so they didn't understand. Because behind the shoeshine boy is the Li family Zhuangzi. One of the Tubo envoys kicked the shoeshine boy, and then his leg was broken by one of the Tubo people. Otherwise, it wouldn't be a problem with the leg. A voice suddenly interrupted. Everyone looked over, but they didn't recognize it. Minamata Kazuko recognized it. It was Tingyuan Mayang, a member of the Japanese Empire's envoys. Beside him were Shimoto Shinbei and Abe Nakamaro. The people from the Japanese Empire had come over. They had heard the news and came to look for them. They didn't want their own people to offend the shoeshine boy, and then break his leg. Our envoys, this is. Minamata Kazuko introduced them one by one. The people from the Nantian family immediately bowed to show their respect. Their status was different. Minamata Kazuko didn't bow. She was Lan Bao's wife, and Lan Bao belonged to Li Yi. Not far away, Isimba, who had come over to watch the show, was livid. He knew the Japanese Empire's language, but he learned it later. That's right, that person was himself. At that time Li asked himself, "When did you break my leg?" Those who hadn't experienced it would never know Li Yi's horror and blackness. He wasn't as kind as he appeared to be. Now, whenever he saw a shoeshine boy, he would tremble. He had taken a lot of medicine, but it didn't work. Sometimes he would even have nightmares when he slept. When the envoys from the Japanese Empire saw the Tubo envoys, they didn't give them a good look. This was because they also remembered that one of their own had been tricked into harming Princess Yongmu and Zhuangzi's Xiaoqin, and the others didn't understand what was going on. Li Yi went over and quickly found out the reason. Then his own people were beaten and sent to the canal to be blown up. Now he went to another place to work. Anyway, he wouldn't be coming back. He didn't know about the entire Tang dynasty, but in the entire Kyoto prefecture, Li Yi cared about every child. The children all called Li Yi brother Dongzhu. When they grew up, the envoys from the Japanese Empire were supervising their own citizens. They weren't allowed to cause trouble, especially when there were bad people from the Tubo Empire around. The Japanese Empire understood a lot, and the envoys were dispatched. They continued to stroll. Originally, the wall faced the street. Now the wall was gone, and the houses were changed to adjacent streets with windows and doors. There were many businesses. They sold some things, paid a management fee, and made extra money. In the past, no one was allowed to open an account outside the square. It was for the sake of public security, but people still opened them. Now there was no problem with public security. The citizens lived a good life, and fewer people committed crimes. The number of people patrolling increased, and every citizen was willing to maintain this peace. The Japanese Empire's group had too many things for their eyes to take in. They had never seen such a wide road in such a bustling place. They felt so small. Kazuko, why is that person's eyes different from normal people when he's holding a stick? Another person from the Japanese Empire noticed the situation. There are people in our clan who are blind too. They use sticks to tap the ground, Minamata Kazuko replied. Oh yes, there are. Why doesn't he tap it? The Japanese Empire's people finally realized the problem. No wonder they couldn't tell. There's a blind road under our feet. It's specially paved with cement. Look, it's a straight line. Jinbei Shimoto spoke. When he spoke, his eyes were full of emotions. Oh, you can feel it when you step on it. The place near our clan should also be repaired with stones. There's a car in front. As the Japanese Empire's people spoke, they realized that the blind man was crossing the road. Just as they were getting anxious, they saw a few people coming over to help the blind man. The Tang dynasty's prime minister's motorcade would stop when they encountered a blind man, and the prime minister would personally help him. The person he helped wasn't a blind man. He was from the Tang dynasty. Abita Nakamaro told a story. Of course, he didn't know that Baigu wrote a poem and asked Li Yi for food and wine later in the story. That was a different story. Therefore, the Japanese Empire's people not only felt the prosperity and majesty of the Tang dynasty's Chang'an, but also the breadth of human culture. This place was like a dream. Everything they heard and saw made them feel small again. Chapter 1600. As they walked, the Japanese Empire's Minamata family noticed a new problem. Those who aren't begging, are they hiding elsewhere because of our arrival? This person asked as soon as he thought of this. Abita Nakamaro looked at this person and was puzzled. What are you thinking? Who do you think you are? Before Minamata Kazuko and Lan Bao said anything, Shimido Shinbei quickly said, there are no beggars in the Tang dynasty's imperial magistrate. Those who are not in good health. Today, we are not going to the East Market. We are going to the West Market. Those who have no one to rely on will be in the West Market. We will pass by the Imperial City later, and Suzaku Avenue will be in front of us. Our Honglu Temple is just beside the East Market, and Suzaku Avenue is wider. As they walked, they saw many strange things and were not tired. After walking for a long distance, Minamata Kazuko paid for everyone to take the bus. Along with the sound of bells, they arrived at the West Market at around 10 a.m. The West Market was a market and not a house. Other than the horses, even the coachman was dressed in white as he drove out of Grieffield Lane. Before the Minamata family asked, Tingyu and Mayong took the initiative to explain. When someone passed away, they were burned outside and buried. If not, they will build a coffin. The bodies of the dead winged knights were also brought back for their families to see before being burned and buried at the back of the Forbidden Garden. In the future, the Tang dynasty wants to build a new Tianshu temple. Now, they are allowed to worship there, and some children who got incubus disease will be brought there at night to play with the lights. The next day, the children will be fine. Incubus disease can be cured in a place where the dead are? Isn't it more serious? The Minamata family could not understand. The spirits of the winged knights are there. Tell the children, and the children will not be afraid. The winged knights are very good at fighting. They can fight dozens of people at once. When they turn into spirits, they are still very powerful against other ghosts. The children were possessed by ghosts, and the incubus disease will be cured. Let the spirits of the winged knights kill the evil ghosts at night, and the children will be fine. He believed Xiandao Jinbei's introduction very much so. Minamata Kazuko added. During the treatment, bring the child over a few days in advance, and tell the child the story of the winged knights. They also drink the hero's spirit water, which is made by the Li family Zhuangzi. Lanbao nodded. He knew that the hero's spirit water was a calming medicine. It was both a psychological and medicinal treatment, and it was indeed effective. As they spoke, they entered the grief-filled lane. Minamata Kazuko fished out an exchange voucher for 100 taels, and handed it to the secretary saying, Lantian County's Lantian Blue Treasure offering 100 taels. The person in charge of recording stood up, took the money and bowed. The Tang dynasty is prosperous because of you. He sat down and wrote. Minamata Kazuko took out another 100 coins. The Japanese Minamata clan offers 100 coins. The person in charge of recording stood up again, took the money and bowed. Tang Ri is deeply attached to the Nantian family. After sitting down and taking notes, he smiled and said to Lan Bao and Minamata Kazuko, Lan Bao, you and your wife are here again? Last time, I gave you a lot of money, and the child said that he missed Kazuko. I've been too busy recently, so I went to Kazuko's house and just came back. I didn't prepare anything, so I didn't want to see the child, Lan Bao explained. I brought candy. Next, Jinbei put the bag he was carrying in front of him and opened it. There were a lot of crispy candies inside, and they were covered with sesame seeds. So, everyone went to see the people in the lane. Not everyone in the lane was in the house. Some of them were not in good health, so they were sitting outside, basking in the sun and knitting. Children were generally defective. Mental defects were rare, but they were usually physically defective. This was because children with mental retardation were often. It seemed cruel, but Li Yi could understand. Children with mental defects were deprived of the right to live, and it was a family problem. However, many children and adults with mental defects were deprived of the right to live by politicians for their own selfish reasons. What kind of problem was that? For example, when the epidemic came, they were busy with their own elections. And in the face of a large number of deaths, they lied and concealed the data and remained silent. That was a saint elected by the people of a place. The saint was heartless and treated the people like straw dogs. Children were usually born with disabilities, and those who were born with disabilities were still. Minamata Kazuko had a warm smile on her face as she gave candy to the children one by one. The children were reading and writing, and some were making things. The people of the Minamata family could not see any trace of decadence or sadness from the children. The children all welcomed people with smiles, and they were very bright. At around 11 o'clock, everyone came out. How can they be like this? The people of the Japanese Empire could not understand. Children with physical defects. But why do they feel more energetic than normal people? Which place did not have disabled people? Not to mention disabled children. Why did the children feel different in the Tang dynasty? Abe Nakamaro sighed and explained. They went to the Li family Zhuangzi and came into contact with the Li family Zhuangzi's guards. What's wrong with the guards? Can they be cured? One of the people of the Minamata family frowned. Most of the guards of the Li family Zhuangzi's generation were disabled, and they fought in wars. You all know that the winged knights are strong, but you don't know how powerful the guards of the Li family Zhuangzi are. No matter how well trained the winged knights are, no matter how strong their bodies are, they are very respectful to the guards. When they fight, even the disabled guards have a 50-50 chance of survival. No winged knights can guarantee that they can survive. The disabled children come into contact with the guards of the Li family Zhuangzi, and they work even harder when they are learning. Minamata Kazuko said. She respected the guards of the Li family Zhuangzi very much. The guards were also learning. Even if they were disabled, they still worked hard to improve themselves. Let's go to the south of the city. We will come to the east and west of the city tomorrow. Let's go back and take Zhuke Avenue. Lan Bao calculated the time. It was time to eat. It was impossible to finish walking around Chang'an in one day. There were still many shops that they had not visited. Everyone took the bus again. This time, they did not spend any money. Grieffield Square gave them tickets, and they could enjoy a lot of benefits with the tickets. Everyone had seen Zhuke Avenue when they went to the east and west. It was too wide. Now that they had entered Zhuke Avenue, they looked left and right. Even if they wanted to assassinate someone with a crossbow, they would not be able to reach them. The bus did not go in the middle. It went to the side. At noon, the bus passed through the illustrious Virtue Gate and arrived at the south of the city. The area in the middle from the south to the north belonged to the Li family Zhuangzi. When Li Yi bought the land, who would have thought that the land outside of the city would be so expensive? Li Yi had invested a lot to renovate the land and let the people outside of the city gain practical benefits. Bai Gu did some calculations and felt that he had taken advantage of Li Yi. Now, he wanted to buy the land back from Li Yi at 10 times the price. Unfortunately, Li Yi did not want to sell it to him. There were shacks in the south of the city. How much could they be worth? When Li Yi bought the land, the price he offered was much higher than the price of the shacks. Now, whoever had the ability to build a shack there was definitely a symbol of strength. It was even more powerful than the courtyard houses in the first ring road, where Li Yi lived. Those were near the South Sea. Li Longji was probably the only one who was bored enough to set up a shack. Chapter 1601. The streets in the south of the city were connected to the illustrious Virtue Gate and were as wide as the Vermilion Bird Avenue. The tracks of the carriages were connected, and there was a stop 1 mile south. Everyone got off the carriages and strolled the rest of the way. Today was the first day of the 3rd month of the 4th month. The officials took turns to take a break, and the children who went to school also took a break. Ordinary people still had to do what they were supposed to do. There was no food to eat. For those who worked for themselves, such as farming, as long as they were not afraid of starvation, they did not have to work every day. For those who worked for others, if they took a day off, their pay would be reduced. When the E-League or the Workers' League needed to work, unless they were sick or someone at home was sick and needed to be taken care of, they were not allowed to take leave. The children did not have to go to school. Some children would help at home, while others would run out to play. Children with good grades and great progress would be rewarded with exchange coupons. Their exchange coupons were different from the current exchange coupons and could enjoy a discount. If the merchants received the coupons and bought the goods, they would also enjoy a discount. When the time came, they would buy things from the Li family Zhuangzi and make up for it. The Li family Zhuangzi would take it back and distribute it to the school again. At the same time, they would distribute stationery from the Tang Dynasty's Chao Tian Foundation. The teachers would look after the rewards. Buy a piece of meat about 2 caddies. There are many people at home, so I want fatty meat. Go home and chop it with wild vegetables to make dumplings. The group passed by a pork stall and saw an 8 or 9-year-old boy buying meat. Okay. The butcher quickly cut a piece of meat and weighed it. Just over 2 caddies, so it's 2 caddies. Io. The school's exchange coupon. I'll give you 1 more and take some bones. When the butcher saw the money, he quickly added something. He wrapped the meat in lotus leaves and tied the bones with a rope, leaving a place for the child to carry. The child thanked him, took the things and ran away happily. That exchange coupon is different. More stuff. Some of the Nantian family members could understand the Tang Dynasty's language, and some could even write the Tang Dynasty's characters. Shimoto Shinbei introduced, the children of the capital government go to school and can earn money if they study well. This child probably didn't eat much meat at home and took the reward money to buy meat. Otherwise, if he went home and handed in the money, the elders at home would be reluctant to buy meat and keep it for other things. The child also craves meat, right? Another member of the Nantian family asked. Children have meat to eat in school, but they are not allowed to bring it home. If they want to buy meat for their family, they can only work hard. King Song of the Tang Dynasty, and Li Yi of the Li family Zhuangzi established the Tang Dynasty Chaotian Foundation. The children's school expenses were paid for by the fund, not only in the capital, but also in all the prefectures and prefectures of the Tang Dynasty. Because of this, the number of provincial governors, military advisors, county magistrates and so on, who knows how many of them, have been removed. This time, Zhenbei told him everything so that no one would ask again. The Nantian family looked envious. No one in Pingcheng, or the capital, would send meat to their children. Even in his own family, it was rare for him to eat meat, unless it was someone with a high status. In the Japanese Empire, there was no such thing as a glass of milk can strengthen an entire nation. In reality, it wasn't milk that strengthened the nation, but rather the will to care for children. Right now they could feel the will of the Tang dynasty. When the children were in school, they began to take money from the Tang dynasty. As they grew up, they naturally supported the Tang dynasty. Is money really a good thing? The money is all printed by the Li family Zhuangzi. If they print more money, they can buy a lot of things for people who need it. A member of the Nantian family who had never studied economics was thinking about printing money. Nantian Kazuko shook her head gently. She had learned a lot from the Li family Zhuangzi. She said, when the copper coins from Pingcheng or the capital arrive, many places don't accept them. They still use the method of bartering. Money can't be printed casually. That's right. Abita Nakamura looked at Nantian Kazuko with admiration. He continued, as the medium of exchange, money itself needs to have goods. The quantity of goods depends on the productivity. The more resources there are, the more money can be printed. This was what he learned from the book, which was copied and adapted by Li Yi. It was impossible to only show it to the chancellors. According to different levels, there were also ordinary officials, including those in the prefectures. It was said that it was not allowed to be shown to others. As long as the Japanese Empire was willing to spend money, they could always get the book. The envoys of the Japanese Empire would buy a book and copy it. After copying it, they would return it and study it seriously. At least they knew the essence of money. They even wrote a memorial to their empress, telling her how to make money be accepted. In fact, they didn't have any good ideas. They wanted to ask Li Yi how to make the Japanese Empire's economy develop well. Unfortunately, they didn't have the chance to ask. Previously, the envoys in the Tang dynasty had told them how the Tang dynasty developed rapidly in a short period of time. It was all because of one person. Whoever had Li Yi would have the world. First, they had to create a bunch of tools that would benefit the people. Then, that. The members of the Nantian family hurriedly looked at the women in their clan nervously. The people from Pingcheng, or the capital, had learned so many skills. If they went back to teach the local families, what would happen to their own family? Nantian Kazuko didn't care. When she lived in the Li family Zhuangzi, she had learned many things. She even went out with the team to find a wife for her husband. We'll trade directly with the Li family Zhuangzi. Li Dongzhu pursues stability. As long as no one in the family causes trouble, they can last for a long time. The Nantian family doesn't necessarily need to use enough things as collateral to issue money. As long as we have enough credibility, we can bring the exchange coupons back. The people around us will recognize it. Nantian Kazuko already had a plan. She didn't dare to issue her own money, but she could use the Tang dynasty's money. Now, the Japanese Empire had the Tang dynasty's copper coins in circulation. They could use this money to buy things in the Tang dynasty. The upper class of the Japanese Empire couldn't use copper coins to cast Kaiyuan Tongbao. They wanted to have their own money. The Nantian family was relieved. It turned out that their people also knew about the issue of money as collateral. They secretly looked at the envoys. Would their family be punished if they used the Tang dynasty's exchange coupons? Ting Yu and Ma Yang and the others pretended not to hear. What else could they do? If Li Yi started to trade there, who would dare to stop him? His ship was still docked on the Ba River. If he was unhappy, he would bring his soldiers over to fight. Moreover, they still wanted Li Yi to help them print money. It would be best if he could teach them the technology. Besides, they also wanted to ask Li Yi about the Japanese Empire's economy. Did he have any good ideas? They talked as they walked. They arrived at a more prosperous area in front of them. There were no houses or officials. There was a big market here. The things sold here were better. At the same time, they collected things from the Li family Zhuangzi. The Li family Zhuangzi gave the officials benefits. Some of the officials didn't want to use it. It was too expensive. They would sell it to pay back the money and buy things they needed. I'll give you 20 yuan. Can you give me your 10 yuan reward coupons? A child in front of them stopped another child and said, Okay, here you go. The child who was stopped gave the other party his reward. He got more money. What's going on? The Nantian family's people asked again. We went to the amusement park to play. Some children have a lot of money, but aren't good at school. They directly took the coupons. Others looked down on them. Lan Bao said with a smile. Chapter 1602. As they continued forward, they arrived at the amusement area. The children were all playing with the coupons awarded by the school. When the people in the amusement area saw the coupons, they immediately smiled and encouraged them. If it were any other coupons, their expressions would change instantly, and they would ignore them. Children were very sensitive to this. Sometimes, they couldn't get smiles even if they were rich. The Nantian family understood. No wonder the children were willing to pay a lot of money for them. Good grades make a difference when you play. Someone sighed. At this time, a little girl ran over with a 3 or 4-year-old boy. She carried the little boy to the merry-go-round and sat behind to support him. Little Ing, you're here? Come and have some sour plum soup later. Little Ing has been waiting for you today. Look at the braised chicken claws and chicken neck I saved for you. Little Ing, come to me when you take your brother to rest. I have some freshly fried sandwiches. Little Ing. The stall owners greeted the girl one by one. The children playing looked at the girl with special eyes. What's wrong with her? The Nantian family had many problems. The other children were given money first, but she didn't take anything. She even took a child. Last winter, she was studying at the university and the minister. This spring, she finished her intensive studies and wrote some notes. Now she is helping the teacher teach other students. At the same time, she is studying medicine. It is said that Prime Minister Zhang Jiuling gave her some economics books and sometimes teaches her. Someone came over and spoke in the Japanese Empire language. Everyone looked at him. Lan Bao and Nantian Kazuko knew each other. Lan Bao greeted him with a fist salute. Brother Howren, you're back today? I just arrived this morning. I came to take a stroll. Meng Howren looked at the little girl with a conflicted gaze. He had interacted with the little girl when he was counting sticks while eating skewers. He still remembered the little girl's faint smile when he told her to hide the sticks. Sister-in-law and Yifu came back with you? Lan Bao asked. Yifu wanted to go to Zhuangzi to play. I don't care, Meng Howren said calmly. If he didn't say the last sentence, Lan Bao would have believed him. The Nantian family was shocked again. A little girl was helping with teaching and dared to write notes for the minister and the university? Isn't she the most talented girl in the Tang dynasty? If there was such a talented woman in Japan, she would definitely do the same. The man from the Minamata family, who had just spoken, said in surprise. As he spoke, he looked at Minamata Kazuko. Minamata Kazuko, Lan Bao, and Meng Howren shook their heads at the same time. No. She was so young. But she was already very powerful, right? There's someone stronger than her? This person couldn't figure it out. Feng Qingdai is the most powerful one. She only reads the book once. The key is that if she doesn't understand something, she can ask her master. She can remember it after asking once. Meng Howren's mood improved a bit. At least Xiaoing wasn't in existence that could crush him. Currently his official rank was low. The little girl Qingdai was the Empress's palace advisor and a female official of the Imperial Physician Bureau. Every month, her salary was more than dozens of his. She was a rank 3 official. Who is Feng Qingdai? Sure enough, someone asked. Abanaka Maru gave the answer. Li Yi, Li Dongzhu's disciple, the only one in the current position, a third-rank official 9 years old, right? The last few words almost caused the Nantian family to collapse from shock. "Auntie, don't be afraid. It's just a minor illness. Actually, you don't have to be infused. I'll give you soup and acupuncture. You'll be fine in half a month. If you're anxious, I'll give you other medicine. You'll recover in 2 days. If you have a fever, you'll vomit out the food you ate. Don't eat first. Eat soup noodles tonight. Add more soup." The little girl who was mentioned was in the inpatient department. The weather wasn't good. Some of the students' mothers were sick, and the students weren't around. Okay, I'll listen to you," the old lady said with a smile. Her son was coming back at the end of the month. She was afraid that if her son saw her sick, he wouldn't go out to be an official. Because of this, she was anxious. The little girl's eyes revealed a smile. She turned her head and gave acupuncture to an 8-month-old village baby. Children were always prone to illness when they were born, even if breast milk kept up. An 8-month-old child. Where to put the needle? When it came to Li, unless it was an experienced head nurse, it was usually the scalp, hands, and ankles. The blood vessels were easy to find. What? The blood vessels on the neck were easy to find? That's fine. It could be done at the critical moment. The little girl wasn't like that. She picked up the baby's little hand and touched it. The baby was uncomfortable. His little mouth was puckered, and he looked like he was going to cry at any time. After touching a few times, the little girl disinfected the little hand. First, she tied a piece of bamboo to fix it. Then, she adjusted the medicine and slowly inserted the needle. The blood flowed into the tube. She opened the 4-drip and adjusted the drip frequency. 1 needle, just 1 needle. She didn't need to look at the blood vessels at all. She was from a medical family. Acupuncture was the foundation, and she relied on her feelings. The little baby was injected. He felt something extra on his hand. When the medicine entered his hand, he felt uncomfortable. He opened his mouth and wanted to cry. The little girl dipped the prepared carrot stick in honey and stuffed it into the baby's mouth. The baby's painful expression instantly turned sweet. It was as sweet as honey. The baby smacked his lips twice and held it. His hand didn't hurt anymore. If he finished eating, she could give him another one. She could even prick him twice. Look at these 2 thermometers. If the temperature of the bottle is lower than the child's body temperature, you have to heat it up a little. Try to keep it the same. It's less irritating. The little girl told the child's mother that they were all village residents. This was the wife of a craftsman. She was the 3rd child. The first 2 were all daughters. The craftsman wanted to have a boy and teach him the craftsmanship to help the Zhuangzi. The craftsman didn't care about the girl, but he was afraid that she wouldn't be as good as the boy when learning the craftsmanship. The craftsman didn't care about carrying on the family line. The children here all changed their surname to Li. The Li family Zhuangzi's newspaper had never advertised such a lie as, "Only 1 child is good. The country will provide for the elderly." Instead, they supported the people to have children and received subsidies. It was called "It's easy to raise children. The Tang dynasty will provide subsidies." There were slogans written everywhere. Have more children for the country. The prosperity of the Tang dynasty depends on everyone. Have more children, get food. Have more children, get meat. Don't be afraid of fatigue. Get exchange vouchers when you are born. Be born, live. Be happy forever. Times were different. The Tang dynasty needed more people. The people of the Li family Zhuangzi supported the Dongzhu. Anyway, there was no danger when giving birth to children, especially those who had given birth before. If they were allowed to continue giving birth, then come. As for the problem of food, she didn't know how much money she spent in the Zhuangzi's account. Anyway, she ate in the cafeteria. It was impossible for people not to get sick forever. Even if they paid attention, they would still get sick accidentally. The hospital and the inpatient department were responsible for it. The little girl could be considered as practice. Li was a nurse at that time. She might have been thinking about stabbing someone since she entered the school. Then, when it came to actual practice, she would usually stab each other, herself, and her boyfriend sometimes. When she was familiar with stabbing her boyfriend, she would change her boyfriend and look for a new blood vessel. Only when she was unfamiliar with it could she practice, right? Until she graduated, there would still be problems when she stabbed patients during her internship. The little girl was not. She studied acupuncture and massage. Her skills and talent were there. Qingdai, follow me for an operation later. The fallopian tubes will be dredged after anti-inflammatory. Watch. When the little girl was working hard, Li came over. Chapter 1603. In the migrant workers' settlement, the newlyweds were not considered new. It had been a year, and they did not have a child. They had seen other doctors but none worked. In the end, they went to Li Dongzhu. They did not want to trouble this Dongzhu, but they had no other choice. Both their families lived in the settlement. Under normal circumstances, if the woman could not give birth to a child, it would be the woman's fault, and she would be beaten. The Tang dynasty's laws stipulated that divorce was only allowed when the couple was old and could not give birth. However, the people did not abide by this rule. Usually, it was because the woman did not have any status. The people in the settlement were reasonable. It was not necessarily the woman's fault if she could not give birth. After the examination, it was the woman's fault. She had been carrying out anti-inflammatory treatment. The clogged areas were still clogged after the treatment. They had to be unclogged. Li Yi told the man that he needed to use some methods, and in the process, he would see something. The man and his family expressed that there was no problem. They were relieved that he did not like their wife. The woman was also not worried about losing her reputation. To be able to lose her reputation with Li Dongzhu, asked the big families in Nankou, how much did they look forward to it? After the matter was settled, Li looked for his disciple. Master, he said that something was pestering him. He dreamed that he went to visit his grandmother's grave, and then something followed him. His condition now is that he is overly tired. It rained the day before yesterday, so he should be in an excited state. Then he caught typhoid and had a fever. We did not give him an injection. We just fed him medicine. Now that his temperature has dropped, The little girl pointed at the patient in front of her, the villager. Dongzhu, I don't know what's going on. I'm being pestered. I dreamed about it the day before yesterday and last night. Can you help me deal with it? The villager was sad and could not sleep well, but he was not worried. What was the big deal about the Li family Zhuangzi? There are 19 days left. You're getting married? The calculated date? Li looked at the man and knew who he was. Yes, thank you Dongzhu for your arrangement. The man was grateful. The wife he married was the daughter of another craftsman. There was no need for betrothal gifts or dowry. The man and woman looked at each other. They talked to Steward Song and made the arrangements. There was a separate house, and then he would set off firecrackers. He needed to go over and carry his wife to the new house. It was just physical work, so it didn't matter. Both of them were fine with it. One carried the other in his arms. You've worshipped your ancestors? Li asked. Yes, it was raining. After finishing work, we came home to do it. My father and mother were talking to the memorial tablets, the man replied. You are indeed being pestered. I can help you deal with it. It's simple, but I'm busy these 2 days. How about you go to the Forbidden Garden tonight? I'll make arrangements for you. The Winged Knights will take you to the Garden of Valor. You can practice a set of martial arts with the martyrs of the Tang dynasty. They will come out at night and help you solve the problem. Li thought for a while and came up with a solution. Okay, I'll go tonight. I'm fine now. I have strength. The man agreed. There was nothing wrong with listening to the doctor, provided that the doctor had medical ethics. Li left with his first disciple. When the little girl was outside, she asked, Master, what about the curse? He has both virtual fire and yang fire. He's about to get married, so he'll think about sex. I promise he'll read books with illustrations. When he's tired from work and it's raining, he'll go home and worship his ancestors. His mind will be affected. It's a sunny day today, and the night is good. It's quite mild. Go to the Garden of Valor and practice martial arts with the Winged Knights. Exhaust your physical strength and reduce your fire. You can do it together with the psychological treatment of the curse. Give him a holiday tomorrow. He'll take a bath and have a good rest. He'll recover. Li Yi explained the treatment method in theory. The little girl was smart and nodded seriously. Master, Is this dredging operation for noble consort Lu and brother Lan Bao's sister-in-law? There are other people who feel the same. Now that they've taken the medicine, they're just one step away. Yes, so you have to learn seriously. If there's a need, you have to do it. I'm not suitable. Li Yi had nothing to say to this disciple. She was too smart. It's a rest day today. I'm not going anywhere. I'm just going to wander around Zhuangzi. Bai Gu and the others were resting today. The work of being on duty was handed over to the assistant ministers and doctors. They were also on duty in Zhuangzi. They were very close to each other. The sun was shining brightly. Everyone invited each other out. From the intelligence reports, the people who worked in the fields had gained a lot. They were now shedding their husks. There was no need to worry about plowing the fields. The Li family Zhuangzi and the imperial court rented out another batch of livestock. It was raining in the wheat fields and the soil was wet. As long as the livestock were obedient, they could plow the fields. Unless it was a paddy field, some of the livestock couldn't go down. Once their hooves were blistered, they would get sick easily. I didn't understand before. I thought that livestock were divided into different grades, and that some were useless. Now I understand that it depends on the livestock's own physical condition. Donkeys can also plow the fields, but they're weaker. Yao Chong was reading a book with colored drawings. Li Yi had drawn them and printed them in color. There were several sets. The book explained that one shouldn't be prejudiced against livestock that helped people. They were actually very hardworking. Originally, it was a secret. In the end, Xiaoyi printed out pictures and explained them. Tubo and the other livestock rearing people will have a hard time. Bai Gu glanced at the book. He had never seen it before, but now he knew. 2 years ago, Li Yi used words to explain it. Especially in winter, there were many ways to treat diseases and prevent them. Speaking of which, the technicians in Tubo and the later Turks should be grateful to Li Yi. They don't know as much as Li Yi. Other people rely on their own experience to figure it out. But Li Yi is purely using data and organization. Lu Chong spoke up for Li Yi. He was grateful to Li Yi. He was almost poisoned to death. In the end, Li Yi sent people to keep an eye on him and saved his life. As they chatted, they arrived at the political affairs hall. The 4 chancellors naturally entered and prepared to work. Something's not right. It's a break today. Why am I here again? Sui suddenly noticed a problem. Everyone looked at them strangely. Everyone had agreed to be on duty. What are you all doing here again? When we are on duty, we slack off. Are you all going to deduct our wages? No, it's our salaries, right? Gang Ro is right. Indeed, arranging the workplace and the home together is exploiting the workers. They will always be used to working. Zhang Jiling was convinced. The office was in Li family Zhuangzi. He walked around and arrived at the political affairs hall. Yao Chong and the others who did not enter the political affairs hall looked to the side. That was where they worked. They were all depressed. It was rare for them to have a day off. When Song Jing and the other 3 came out of the political affairs hall, they met Li Longji at the door. Ministers, you all are really dedicated to the country and the people. Even on a break, you all still want to work here. Li Longji said with a smile. He did not look dignified at all. Your Majesty, why are you here? Song Jing didn't want to talk about her experience. She just walked here. God knows what happened. I am here to deliver some things to the people on duty. They are working hard. You all are on holiday, and they still have to keep an eye on you. I can rely on Brother Yi to have free time. Who do they rely on? The people of the Tang dynasty rely on them. If anyone slacks off, don't blame them. A string that is always taut is the easiest to break. Li Longji said calmly. Your Majesty is wise. Everyone said at the same time. Chapter 1604. The officials who were taking a nap in the political affairs hall were scared out of their wits. Didn't you say that you can rest? Why are you still here? They waited anxiously, and when they heard His Majesty's words, they were all moved beyond words. They received watermelons from Jingshui town. Chang'an was not in the normal season now, so they had to wait for half a month. This watermelon was obviously from Hunan province. His Majesty delivered it as soon as it arrived in Chang'an. Some of the watermelons in Luoyang are not fully ripe. My skills in choosing watermelons are not good enough. Brother Yi, go and perform surgery on them. You can ask for the unripe watermelons to be sent to the kitchen. They will handle it. Li Longji said to the officials on duty in the political affairs hall that he picked the watermelons. No one dared to say, "Your Majesty, why don't you find someone experienced to pick the watermelons?" Anyway, they just asked for the watermelons. The unripe watermelons were sent to the cafeteria. The cafeteria would usually juice the pulp and put some sugar in it. The inner layer of the watermelon skin would naturally be stir-fried or mixed with cold dishes. If watermelon frost was needed, the remaining watermelons would be chopped and mixed with mirabolite. When the watermelons were in the market in large quantities, there was no need to chop them up. The selected watermelons would be hollowed out and filled with mirabolite. Then the watermelon frost would be scraped off. Your Majesty, the Japanese Empire's envoy sent a letter to discuss economic matters with Dr. Li. After the Japanese Empire's trade team arrived, they urgently sent the letter. The Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Rights took the opportunity to report to Li Longji. He had overstepped his authority and should tell Song Jing. But everyone arrived at the same time. What should he say to Song Jing? Should he not say that he would wait for His Majesty to leave before telling Song Jing? Li Longji nodded, indicating that he understood. He turned to look at Song Jing. I don't think so. Li Yi is the Tang dynasty's Li Yi, not the Japanese Empire's Li Yi. However, I think that we should inform Li Yi. Song Jing directly objected. What kind of joke was this? The others thought so. The Japanese Empire was in trouble and wanted to find Li Yi to solve it. Li Longji's complexion was also not good. He nodded in response and turned to leave. By the time he found Li Yi's surgery had been completed. The adhesions were not serious, and all that was left was a follow-up examination and antibiotics. One surgery felt easier than practicing on a death row prisoner. That surgery was more difficult than this one. The people involved in the surgery were even more nervous. Death row inmates could not die in the end, but normal people could not. The patient was sent to the inpatient department. The patient's family members thanked him profusely and followed him to serve him. Li Yi retold the situation of the operation to the participants and reviewed it. Li Longji stood outside and waited. The sun went west for a while, and Li Yi came out. Brother Yi, the envoy from the Japanese Empire, wants to discuss economic matters with you. What do you think? Li Longji reached out and patted the head of the little girl beside him. There's nothing to discuss. The Japanese Empire is working hard to improve their national strength. They are mainly learning from the Tang dynasty. They are learning from everything, including the structure of Pingcheng and Chang'an. Apart from that, he was also studying the laws, rent, and daily books. At the moment, he was studying the contents of the newspapers and observing the people of the Great Tang. The only thing they can't learn is currency. Even if we teach them how to print currency, it's useless. Li Yi did not want to help the Japanese Empire. If it were not for the fact that he had no other choice, he would not allow the Japanese Empire to learn. At least they learned how to make tools. Good farming tools were very helpful to farmers. The Japanese Empire would probably build big ships in the future, ships that were made of iron nails. Li Yi did not think that the people of the Japanese Empire were not mature. People were the same everywhere. When a lion was weak, hyenas would naturally want to kill it. Only when they were strong could they ensure that others would not dare to touch them. This was why he was afraid of being surpassed in North America. Once the position of the boss was taken by others, his former underlings would definitely gang up on him. Why don't we expel them from the Tang dynasty? Li Longji was distressed. His family's good things were stolen by others. We can't close the country. We can use economic strength to distance ourselves. No one can catch up with us. The development of society depends on the whole system. Technicians are valuable assets. We can develop for a year, but others can't do it in 10 years. Li Yi was relieved for Li Longji. Don't be afraid. Our technology will not go astray. Even if we produce a screw bolt, others can't copy it. Our lathe, if we give it to others, they will take it apart and learn from it. When they assemble it, the precision will be guaranteed. Let's find a place to drink beer. Li Longji was in a good mood. He was bored and pulled Li Yi to drink. The Japanese Empire team had not eaten yet, and was shopping. A large area in the south of the city was managed by the Li family Zhuangzi. Even if the place was managed by the Li family Zhuangzi, they still followed the way here. In terms of style, everything was the same. It was hard to tell where the Li family Zhuangzi came from. Sliced and fried sausages, shabu kebabs, jianbing, inexpensive cold highland barley noodles, small cakes baked with wheat flour and eggs, dry tofu rolls with green onions and soy sauce. There were also various kinds of fried noodles, beans, and so on. The people of the Minamata family swallowed their saliva as they walked. It smelled good. It was better than the 6 dishes they ate at the dock yesterday. The Tang dynasty was very rich. They usually ate these things, but they didn't recognize them. Minamata Kazuko took out money and gave 100 yuan to each person. The person who can speak the Tang dynasty language will be the leader. Find what you want to eat. We will eat by the river in front. Everyone took the exchange coupons of different values and looked for people to buy things together. The status of people who could speak the Tang dynasty language immediately changed. The people of the Tang dynasty treated the people of the Japanese Empire the same way as others. They were used to it. There were many people from other places in Chang'an. The people of the Japanese Empire did not understand. The people selling things patiently communicated with them. Half an hour later, everyone came to the river. There were many sheds, tables, and chairs by the river. There was a trash can next to it. Someone was responsible for cleaning the tables. People who finished eating directly left. A large group of people chose to sit in the nearby places and talked with each other. Some did not use lotus leaves to hold the food. Instead, they directly put it on pottery plates, bowls, and bamboo tubes. Kazuko, can we take away the tableware? A member of the family thought that he had found a way to get rich. Shinbei Shimoto quickly warned. No, someone is watching. Put it on the table after eating. What if I take a basket and secretly stuff it in to hide from others? Another person asked from a technical point of view. That's called stealing. You can't take away the tableware. What's the difference between stealing tableware and stealing other things? Shinbei Shimoto looked at Minamata Kazuko. He meant that she did not care about her people. Everyone is just curious. They won't really steal things. Minamata Kazuko knew the situation. Let's take the tableware here. How do we take it back? Finally, someone asked the key question. The tableware has different shapes, sizes, and patterns. Some of them are specially engraved with numbers. The person in charge of collecting the tableware will clean it and classify it. Then he will go to each stall to collect it. Ma Yang of Tingyuan always came here to eat, so he was very familiar with it. Why don't we collect and clean the tableware by ourselves? Others have to pay for it, right? The people of the Minamata family thought that the person collecting the tableware would not work for free. We need a separate place to clean the tableware by ourselves. We don't have much time to deal with the food, and we also waste cleaning materials and water. The profit from the time and energy saved is much more than the cost of hiring professionals. Ma Yang of Tingyuan explained seriously. Obviously, he deliberately understood and learned from it. Chapter 1605. The people of the Nantian family tried their best to understand that Chang'an was sacred to them. I'll learn the language of the Tang dynasty when I go back. I'll come again next time. The person who asked just now made up his mind. The eyes of others showed the same position. The prosperity of the Tang dynasty made people feel helpless. When I was in my hometown, I always heard people say that Chang'an was prosperous in the Tang dynasty. Today, I know that it's still too little. A person smelled the baked cake in front of him and sighed with emotion. I heard that only the East and the West were good in the Tang dynasty. We heard from the former envoys. The current situation is only a few years. It's more than 10 times better than a few years ago. In the past, the shops in Chang'an were not allowed to open the windows and doors on the street. In summer, the shops smelled bad. In the southern area of the city, there were thatched houses. They couldn't block the wind in winter, or the rain in summer. Many people in Chang'an died of hunger, heatstroke, and illness. On snowy days, there were even cases of corpses being thrown out in the morning. Abita Nakamaro told the news he got from the senior. It changed so much in a few years. Why? The person smelling the cake looked around and couldn't think of such a big change. Because of Li Yi and Li Dongzhu. In the capital office, if you scold the prime minister, others won't say anything if they hear you. If people hear you scold Li Dongzhu of the Li family Zhuangzi, you will be beaten to death. Abita Nakamaro gave the people of the Nantian family a warning look. Don't think I'm scaring you. Yes, you can't speak ill of Li Dongzhu. Nantian Kazuko emphasized with a serious expression. At this time, a man sat down at the other end of the aisle on the right. He was bare-chested and wore a pair of trousers made of broken hemp. The quality of the straw sandals on his feet was not good and looked very simple. He held a piece of black bread in one hand and a bowl of soup in the other. He put the bowl and bread on the table and got up to wash his hands. First he washed in the first basin, then washed in the second basin. After washing he went to the third basin. At this time, he wiped his hands with the handkerchief hanging next to him. The woman who was cleaning the tableware saw this and put down the cart, turned around and walked away quickly. When the man took a bite of the bread and was about to drink the soup, someone was brought in by the person who was cleaning up. The man approached the man and said a few words. Then he took out a knife and helped the man cut the bread. Then he put down a plate of pickled vegetables and a braised egg. Without waiting for the Nantian family to ask again, Lan Bao explained. He came to Chang'an without money. Looking at his skinny body, he should be a runaway. Along the way, there were people who gave them bread and free soup. Straw sandals were also hung under the eaves for people to use at any time. The person who cleaned up the tableware saw that the person who went to look for the food seller, whom he had a good relationship with, was not someone from the Li family Zhuangzi. This person helped me cut the bread and gave me something at the same time. It can be considered as helping me. What's the point of helping someone who has no money? Sure enough, some people were puzzled. Did he have to find someone he was close to? You're just scamming people you have a good relationship with. When you reach Chang'an, you will have money. You will be able to arrange things and have a house. Today, he helped her cut bread and gave her pickled vegetables and braised eggs. Tomorrow, when this person earned money and wanted to find a place to eat, the first thing he would think of would be that stall. If he ate 2 more meals, he would have earned back the money for the pickled vegetables and braised eggs. The informant should not have to spend money to eat in this stall. Abe Nakamaro took over the task of explaining. He needed to know everything about the Tang dynasty. Will it be okay to speak ill of Li Yi in front of him? Unexpectedly, there was someone who cared about this matter. It is Li Dongzhu's grace that he can live all the way here. When he finds a job and a house, it is still Li Dongzhu's arrangement. Shimoto Jinbei reminded again. The man on the other side of the aisle suddenly turned his head and looked over. He said in the language of the Japanese Empire, "Yes, I came to Chang'an to ask Li Dongzhu to give me a way out. I have a grievance." Everyone was surprised. How can you speak our language? Aren't your ears too sharp? Lan Bao got up and went over. Brother, do you want to eat together? My name is Lan Bao. I will stay at the Li family Zhuangzi tonight. Okay. The man shook his head when Lan Bao invited him. When he heard Lan Bao say that he would stay at the Li family Zhuangzi, he nodded. Lan Bao helped him carry the things. The man had a grievance and needed to find Dongzhu. The man sat down, put his hand on the waist of his trousers, and pulled out a rope with a bag behind it. He put the bag on the table, opened it and poured it out. With a dull sound, 6 or 7 silver lumps appeared on the table. Lan Bao, let me see Li Dongzhu, and I will give you the money. The man's eyes were full of expectation. When we go back, you follow me and wait at the bridge. I will go in and tell Dongzhu that I don't dare to take the money, and I don't care about it. Put away your 7 taels, 6 maces, and 90% of the silver. If you don't give it to the owner, do you think I'm poor? Don't look down on me. Lan Bao said and put the silver lumps away. He could estimate the weight and the approximate purity. This was his job. Okay, I will treat you to a meal. What do you want to eat? When the man heard that he did not need to give them money, he became generous. Keep it for yourself. Give it to your wife and children. Lan Bao pushed a roasted chicken leg in front of the man. No more. They are all dead. I am the only one left. The man's eyes were numb. Then take revenge. After you take revenge, you can marry them. They also want you to live well. Lan Bao advised. I just want revenge. I don't think about anything else. The man said as he picked up a piece of black bread. He did not want to soak it, and directly chewed it. The crumbs of the bread pierced his gums, and he swallowed it along with the blood. Wait for me. Easy, take care of everyone. Lan Bao could not continue eating. He stood up and was about to leave to see Dongzhu. Lan Bao, you eat. We will send someone. The people who were eating just now stood up. One of them, who seemed to be the leader, spoke. As he spoke, someone ran away. They ran south, not east. There were horses in the south. Lan Bao smiled and nodded. He sat down. Let's eat. Brother, they are Li family Zhuangzi's people. If what you said is true, Dongzhu will take revenge for you. Then you will have to work for Dongzhu to repay him. If Dongzhu wants you to die, you must die. If Dongzhu wants you to live, Dongzhu will earn you. Lan Bao told the man. He was afraid that the man would die after taking revenge. Deal. After I take revenge, my life will belong to Li Dongzhu. The man said as he watched the Li family Zhuangzi's people run away. Eat. Only when you are full will you have the strength to work for Dongzhu. Lan Bao only wanted the man to live. In order to increase the population, Dongzhu gave money to other people when they had children. It would be a pity if such a big man died. The man finally ate the bread. He chewed until his teeth hurt. This thing was not something he could eat alone. I heard that the Tang dynasty had drums. The Tang emperors were the ones who beat the drums. There were also rumors of drums in the Japanese Empire. Kazuko's people mentioned it. Drums are slow. In the past, when you beat the drums, you would be beaten. Now that you don't beat the drums, I am afraid that the officials will fight with each other. Looking for Li Dongzhu is the most direct. Li Dongzhu will not fight with any of the officials. If Li Dongzhu can't stand up for him, and instead favors the officials, the Tang dynasty will be finished. I can't kill all of them, but killing one is enough. The man clearly understood. He had a clear goal and was prepared. Chapter 1606. Li family Zhuangzi, Li Yi, and Li Longji were eating barbecue. Li Qingqi had just arrived. There was no one around to serve them. Li Yi turned into a barbecue worker. The three of them drank iced beer, while Li Yi barbecued meat skewers with thin bamboo skewers. They were most suitable for frying. If they were barbecued, the meat would be easily burnt, and the thin skewers would burn off. Li Yi busied himself with controlling the contact surface with the fire. Today's main purpose was to drink beer and eat meat skewers. I'm full. How can I drink? Li Yi did not prepare fennel beans made from fava beans. Any beans, including peanuts, were the most difficult to digest after being chewed. They could easily damage the gastric mucosa. People with gastric problems should not eat peanuts, as it was good for the stomach. Boiled peanuts were fine, but if they were overcooked, it would be more harmful to the gastric mucosa if they were replaced with spiced or fried peanuts. There was also clams, sea rainbows, and other foods with a lot of sand in the stomach. If they were not cleaned, it would also hurt the stomach. Therefore, people in Li Yi's era were particular about eating scallop sticks instead of skirts. There was a lot of sand on the skirts, and it was difficult to clean them. Li Longji relaxed and watched Li Yi patiently barbecuing meat skewers. He looked down and saw a group of ants. There was an ant nest here. If you get addicted to looking at ants, you will want to do all kinds of experiments. For example, you can use a stick to draw a line in the direction of the ants. It will be a chasm for the ants. You can use soapy water to blow bubbles. You can use the soapy water to gently sprinkle on the ants, and the ants will die. This is too heartless. You can find insects and put them in front of the ants. Insects. Brother E, do you think the deeper the ants dig, the harder it is to dig? What does the ant nest look like? Li Longji took a sip of beer and drank it like water. He asked some seemingly childish questions. He would never tell the ministers what the ant nest looked like. What did it have to do with the Tang dynasty? Later, I will use glass to make it limit the range and raise ants. I guarantee that we can see the layout of the ant nest. If you want to know the tree structure, you can burn tin, melt it, and pour it in through the ant hole. The ants along the way were scalded to death. Finally, the surrounding soil was dug up, and a complete ant nest structure was formed. Ant nests were found on the embankment. Deal with them if you can. Otherwise, the maintenance costs will be too high. Li Yi had also fed ants before, but he didn't want to have too many ants. He didn't care about the places in Zhuangzi that weren't particularly important. Just like when he was young, the children would squat there and observe the ants. The difference was that when he looked at ants when he was young, even if he had questions, his parents would not give him any answers. They felt that it was meaningless. When the babies of the Li family Zhuangzi looked at the ants, there would be adults who would watch with them and explain the ants to the babies. Brother Yi, is mining like an ant? The more you dig, the deeper you dig, the harder it is to dig? When Li Longji saw the ants, he thought of the mining in the Tang dynasty. The ministers were afraid of this kind of situation, where he asked whatever came to his mind at any time. The minister did not understand what His Majesty was thinking. Was it right or not? Should he pay more attention to the miners? We can't do overseas trade now. Wait until next year. I will mark out the main overseas mines, the ones that are closer. At that time, we won't dig ourselves. We will import them, and let others do the work. They will transport the ore to the Tang dynasty, and we will smelt it. The more we dig, the less we will have. All the costs and losses will be made up with technology in the end. We will provide the tools for others to dig, and the tools for digging are steel. Li Yi put a bunch of barbecued meat skewers on the tray, and explained the advantages of technology in the process of trade. 10 pickaxes for mining were made of 100 caddies of iron material. If the merchants wanted to exchange for a pickaxe, they would need to provide a lot of iron ore. The value would be based on the iron content. If they bought iron ore from other places and sold it to the pickaxes there, they could earn 10 times the profit. If there was a war, the profit of 20 times the profit would be very little if they exported weapons. Eat it while it's hot. Chatting won't affect drinking. If you heat it up again, you won't be able to chew it. It's already broken meat. As Li Yi spoke, he distributed the skewers to Li Longji and Li Qingqi. He took a skewer himself and drank a mouthful of beer. Li Longji was quite embarrassed. They had agreed to drink beer out of boredom. Why did he ask about politics again? It felt very natural. It didn't feel like he was asking about politics. It was just a casual conversation. However, the matters involved directly pointed to the foundation of overseas trade after the Tang dynasty. Li Lang, I brought some food to go with the wine. Princess Yongmu ran over with Xiaolan. The little girl led the way. The little girl carried a tray with a lot of hawthorn candied haws on it. There were also oranges and big cherries on it. How many cans did you open? Li Yi saw the candied haws and knew that his eldest disciple used canned food to make them. Only the canned food in Zhuangzi could be preserved until now. In any case, the candied haws were sour and sweet, so it didn't matter. I opened 100 cans of the same kind for the children to eat. The candied haws that were put in the cold storage to be made into candied haws are all good rock sugar. I didn't buy any candied haws. The little girl spoke like an adult, as if she wasn't a child. She distributed the candied haws. Li Longji and Li Qingqi both had some. The palace maids and eunuchs standing outside were all lined up. They used the cold storage when making them. After making them, the rock sugar could withstand the current temperature. If they were replaced with granulated sugar, they would definitely start to melt. This was the reason why rock sugar was more expensive than granulated sugar. Princess Yongmu and Xiaolan brought over a plate of watermelon fruits. They were cut and had all the seeds removed. There was a toothpick on top and a layer of crushed ice below. Li Yi stood up to receive it. Take the dipping sauce yourself. In order to save the ingredients, I didn't sprinkle anything when I roasted it. Okay. Princess Yongmu smiled sweetly. Li Yi stood up to receive it. Ordinary men couldn't do it. Even the scholars who looked for Princess True Jade and Princess Jinxian wouldn't care. They felt that it was a coward who lowered his head to women. In fact, they looked for the princesses to lower their heads. If they had the ability, they could directly look for Li Longji. Princess Yongmu picked up a large beer cup and poured wine for the three of them. Li Lang, it's summer. One Tianlan Pavilion wants to organize an activity at the hot spring behind Drunken Immortal Residence. It needs to be guarded. Have you arranged the manpower? Li Yi pulled Princess Yongmu to sit down. Not yet. I wanted to discuss it with you. Princess Yongmu shook her head. Next time when you're done, let me know. I'll see if there's anything missing. I remember that the circle around the main spring can't be entered. No one can enter there to get water. Prepare more ice cubes and transparent glass ice cups. Peel and remove the cores of the seasonal fruits and beat them. Try to keep the grains. When the time comes, pour the carbonated water from the spring into it. It'll taste better if you drink it chilled. Li Yi helped to come up with ideas to support his future wife's career. He supplemented it, not allowed it or denied it. When Princess Yongmu said it, the matter was already decided. There was no need to judge it from a higher perspective. Not to mention Princess Yongmu. Even many women in Li Yi's time didn't receive such respect. It had nothing to do with doting, it was recognition. In some families or relationships, when one party proposed something, the other party would first consider how to find fault with it and establish their right to speak. When the other party proposed something, their first thought would be to deny it. They would find all kinds of reasons to deny it. Many friends were like this. Otherwise, how could they show their status? Husband and wife were mutual. It wasn't like the east wind suppressing the west wind, or the west wind suppressing the east wind. Those who had the ability to suppress outsiders were the ones who were incompetent. Li Yi was such a gentle existence. Chapter 1607. How much is the appropriate fee? Princess Yongmu poured beer for the three of them and planned to make a profit. Isn't it an event? Li Yi's hand paused. He was still thinking about whether he should reject the other party's proposal, but now he was hesitating. Oh, so it's free? Okay. Princess Yongmu didn't need Li Yi to say anything. She already understood. It's free, but you need to make extra souvenirs. I've designed a female leather bag. Once it's made, everyone will get one. Li Yi added. It wasn't easy to organize this event, so he had to make the participants satisfied. The leather of the bag wasn't worth much, but the brand was. Li Longji said from the side. Those who take the bag prove that they participated in the event. Coupled with their clothes, others will know that they're from Wan'an Xiang Pavilion. Third brother really knows how to do things. For example, the goldfish bag and silverfish bag bestowed by Her Majesty can be used to store things and cover the hem of a robe. It's also proof of identity. Li Yi praised casually. He had both types of bags, but he didn't need them. Once he went out, a bunch of people would follow him, or he would fly by himself. His identity was clear. Li Longji was immune to this flattery. He looked at the ants again. Don't we need to deal with these ants? There are only a few of them. Don't worry about them. When the weather is good, let the chicks out and let the hens take them around. Li Yi also glanced at them, but he didn't care. Killing ants was tiring, and ordinary methods were useless. Lime and soap could be cleaned in a short time after using them. There would be more in a few days. Releasing the chicks would save him a lot of trouble. He could clean up the chicken feces later. Report. Dongzhu. Li Yi had just finished eating when a villager from the south of the city came to find him. Li Yi looked over. There's a person in the south of the city. The villager organized his words and reported the situation. Get someone to bring him to Zhuangzi and ask about the situation. Li Yi frowned slightly. Logically speaking, if the man wasn't lying, then there would naturally be local forces oppressing the people, and the officials would definitely be involved. It was no longer just a man's problem. If he didn't take care of it, the other local people would continue to be harmed. The farmer left with a skewer of meat and a candied hawthorn. Li Yi took out another bundle of meat skewers to barbecue. The small skewers that he barbecued were served by the palace maids and eunuchs. The meat skewers sold in the south of the city were sold by hired people, including making bamboo skewers. This increased employment. Li Longji took a big gulp of beer. There are so many corrupt officials that can't be killed. When will the world be honest? He had already chosen to believe the man's words before he even saw him. Otherwise, could it be that they had traveled so far just to eat, drink, and travel for free? Black bread doesn't taste good. Li Yi wasn't worried about this. As long as there are benefits, we will never be able to put an end to it. We will think of a way to reduce the number of situations. At present, there were no clean places in the Tang dynasty. When the salaries were raised in the future, the punishments would be even more severe. The number of people who dare to be greedy will be reduced. Every time they are greedy, they can't be greedy. They have to put in a lot of effort to get some benefits, but they are still afraid. Li Yi knew that some countries in his time were like this. It was impossible to say that there was no corruption. The amount of corruption funds was not large. Some countries were lawless. The people knew all about it, but they couldn't do anything. If anti-corruption wasn't overthrowing a regime, it could only be initiated by the top. The bottom couldn't do anything. Yes, we need to change the law and punish them severely. The officials of the capital office are not bad. Li Longji thought of the officials around him and had some expectations. The officials of the capital office were not greedy or did not accept bribes because they didn't dare. The emperor gave extra money and took a benefit from the Li family Zhuangzi. The family didn't lack money and daily necessities. Even if they didn't have money to buy a house, they had a free official house. Once they tried to get some extra benefits, not only would they break the law, but they would also directly offend the emperor and Li Dongzhu. Breaking the law was a small matter. At worst, they would be exiled and could still live. The emperor and Li Dongzhu would be angry. Just look at the former officials of Lantian County. Now they were mining and reporting outside every 10 days. Their families were all implicated. Their children couldn't take the imperial examination and become officials. They couldn't even seek death. If they died, they would punish their families. How could they torture people like this? Li Yi was simply. The officials supervised each other and waited for others to make mistakes. Then they would report it and reap the benefits. As for the feelings of colleagues, don't joke. If they didn't report it and others took action first, they might be caught unaware. Small skewers are better than big skewers. Li Qingqi didn't want the atmosphere to be too depressing, so he changed the topic. Under normal circumstances, it's used to deal with the minced meat at the corners. Otherwise, it can only be made into meat stuffing. Some meat stuffing is difficult to chop. The process needs to be improved. Gather the minced meat, mix it with flour, and press it into a cake. It's good to fry it, and add some breadcrumbs on top. After changing the topic, Li Yi continued to talk about this topic. Princess Yongmu and the other two didn't make a sound. They listened while eating. They loved to listen to Li Yi talk the most. They could always learn something. Li Longji saw that the people around him were eating candied haws. There are many fruits in summer. The fructose is preserved and eaten when you want to eat it. Isn't that saving food? Li Yi nodded. Eating sugar does save food, but fructose isn't easy to preserve. Everyone usually makes candied fruits. There will be many candied fruits this year. The production of honey will increase, and the honey can be preserved for a long time. Adding honey when making candied fruits can prevent the growth of bacteria. If the concentration of sugar in the fruit itself is high, it will have the same effect. After autumn this year, cut down the cabbage. I will make more spicy cabbage with shredded fruits in autumn, and put them in the cabbage. Li Yi was preparing to launch a new product, spicy cabbage. He always sold chili powder and chili oil, but the variety was too limited. He wanted to develop a new product. The main target of sales was the rich. It could also be exported. Not bad. Last year's spicy cabbage was very appetizing. Does Zhuangzi still have it? Li Longji said. He wanted to eat it. Bring me a plate. Li Yi ordered. The palace mate closest to him turned and ran away. There were spicy cabbage and pickled cabbage. The Li family Zhuangzi had a special cellar to satisfy the appetite. At the riverside restaurant in the south of the city, the people of the Japanese Empire were eating slowly. They definitely couldn't eat spicy cabbage. However, there were dried cowpeas and pickled cabbage. The people of the Minamata family tasted it when they bought it. They felt that it was good and bought a lot. Now that he couldn't finish it, he shared it with others. It was too salty. Not only him, but many people also bought pickled cabbage. The price of pickled cabbage was low. They felt that it was worth it. At this moment, they were dumbfounded. It was obvious that they couldn't finish it. Take the leftover pickled cabbage back, and cook fried rice for dinner. Ting Yuan Maiyang naturally gave a solution. He had probably done the same thing before. I don't know if Li Dongzhu will agree to our request. Last year, he agreed to make banknotes for us. Now we know that banknotes are useless. Abita Nakamaro didn't worry about the number of pickled cabbage. He didn't feel bad about throwing it away. The price was low. He learned from others, and found that the knowledge he learned was not suitable for his own country in Japan. Instead, he looked at the economic model of the Kyoto government. He wrote it down and wrote it back to let the people in Pingcheng understand, and see if they could copy it. Chapter 1608. Hearing Abita Nakamaro's words, Lan Bao lowered his head to eat. He objected to this. Dongzhu is Li Dongzhu of the Tang dynasty, not Li Dongzhu of the Japanese Empire. Minamata Kazuko also objected to eating together. Li Dongzhu has a good way to help her Minamata family first. The family's power is fundamental. Otherwise, they can't speak and can't fight for the family's interests. Looking at Li Dongzhu's means in the Tang dynasty, the power of the Tang dynasty's families was suppressed. The officials who once represented the families did not dare to speak out. If the Japanese Academy were to use such means, his small family would be done for. Taking advantage of Li Dongzhu's cooperation with her family, she quickly accumulates more strength. Kazuko, can you help say something? Minamata Kazuko considered the family, but someone in the family asked her to help. Minamata Kazuko smiled and looked at the other party. Of course, it's just that Kazuko's words carry little weight. She firmly remembered this person. When she returned to the family, let's see how to deal with him. You're helping outsiders, and you dare to order me? I have to do my best. This person didn't know what he was going to face, so he added and smiled at Abita Nakamaro and others. Minamata Kazuko replied, and picked up food for Lan Bao. The man was not polite. His black bread and uncut bread were put aside, and he ate what others bought. Black bread was really not delicious. He didn't dare to spend his own money all the way, so he relied on the post. Sometimes other people's carriages passed by. The carriages didn't carry much, so he could still take a ride. At night, he slept in the post, but he didn't dare to sleep in the wild. The people in the post looked at him, and knew that they couldn't charge him. He was arranged to sleep in a common bed. The straw mattress was dry and clean, and the linen covering the outside was also clean. As long as someone lived there, it would be changed and washed every day. Some people spent money to live in better rooms. If there were leftovers, the people in the post would also send it to the people in the common bed. Helping to sell things in the post, plus the fees, there was extra income. His professionalism was high. If he couldn't take care of people in need, his position would be removed, and then he would have nothing. The man was filled with gratitude. From home to here, he hadn't gone hungry, nor had he slept in the wilderness. When he entered the capital magistrate's territory, there were even people who gave him shoes. The shoes weren't of good quality, and there were many people who gave him shoes. After walking for a while, they would spoil, so he had to change to a new pair. As he was eating, the Li family Zhuangzi's men ran back. All right, come with me after you're done eating. The man was pleasantly surprised. Really? I'm done eating now. I haven't eaten yet. I'll run a round trip. The farmer glared at the man. You can't be so anxious. It's easy for you to get too excited and cause trouble. Oh, you eat. I'm not in a hurry. The man thought for a while and found it was right. Don't eat too much. When you go, tell the steward first. In this kind of situation, you don't have to see Dongzhu. Dongzhu will instruct you. The manor owner reminded him. By the way, tell the man that Dongzhu knows about your matter. Don't think that I didn't report it. I won't eat now. I'll drink soup. The man was obedient. He had achieved his goal. It didn't matter whether he saw Li Dongzhu or not. You came from your hometown to Chang'an. Were there any innkeepers who made things difficult for you on the way? The farmer was not in a hurry to eat. No, they are good to me and others. I helped a few innkeepers to drive carriages and deliver goods. They even wanted to give me money, but I didn't take it. The man shook his head and waved his hand. He was speaking with conscience. If he said something wrong, the post would be finished. That was what he thought. In fact, it wouldn't happen. If he said that the post was not good, the Li family Zhuangzi would send people to investigate. How could they just listen to his words? The farmer drank the soup. The two of them finished the soup and said, "Let's go. We don't need to ride horses anymore. We'll take the bus. It's free." The others also left. They had followed Lan Bao secretly. It was not good to follow him openly. After this group left, they secretly changed to another group and continued to follow him. The Nantian family was envious. They were envious of the Li family Zhuangzi's farmer. A farmer from Zhuangzi can manage the affairs of the Tang dynasty. When can our Nantian family be the same? When they were envious, someone said what was on his mind. After that, he pretended that nothing had happened and continued to eat. There were imperial officials in Japan. How could he control the imperial court? Shimoto Jinbei and the other two pretended not to hear. They also wanted to. When their family spoke, the whole Jingdu would listen. If he had Li Yi's ability, he would have overthrown the imperial court and become the emperor. How could he not understand Li Yi? Nantian Kazuko, when you go back, can you help to bring things in letters? Shimoto Jinbei wanted to use someone else's team for free. He collected some ores and fertilizers and brought them back to see if there were similar ones in Japan. In addition, he had painstakingly obtained the test paper and comparison table to test the pH of the soil. He used it at key places. If the test paper was useful, why didn't Li Yi write the production method in the newspaper? Okay. Lan Bao agreed. Give it to him. He could also get in touch with the upper echelons of the Japanese Empire to understand more about the situation and collect more information. When he came back, he would tell Dongzhu. Shimoto Jinbei and the others smiled. They had found a helper. As for whether the letter would be known by others, secret letters needed special books to be translated. They were learned from the Tang dynasty. The pigeons of the Li family Zhuangzi were flying around. Someone had picked them up before. When something happened to the pigeons, the person who picked them up was curious. He opened the letter and didn't know what was written. He quickly reported it to the officials. After everyone finished eating, they had finished everything except for the salted vegetables. They still had to eat dinner. Nantian Kazuko led them to the large children's playground in front of the river. She wanted to build one in her family for the children to play. In the playground, groups of children were chattering and playing. Other than the merry-go-round, everything else was free. There were slides of various sizes, mazes, seesaws, and swings. Sieves were deliberately used to sift out fine sand by the river. A large area was full of sand. There were small cars, spoons, pots, and other children's toys. There were small swimming pools. The children entered according to their height. The depth of the pool was only below the breast line, not the neck. The children could stand up as soon as their feet touched the ground. There were specialized people watching them. The height and depth of the pool couldn't guarantee that the children wouldn't drown. The children's parents could be negligent, but the people guarding the pool couldn't be distracted. The Nantian family was not interested in swimming. They knew how to swim since they were young by the sea. There was no one to watch them, so they learned from the older children. Then there were children who drowned. They felt that it was normal that the family couldn't take care of them all the time. Even the adults sometimes died in the sea when they dived to catch shellfish. They thought a lot about other aspects. How much would it cost to build something for the children? What was the purpose? Was it worth it? When I go back, I will invest money to build something similar in the family. Dongzhu said that it's good for children's growth when they are happy. Also, interacting with other children can prevent them from developing autism. There are also many toys, including mazes, that can develop the children's brains. I don't know much about them. Nantian Kazuko told the family what she knew. Li Yi was definitely right. Chapter 1609. The noon sun was warm, and the children's laughter rose and fell. Minamata Kazuko looked at them enviously. She said she didn't understand. The Minamata family was even more confused. They only found that the children were quite happy. Their knowledge couldn't understand how the endocrine system worked when children played, and how it could promote height without excessive exercise. In addition to drinking cow and goat milk, eating eggs, drinking bone seafood soup, basking in the sun, and enough sleep, the effect was not bad. Many of the children playing were not accompanied by their families, so they formed their own teams. If they didn't have money, they wouldn't play the merry-go-round. There were other attractions. When they were hungry, they would ask for black bread and eat it in the soup. Today, the Imperial Plantation gave a free soy sauce chicken liver, and each child got a piece. Wang Xing learned how to operate in batches and earn money, so he had to repay society on behalf of His Majesty. He didn't care about the adults, but the children came to play on the first day of Sunday, so he took out the chicken liver alone. The chicken didn't eat antibiotics and hormones, so the liver was less toxic. He distributed it in the name of the Imperial Plantation, so the children knew to thank His Majesty. He was very gratified that the children were sensible and didn't thank him individually. Otherwise, he would remember the former 12 eunuchs, 10 constant attendants, and he would be in big trouble. The children played and sweated. When they were thirsty, they ran to the place next to the amusement park to find water to drink. There was free sour plum soup here, made with sour plum powder, boiled water and cooled. If it wasn't for Sunday amusement park, or if you wanted to drink iced, you had to pay. The Sunday amusement park was not iced, and it was free. The children's drinks don't cost money? Who paid for it? The Minamata family naturally had to ask. His Majesty. Lan Bao gave a two-word answer. It was indeed Li Longji who paid for it. He gave Li Yi 100 yuan. No matter the amusement park here for the whole summer. If it wasn't enough, Li Yi would make up for it. 100,000 yuan. At this time, the purchasing power of money in the Tang dynasty was high, so it seemed enough. However, this wasn't the only amusement park. There were 6 around Chang'an. How many children were there in Chang'an? The children drank a small bowl every now and then, and they had to boil water. The labor cost in small ceramic bowls. It's not hot soup. Seeing the children gulp it down, the person couldn't help but swallow. Let's go and have a taste. Lan Bao also wanted to drink some. He brought a group of people to a place that served sour plum soup. This person was hired, and did not know Lan Bao. Please get a bowl for each of us. Lan Bao imitated the way Li Yi sometimes spoke, and tried to make his voice as gentle as possible. Not for sale, only for children. The person in charge shook his head slightly and refused. I'm guarding His Majesty's stall, and serving the children. I don't want any money from you. Lan Bao, how embarrassing. His reputation wasn't good enough. Uncle Sanzi, he's one of the Li family Zhuangzi's men. He's here with the Japanese Empire. I saw it just now. It wasn't far away when I was eating with my brother. He was holding the hand of a little boy who looked very similar to him. Yo, when Wu brought Xiaobing here? Are you full? The person in charge greeted the big boy with a smile. Let's eat one box lunch. I don't dare to eat until I'm full. Otherwise, I'll feel uncomfortable when I play. Let's eat later. The big boy explained to the person in charge of him and his brother. He took a bowl of sour plum soup, and fed his brother first. Li family Zhuangzi's men? The person in charge looked at Lan Bao. Lan Bao, in charge of overseas trade. Lan Bao introduced himself. I know you. You sent a lot of food. Help yourself. I will not serve you. I will take care of the children. The person in charge said, and went to the side to get soup for the other children. Brother Wenwu, you are here? Brother Wenwu, bring Xiaobing to swim over there. Wenwu, let's play beach football. I will be on the same team as you. Wenwu, there is Li family Zhuangzi's Northern Imperial Plantation with you. The braised chicken liver is delicious. Boss, we are waiting for you. Beach volleyball. They are provoking us. We lost 2 games just now. When everyone was getting their own bowl of sour plum soup, a group of children ran over to greet this big boy. Who is he? That kid is taller than him by a head. And he still calls him boss? The person who was asking questions asked again. Lan Bao knew who that kid was. He had never met him before, but he had heard a lot about him. Zhang Wenwu, you are good at your studies, but you have to worry about your assessment. A few years ago, when he was younger, he met an injured lone wolf when he was collecting firewood in the mountains. After that, he dragged that lone wolf back to his village and turned it into wolf meat and wolf skin. Lan Bao briefly introduced this big boy situation. After going through a life and death battle, he had changed. It was just like Li Yi's elk, who was bullied by the other elks in his tribe. One day, this elk got stuck on a tree branch. It was waiting for death and got stuck on its neck. In the end, it was saved by someone and came back to life. From that moment onwards, it started to bully the other elks who had bullied it. It had already died once. And what's there to be afraid of? Life and death are not important, and fight if you are not convinced. This was where the strength of the veterans who had survived the slaughter on the battlefield lay. Zhang Wenwu was like this, but he still has a younger brother. For the sake of his family, he was more willing to use other means to improve his life, and not use violence to solve his problems. When others want to use violence against him, he does not care. The Nan Tian family suddenly realized that there was such a story behind this. Wenwu. After Lan Bao finished speaking, he shouted loudly, "What?" Zhang Wenwu knew Lan Bao was from the Li family Zhuangzi, so he held his younger brother's hand and walked over. "How was your exam?" Lan Bao took out a 10 yuan exchange voucher. The child had spoken up for him just now. "I'm worried. I know what I'm learning now, and I'm learning something harder." Zhang Wenwu explained his current situation. "Take the money and use it at home." Lan Bao passed the voucher to him. "No, I have money, and I can help my family." Zhang Wenwu refused. "Dongzhu gave it to you. I'll talk to Dongzhu later and give you better books." Lan Bao quickly used Li Yi's name. "I'll take it. My family is saving money to build a house. This is enough. Let's take advantage of the hot weather." Zhang Wenwu let go of his brother and took the money with both hands. "Go and play." Lan Bao waved his hand. "Okay. Let's go, brother. Let's play for a while and go home to build a new house." "Brother, there must be a house that doesn't leak." The child had grown up a little and knew that the original house would leak when it rained. He didn't want the money you gave him. He said that he would take it if Li Dongzhu gave it to him. Doesn't he know that you gave him the money on behalf of Li Dongzhu? The Nan Tian family could not understand. He'll know when he gets the book. I told Dongzhu that he doesn't want to owe anyone except for Dongzhu. I don't know about places far away, but all the people in the capital government will take whatever Dongzhu gives them. One day, Dongzhu said that the Tang dynasty needs military funds, and they will donate all the money in their family. Lan Bao said with certainty. He believed that others thought the same as him. He could not give a term like charisma, but he had a feeling. Chapter 1610. The Minamata family of the Japanese Empire had an indescribable feeling towards Chang, and of the Tang dynasty, not because of its majesty or prosperity. "Kazuko, I don't know what to say about what I've seen and heard in Chang'an." The person who asked Lan Bao walked a few steps and suddenly stopped in front of Minamata Kazuko. He turned around and spoke. Minamata Kazuko smiled faintly. "This is called humanities." Li Dongzhu said that a society without humanities is not a civilization. Humanities? Everyone was confused. This was a new term. Minamata Kazuko pursed her lips. It should be human language. Human culture embodies things such as love, respect, understanding, sacrifice, dedication, law, and so on. Meng Haoran explained from not far away. He liked nature, landscape, and idyllic poetry. When he wrote poems, he tried his best to focus on the scenery. Even if he wanted to offer something, he had to write about the scenery before expressing his thoughts. Sitting and watching the fisherman envious of the fish. What he wrote in history was the same as what Zhang Shua wrote. He wanted to be the fish and be fished. Now he didn't write. Zhang Shua stayed in Luoyang while he ran to Chang, and chased after Li Yi. He and Wang Wei were officials in Lantian County. When they had nothing to do, they had to write letters to Li Yi. Wang Wei was like him. He wrote poems and occasionally painted. He also had philosophical thoughts about religion. Li Yi replied to them when he had time. No matter how they communicated, Li Yi understood. Wang Wei tried his best to translate a passage of scripture. Li Yi guaranteed that he would give the correct answer. Li Yi cheated. Meng Haoren understood the thoughts of the Japanese Empire. He was shocked by the humanities, not to mention the people of the Japanese Empire. He was also shocked when he first arrived in Chang'an. The people of Chang and had a special temperament. Even ordinary people would treat him with respect and care when he asked for directions. They were ashamed because they didn't know how to behave. They were ashamed because they had evil intentions. The Minamata family of the Japanese Empire obviously felt different, because they couldn't do it. Yes. The person who asked the question quickly looked at Meng Haoren. That's right. That's exactly the case. You know better. The other people from the Japanese Empire looked excited. They could learn a lot by coming to the Tang dynasty. Sure enough, the Tang dynasty was not to be trifled with. Japan was too far behind. As they continued to head south, the number of people gradually decreased. The number of people pushing carts increased, and there were even people carrying poles. Generally speaking, the ones moving forward were empty poles and carts, while the ones coming back from the front were loaded with things. After a few hundred steps, the house in front of them turned into an area with 3 artificial canals side by side. The wide bridge spanned over the man-made canal, and there were people guarding the bridgehead. The people who went and crossed the bridge and stood there for a while waiting for someone to do something to them. They took out a piece of cloth of their own and put it beside them, and the man on the bridge gave them a piece of cloth to put over their ears. The people of the Nantian family were at a loss again. They felt like fools after coming to the Tang dynasty. Tingyu and Mayang couldn't stand it anymore and introduced. That's called a mask, a slightly wet mask. The people who go and stand there without moving, and the man on the bridge will use a metal rod to dispel the static. Look carefully on their bodies. Don't they all have a small piece made of bamboo on their chest? Behind the small piece is a copper pin. They use the copper pin to continuously release static. If they wear fur clothes, they are not allowed to enter. People with long hair have to tie it up and use a copper or silver hairpin to insert it. They say that the conductivity is small, which means that the resistivity is small. That's about it. After saying that, he breathed a sigh of relief. He finally stopped the people from his country from asking, why? The people of the Nantian family naturally followed. Tingyu and Mayang. Shimoto Shinbei continued. They say that it's some kind of dust explosion. They make rice noodles, liangpi dough wrappers, scones, noodles, and other rice and flour products. Ah. The person who asked the question responded. In fact, he still didn't understand. When it was their turn to cross the bridge, a woman came over with a copper rod to dispel the static for Nantian Kazuko. She also used a small spray bottle made of bamboo to spray some mist on her body, and used a brooch. She took a slightly damp mask and put it on. She checked her hair, and also sprayed some mist. After doing this, they were finally allowed to enter. They were also told that because they didn't have the usual masks, they had to hand in the masks when they came out. In any case, the people of the Nantian family felt that the people of the Tang dynasty were amazing. Their family couldn't think of such a method, and they also didn't know why they had to do it. It's not like the current situation. Will it explode when we enter? They asked if they had any questions. Dongzhu said that 10,000 people enter and leave every day. After 10,000 days, nothing might happen. It's also possible that 1,000 people enter and leave every day. On the 10th day there will be a loud bang, like a volcanic eruption. Lan Bao really couldn't give a better example. He used a volcano as an example. Everyone walked carefully and wore masks. A factory was used to process one kind of thing. There was a special pool where it needed to be cleaned. There were pottery pipes under the pool. When the water was released, the water would flow into the pottery pipes. No one knew where it would flow to. Lan Bao said in advance, there are reservoirs, sedimentation ponds and flocculation ponds outside. Dongzhu said clearly that the water used for food crops is basically acidic. After treatment, it's still not complete. The process is poor. When it's discharged into the river, it will have an impact, but the impact will be small. During the dry season, dredging operations will be carried out in the area where it's discharged. The sediment will be fermented and used as fertilizer. The people of the Nantian family still didn't understand. Anyway, they just listened. After entering the factories, some people moved the finished products onto carts or poles, and then left. There were people at the side who took notes and collected the money. The people who worked only cared about their work and didn't contact outsiders. Things like dough skin, rice noodles, and so on came out. There were also people who specially made scones, bread, rolls, and steamed buns in places without factories nearby. In every factory, the production process was written in a conspicuous place and taught others how to make it. Many of the things we buy are exported from here. The people who sell them buy them, and then sell them to us. If they write the method, why don't they make it themselves? The question appeared again. It was even more frequent than when the imperial court officials asked Li Yi. It's more expensive to make it ourselves than to buy it from here. If we buy something from here for 1 coin, it's at least 1.5 coins if we make it at home. It's also a waste of our time. When they buy it back, they just have to add some special soup or something to make it taste different. If we make it ourselves, it's easy for it to go moldy. It's not good for others to have a stomachache if they eat it. Meng Haoren once again acted as a guide. There was a workshop in Lantian County that was smaller than this one. The requirements were also strict. Li didn't allow people to not do it when they knew it would damage the environment, and there was a way to deal with it. The manure pits in the homes of the people in the capital had to be dealt with unless there was a sudden rainstorm, and the water didn't go in and out. If the people of the Japanese Empire's Nantian family felt the humanities before, now they felt the technology embodied in the humanities. The strength of the Tang dynasty's Chong, and was definitely not in one aspect, but in the whole. Meng Haoren knew this, but he didn't know that this system was thousands of years ahead of the world. Chapter 1611. When the people of the Japanese Empire were looking at the semi-finished food and finished food processing workshops, Li Yi, who was drinking with Li Longji, received a message. Dongzhu Xinyan and the other everyone has arrived at the bridge. They also brought many children, girls and boys. Songde came over. His voice was neither loud nor soft, but everyone heard it. Please. Li Yi didn't know what the other party was here for. Both sides had always cooperated. Pyongkong Square had donated a lot of money to the soldiers at the border. They no longer went to the monks and Taoists to discuss the Tao. Li Yi had translated a lot of books, so they could just read them. Usually they worked as usual. Occasionally, they would organize activities and volunteer at Sorrowful Field Square. Nanka's everyone had their own team. Those who didn't have a team were the underground organizations behind them. The underground organizations had now come to the surface and established an entertainment team, which was equivalent to a company. In the past, the underground organizations trained girls and boys. They even kidnapped, forced women into prostitution and so on. They colluded with the court officials, members of the imperial family, and local officials. At the same time, they hired hitmen to do things. If they wanted to assassinate someone, they would do it. If they wanted to frame someone, they would do it. Now that things were different, whoever they colluded with would be dealt with. If something happened, they would look for them. Even if the children were lost, they had to hand them over. Even if they didn't do it, they had to find a way to find the children. If they couldn't even find a person, what was the meaning and value of their existence? They wanted to see which family's wife was beautiful. They would instigate the other party's husband to gamble and sell his wife. The man would have to pay 10 taels. If they were caught, they would have to pay 10 taels. If they couldn't hand them over, it was easy. Didn't they still have their lives? If they used their lives, they would kill a group of people. What kind of underground organization could be more ruthless than the Winged Knights? Who wasn't afraid of death? If they weren't afraid of death, why didn't they join the army and fight on the front lines? The Yulin flying cavalry could break through the enemy lines when the two armies faced each other. Would the motley crew of the underground forces dare to do so? Any organization that could survive was obedient. The working women were free. They were grateful to Li Yi. Unfortunately, Li Yi was like a block of wood. He didn't understand their feelings. It had been a long time since he had seen such a scene. It did not make sense for them to move out en masse and block him outside. Thus, a large group of orioles and swallows came in. It was summer, and their clothes were even more gorgeous. Their makeup was not thick, and each one of them wore light makeup, but they still looked radiant. Li Yi invited Li Longji and the others to move to the plaza. There were too many people, so they couldn't fit in here. Li Longji preferred the Li family Zhuangzi's large plaza. He was always thinking about the first day of the lunar month, so he was not willing to go to Hanyuan Palace Hall to hold the imperial court meeting. So he held it in the plaza. As long as Brother Yi doesn't participate, there won't be any problems. The farmers didn't care what they saw. More than 1,000 people came in. Everyone had their own people, so they couldn't bring all of them here today. Otherwise, the number would have increased tenfold. Sure enough, there were many little boys and girls around. They didn't look like they had been abducted. Today, the children in Zhuangzi were also resting. Some of them were reading, practicing calligraphy, and some were playing. Some of the children were looking for insects to feed the ants in the plaza. Seeing so many people coming, some of them were about the same age as them, so they ran to report. When Xi and Yan and the rest found their seats, the children in Zhuangzi and the babies in Zhang family village all ran over. They held food and toys in their hands, wanting to entertain their little friends. Greetings, Li Dongzhu. Greetings, Li Dongzhu's third brother and elder brother. Greetings, Wen Tian and Xiaolan. Everyone bowed together, addressing them as scholars. Quickly serve tea. I want chrysanthemum tea. Children, serve fruit juice cold. Xiaolan instructed. She was happy. Look, she was included. She was so happy to be behind the princess. If she was placed in front, it would definitely be considered as sowing discord. As she spoke, she looked at Li Yi. Can the children drink cold fruit juice? Iced. Li Yi continued. The youngest of the children looked to be 5 or 6 years old. The weather was hot, and the children could even eat popsicles. There was no need to worry about the children's gastrointestinal problems. The children knew how to adjust themselves. If it was too cold, they would know how to drink it slowly. When eating popsicles, the children at this age would lick and wrap them. Not many of them would chew on the popsicles. The key was that they couldn't chew on them. Li Yi thought, and his thoughts diverged. Should the children eat popsicles when they are growing their teeth? Should they chew on them until their teeth fall off? It wouldn't hurt that much, but it would be cold and numb. Xi and Yen stood up. Li Dongzhu, these children are the outstanding contestants from last year until now. They have helped you sell a lot of things. Today, they are here to perform for you. She was talking about Li Yi paying to advertise and sell convenience food for his fans. Okay, Li Yi agreed, but he began to plan in his heart. If he wanted to arrange any songs for the children in the future, he had to take out at least 5 of them. They brought a group of children to perform for you. Are they performing for free? Money is definitely not a good idea. They don't lack money. If they want money, why would they look for you? The children began to perform. They played a folk music ensemble. Those who danced stepped forward, and those who sang stood at the side. Standing on the white sand, looking into the distance, thinking of love. When will you return? The group of young ladies danced in unison. Their movements were neat, and there was a relaxed posture in the process. Li Yi narrowed his eyes. It wasn't easy. At that time, it could be said that he basically did not have such a neatly stretched singing and dancing accompaniment, and it took a long time for him to get in touch. The only dance that could compare to this was the Thousand Arms Guanyin performed by the deaf mutes. Moreover, it was only for that batch. After that, it would not work. Without thousands of times of practice, it was absolutely impossible to reach the level that the children were performing now. The children were performing under absolute pressure. Clearly, they had trained their movements into instinct. Even if they were distracted, they would still do it. Their hearts could fly, but their posture was not allowed to be poor. Li Longji and Li Qingqi were smiling, but they were worried about the children. Don't make any mistakes. There are videos. This performance can be played on the water curtain later. Good luck. Everyone, including Li Yi, was even more nervous than the children. They did not dare to move. They were afraid that the children would not be able to keep up with the rhythm if they saw their movements. As the song was repeated, the masters of Nanka joined in and interacted with the children's dancing, singing and playing. The content was richer, the sound was more harmonious, and the layers of the music were more distinct. This was the strength of Pyongkong Square. Even if it was a selection, they would ensure the quality. They would not accept money from others and relax the standards. They would even cheat. Behind their sponsor was Li Yi. On the surface, it was another company. However, there would be a time when someone would see through it. For example, after the new year, the people who bought the goods finally realized that this company was not a new one. They had people from the Li family Zhuangzi involved. The goods were too good. After the song ended, the children ran back. Li Yi and the others were sweating. The children were so cute. If they did not perform well, how sad would it be? Not bad. They persevered. From the beginning to the end. Applause. Hurry up and eat. Take a rest. The second round will begin. Li Longji ordered. Turning his head, he said loudly to Li Yi, "Brother Yi, the children are so hard-working and outstanding. Don't you think so?" "Yes," Li Yi also said loudly. "It just so happens that I have a few programs that I need. I was worried that I would not be able to find people." Chapter 16:12. The children from Zhuangzi's village, Xiaolan, and Zhuangzi's neighbors all ran over to give gifts and chat with the performing children. "You play the zither better than me. No matter how much I practice, I feel uncomfortable when I press the strings with my left hand. Why do your fingers slide so naturally when you play the flute in the halftone? My voice breaks when I play the flute. How much rosin do you apply to your ponytail? If you apply too much, it'll be too rough. If you apply too little, it'll be hard to hang the strings. Your voice is so beautiful. What do you usually eat to maintain your voice?" The children looked for others to ask, and at the same time, they gave their things to others. They were not arrogant, because they were the children of Li family Zhuangzi. If they could not do it themselves, they would try their best to learn from others. Some of the children had already learned dance moves, expressions and eyes from others. Li did not stop them. If the children could discover their own shortcomings and were willing to learn, he should encourage them. I'm here. I heard that there are cute children performing. I can't help it. I'm definitely not attracted by the beauty of Nanka's great master." When Li Yi picked up another skewer to grill, a large group of people rushed over. Bai Gu walked in front in a hurry. Li Yi smiled. "Old Bai, I believe you. Aya Xiao Yi, you know me best." Bai Gu stood there holding a skewer. "If you don't exercise, you can't do anything in front of beautiful women," Li Yi added. "Bai Gu," he wanted to tell Li Yi, "Old heart, you're too stubborn." "Exercise will do," Lu Huaishan interrupted. "Exercise, medicine and minor surgery. If you use all three, even the worst condition can be improved. Some people only need to use one of the first two." Li Yi was more honest in this aspect. He did not lie. "Xiao Yi, I've just come up with a new dish. Why don't you come to my house tomorrow, or the day after tomorrow? I'll make it for you to try." Lu Huaishan had a sincere look on his face, as if he wanted to discuss the art of cooking with Li Yi. "Xiao Yi, I have a friend. He always laments the loss of time. The past is hard to recall. He has a concubine at home. He wants to find." Li Riji looked at Lu Youqiu and Li Yi. Lu Youqiu said, "Just tell me. There's no need to trouble others. I'll admit it." Li Riji, "I'm just looking at you. I'm not talking about you. Don't you know what I mean? Our friendship is over." "Brother Yi, if a child learns these things, how will they make a living in the future?" As Li Longji watched the show, he suddenly thought of what his children would do when they grew up. The pear garden built by Her Majesty is not bad. In the future, there will be weddings, funerals, festivals, birthdays, gatherings, welcoming guests, sending people off, and even going to the place where performances are held to watch performances. Li Yi told him everything he could think of. In the Tang dynasty, there was no radio, no TV, and no mobile phone to surf the internet. When he was poor, he could only hum a folk tune that he had learned from God knows where, and had changed countless times. In order to save fuel, he went to bed immediately after dark. In summer, the sky would already be dark at around 7 o'clock. It would not be bright until 5 o'clock the next morning. 10 hours of sleep would save him a lot of food. In the future, when the standard of living improved, everyone could not just stay at home and read books with oil lamps. They needed entertainment. At this time, they needed a professional team to support cultural activities. When performing for the rich, they had to be more elegant. When performing for the poor, they had to be as vulgar as possible. The Pear Garden has been writing songs about the military and praising the Tang dynasty. Li Longji was too embarrassed to say that there were many praises for him. It's also possible that when they grow up, they will start to study in schools. I'm preparing to publish a large number of textbooks, including biology, nature, handicrafts, and other content for children's school. Further up, it will involve chemistry, physics, and more advanced mathematics. If they are willing to learn other languages, they can find someone to teach them. I'm afraid that the aristocratic families and people from Confucianism will find trouble with me. I don't dare to do so. Should I invite some of their leaders to discuss this? Li Yi said that he was afraid, but his face did not show the slightest bit of concern. Good. While they were talking, another performance was finished. Everyone hurriedly shouted and clapped. The dancing children were panting and smiling brightly. They ran to the side to drink fruit juice. That's enough. Go and play. I'll start the performance tomorrow. Let's rehearse. Li Yi was afraid that the children would be tired. It was a hot day now. Let's watch cartoons. Li Longji followed and shouted. It's a pity that I don't have the equipment I exchanged in Zhuangzi. I should find someone to make cartoons. I'll use manual drawing, video recording, and dubbing. Li Yi suddenly thought of the cartoons produced in the Tang dynasty. Now the only cartoons he could play were the Smurfs. At that time, his cartoons were produced in China, and they were lagging behind a lot. No one was willing to invest money in them. They had a poor sense of brand awareness. His favorite cartoon was Cat and Mouse. The characters were cute, and the best was the soundtrack. The little mouse stole a piece of cheese and carried it on his back. The cat piled more and more things on the cheese. When the little mouse crossed the bridge, the soundtrack was the song of the Volga River boatman. As he watched and listened, he smiled knowingly. Her pursuit of art was perfect. Li Longji could not see Li Yi's heart. He watched the child being pulled away by other children. If you draw it, others can't see it. Can you exchange the water curtain for every state in the Tang dynasty? There will be new technology in a few years. It's similar to the camera. I'll draw you 2 pictures of Zhu Beiji eating watermelon. Li Yi had already planned. He did not want to play with his lifespan. He would just give it to Zhuangzi. Before he finished speaking, the box had been opened, and Qing Song was looking for paper and pen. He took the pencil and paper, and gently put them on the table. Behind him, Purple Jade bypassed him, and put the red and blue lead pencil on the table. Li Yi picked up the red and blue lead pencil. Zhu Beiji eating watermelon must have color. He took the black pencil. How should he control the light to draw the watermelon? The highest level of sketching was not perspective and lines. While some people pursued how to draw the things they saw, others had already considered the problem of light. Sitting in the same position, and looking at the same scenery at different times. Li Yi could not draw the same scenery. He was not at that level. He only knew the theory. Not long after, the 2 pictures of Zhu Beiji eating watermelon were finished. One held the watermelon and did not eat it, while the other bit it. Most of the other parts were the same. He picked up the chopsticks, rolled up the first picture, and put it on the second one. He pulled and pulled the chopsticks. When he was fast, he saw Zhu Beiji eating the watermelon one bite after another. Third brother, look, this is a cartoon. Put many similar pictures in succession. More than a person's visual retention, a coherent picture is formed. The more pictures there are at the same time, the more natural it looks. At a certain level, it can't be felt. Usually, A clock's second hand moves once to the end. More than a dozen pictures are actually enough. If there are few pictures, it will look a little sluggish. Li Yi put the toy in front of Li Longji. How many times do you want to play? Chapter 1613. Li Longji was happily brushing his brush, while Princess Yongmu pouted at the side. On the other side, the big shots of Nanku began to perform. A cloud palace sound came up, ethereal, distant and magnificent. Li Yi picked up the brush again, and drew 2 pictures. The picture of a chicken eating rice was easier than Zhu Beiji eating watermelon. Here. Li Yi handed over the finger. Princess Yongmu burst into laughter. Was he trying to fool her? One for each of you. Li Longji stopped playing, and gave it to Princess Yongmu and Xiaolan. The little girl ran away, and probably went to watch cartoons with the children. The water screens rose. One was showing cartoons in Zhuangzi, another was on the bridge, and the last one was facing Chang'an City. Someone was filming the performance of the big shots of Nanku. The common people crowded to watch. Usually they would not see these people. Not only the common people, but also the nobles could not gather a large group of big shots to perform. It cost a lot of money to meet one of them alone. Other than His Majesty, the Empress, the retired Emperor noble consort Lu, only Li Yi could find them at the same time. The key was that Li Yi did not find them. They went by themselves. Oh, I'm so jealous. Li Yi took the opportunity to relax. The others were performing, drinking beer and eating skewers. The children sat on small chairs with a bamboo tube in their hands. There was popcorn in the tube. It was made of rice and sorghum rice, but there was no corn. There was even iced fruit juice on the side. Eating a few popcorn and drinking a mouthful of fruit juice was the happiest thing for a child. Li Yi was drinking when the little girl ran back with a paper bag in her hand. Master, I just heard them say there was popcorn. I brought some for you to drink. The little girl put the bag on the table. Li Longji was stunned. He thought the little girl was going to watch cartoons, but this disciple always thought of her master. Okay, which one do you like? Li Yi looked at the 2 kinds of popcorn in the paper tube, and asked his eldest disciple. Master, I'm still growing my teeth. I lost another tooth 3 days ago. I can't eat anything. I always feel like I'm chewing on empty air. The popcorn is stuffed in the missing tooth. The little girl opened her mouth and pointed at her teeth. Wait for me to draw a diagram, and use the steam engine to drive it. I will make better puffed popcorn for you. It can be hollow or solid. Li Yi looked at his eldest disciple's teeth. Indeed, there were 2 missing teeth. The rice and sorghum rice were just enough to fill the missing teeth. After stuffing it, he bit it again, and it directly hit his gums, which didn't feel very comfortable. With a swish, he opened the box and took out a piece of paper and a pen, then glanced at the cub. The cub went to get the tool ruler, which was a necessary item for drawing. The things on the table in front of Li Yi were removed, and the work of barbecuing meat was taken over by the eunuch. He began to draw, looking at the information in front of him to draw, which was copying. This is called an expansion machine. The principle is simple, and the structure is not responsible. It's far worse than the steam engine. Even the sorghum straw can be made into popcorn with it. It will dry out if you eat too much. It's generally used to feed fish and rabbits, and it's also good for lambs and calves. If it's driven by water power, this is difficult. A big water wheel plus crankshaft bearing gears needs to work, but it's possible in theory. For his apprentice, Li Yi thought of an expansion machine, which was simpler than making a steam engine. The snacks they ate were naturally puffed popcorn sticks. At first, the expansion machine was used to make feed. The produced particles were all small, suitable for feeding young animals. Later, they were used as fish food, followed by children's food. It was more difficult to draw this than to draw Zhu Beiji eating watermelon. Do you see? Xiaoyi still has good things to take out. Today, for my apprentice, she's willing to do it. Yao Chong was staring, but he didn't pay attention to the southern Chu woman. He lowered his voice and said to the people around him. What he meant was that Li Yi was hiding something and didn't take it out. I forgot, Xiaoyi has never been idle. She eats skewers, drinks beer, and studies the national policy. The equipment to make popcorn is considered a strange skill. Bai Gu spoke up for Li Yi. He hoped that Li Yi would come up with more ideas to make money. If a worker wants to do a good job, he must first sharpen his tools. How can it be called a strange skill? The husband's work in agriculture is the foundation of the country. Every skill that benefits can become a tool. Therefore, agriculture can be used to the fullest and work less. And, Wei Jigu quit. You want Li Yi to make money for you? The Ministry of Works doesn't want technology? His voice was loud, and the people around him heard it. The little girl turned her head to look. Why are they still fighting? Her Majesty is here. And you don't want to give my master face? Next time when I'm sick, I won't care about you. Qing Dai, when Minister Wei said husband in husband's work in agriculture, there are many meanings. When it is used at the beginning of a sentence, it is usually a preposition. It can be understood as, for example, comma, in, etc. When it is used at the end of a sentence, it can sometimes be used as a modal particle. As for husband, it is a verb and is placed before a noun. If it is placed behind a noun, for example, the official position joining the army, it becomes a noun supplement and also a noun. It has a definite effect. Joining the army can be an empty position, but joining the military is a real position. For example, it is an empty position under the Secretary of State. If it is an official position under the Secretary of State, it is a real position, the Prime Minister. The four words husband's work in agriculture are a preposition, a verb and a noun. Farming is a noun that refers specifically. If it doesn't refer specifically, there is only farming and no affairs. Li Yi was drawing pictures, and he still had the leisure to teach his eldest disciple about Chinese. Li Yi said with a trace of disappointment. He used to teach his friend's child for free on QQ, a primary school student. In a week, he could let the child write an essay and write thousands of words. After that, he stopped teaching the essay and taught the poem and the story behind the poem. After teaching for more than 7 months, the child's exam results did not improve much. The child's parents thought that it was useless to learn, and the child was even more unwilling to learn. 1 hour a day, the matter ended, and the child rarely contacted his friends. After 3 years, when the child was in junior high school, he suddenly said on QQ, "Uncle, what you taught me in the past, my teacher is also teaching me now." At that time, Li Yi did not reply. It was meaningless. After another 3 years, the child again said on QQ, "Uncle, thank you for teaching me in the past. It is very useful now, but the information at that time is gone, and I still don't understand some things." Li Yi still did not reply. "It is too late. I know that you are about to take the college entrance examination. What is the use of looking for me now? Can I be like how you were in primary school, when I asked you to write 1,000 words in a week, and suddenly pull up your current Chinese results in a certain aspect? Dream on. The level is different. It is too late. Even if you are admitted to the Chinese major, you will still find the things you learned in the past. The biggest mistake in the past was that it was free. You treated it as a burden, and your parents did not know how to cherish it. You think that an hour is difficult, but how much money do I earn in an hour? If I don't earn money, can't I sleep well?" His current disciple was still better. She also took a pen and book and listed all kinds of sentences. That serious look made people feel that if they did not teach her well, they would be letting down the child's hard work and trust. "Xiao Yi, can the things you come up with make money?" Bai Gu suddenly said. That sentence pulled Li Yi back from his memories, and then he felt a sense of disgust. Chapter 16:14. Old Bai, do you know how fish hybridize? First of all, you have to have a fish tank. When Li Yi was disgusted, he replied to Bai Gu. Bai Gu suddenly felt a little pain in his teeth. Did he eat something wrong and get heaty? What does it have to do with the things you painted? Bai Gu first bit his teeth to determine which ones hurt, and found that there was no problem. Raise goldfish, feed fish, make money. There are several kinds of things to feed fish, such as noodles, breadcrumbs, rice grains, larvae of chironomid mosquitoes, earthworms, water fleas, etc. Li Yi said to make money, You are not doing it for the money. Okay. The Minister of Revenue asked you to be a competent person. The key is, why do you always think about me? There is so much wealth in the world. I have helped you to fill your teeth and saved your life. Oh, feed fish. What if others don't buy it? Bai Gu had an epiphany, but he still had questions. Others didn't eat bean worms before. Now it is time to raise a large number of bean worms. It is estimated that the soybean leaves are not enough to eat, and they have to feed cowpea leaves and grape leaves. If the grapes are sharp, the grape strings are delicious. They are sour, and the worms are the happiest to eat. New fish species can only be produced by hybridization. The female fish throws the seeds and fertilization. It is mainly controlled by humans. There will always be a mess of fish. Li Yi had an understanding of this. He also tried, but he couldn't settle down and always failed. Fish can be eaten? Like bean worms? Bai Gu analyzed. It is propaganda that fish can be eaten, but not for eating. For example, raising a kind of fish, I say this fish is good. Raising it at home can make you rich, can be full and safe, can give birth to boys, can let children take the imperial examination. Li Yi gave an example to bluff. The price of the arowana is high. The color changing is even higher. And there is also the flower horn with words on its body. If the stripes on the fish look like the 4 words Fu Lu Shou Shi, the price of the fish will be crazy. If it has the 4 words promotion and wealth at the same time, it will be at least the price of a high official, less than 10 million yuan. Su Yi grabbed a handful of popcorn from the table and asked curiously, "Is it useful? Are the curses from the curses department useful?" Li Yi asked. Yes. Su Yi admitted. It's about the same effect. For example, if you have a stomachache and the imperial physician says it's fine, I say 3 months to prepare for your funeral. You guarantee that there will be a problem, or at least you'll lose weight. Do you agree? Li Yi was serious. At the same time, he looked at the dissatisfied expression of his eldest disciple. Well, don't scare me. Why? Su Yi was afraid that Li Yi would say that there was something wrong with his body. Because I stole someone's popcorn. Li Yi said as he took a piece of sorghum rice from Su Yi's hand and threw it into his mouth. I'll send you a bucket, no, a stone of sorghum rice and a cart of washed coal later. Su Yi was depressed. Are you waiting for me here? I'm a zaifu. And there's a problem with just grabbing a handful of popcorn? For people with weak wills, psychological factors have a huge impact. Just like you, zaifu, you don't care about your face, so it doesn't matter. Everyone don't stare at me. I'm just giving an example. Only those who are selfish in the depths of their souls can achieve great things. For example, when people fall sick, they don't consider how to deal with the illness. Instead, they kill more people to protect their position. At this time, they don't feel sad because they are not ordinary people. The curses that Li Yi said were actually related to psychiatrists. China has long had them, including surgery, internal medicine, pediatrics, and gynecology. Among them, pediatrics is also known as the mute department. Look, listen, question, and feel the pulse. The questions can't be asked, and the child can't answer. Hence, they are called mutes. There's also bloodletting. This was not a patent of the West. In the past, when the West fell sick, they would bleed and use a knife to cut. Is it effective? It depends on the illness. It's like scraping sand. The local blood will be congested and the blood will be produced. This is not a Western method. China has it for a long time. Also, it's not cutting, but using a 3-edged needle. There are also various problems in childbirth, especially in terms of hygiene. China's urgent prescriptions are written clearly and clearly. There are also medical books, such as the Emperor's Canon of Internal Medicine. The destruction of Chinese medicine was due to the change of dynasties. Every time, it was the invasion of barbarians. Sigh. Li Yi always unconsciously recalled. He sighed. He continued to talk about business, about making money. The glass fish tank can be sold. Once a person places his or her mind on a hobby, the amount of money he or she spends can make a person go bankrupt. I just don't want to cheat people in this aspect. Otherwise, drinking tea will do. As for fish farming, control it. Don't let others indulge too much. As long as they are happy, it's fine. Li Yi knew that there were people who played with birds to make people poor. people who drank tea to make people poor, people who made people poor with jade, and people who made people poor with photography. Then what can the things you draw do? Baigu was anxious. Didn't they just say that it's to make money? To make fodder. Newborn animals are prone to illness once they are out of the feeding period. Puffed fodder is sterilized due to the high temperature involved in the production process. It's fed to lambs and calves. They are in a relatively good state of growth. Li Yi started with the foundation of animal husbandry in the Tang dynasty. As for making puff snacks, it was another problem. Xiao Yi, you can come up with something new for the Tang dynasty. It's another merit. Yao Chong sighed. I drew this for my eldest disciple to eat. She has 2 holes in her teeth. Everyone can see that. She can't eat rice or sorghum popcorn. Li Yi reached out and touched the little girl's head. The little girl looked up and smiled. Master, there are many children like me. Will you lose money by making this? She wanted to help more people, but she was afraid that her master would lose money. It's more profitable than the previous popcorn. It's also puffed. One is a limited form of puffing, a popcorn machine. The other is not limited. It directly crushes the crops. In terms of volume, the latter is larger than the former. We will both profit at the same price, but it can be cheaper. I've already thought of a name. It's called Indigo Popcorn Stick. When there is more corn in the future, I'll use that to make it. I'll buy 1 stick for 1 cent. It's 2 feet long and 1 inch thick. Li Yi doted on his eldest disciple. If she didn't, it would go against the heavens. God was always jealous and wanted to take away the child. No, there was no room for discussion. Corn is not valuable. Is the production high? The little girl knew the purchasing power of 1 cent. Could one buy such a big popcorn? If all the civil and military officials had half of your IQ and EQ, your master could fight all the way to the Mediterranean Sea. As Li Yi spoke, he looked at the 4 Zaifu contemptuously. You've learned so much that you've lost the intelligence of a child. Li Lang, the envoy of the Japanese Empire. A few days ago, he came to me and said that he wanted to discuss music with me. Are you familiar with his situation? At this time, the big families of Nankou had already performed several performances. Xi and Yin walked over and asked Li Yi for advice. I am familiar with them. The style is slightly different, but it can be similar. The Japanese Empire's music has a unique style. Furthermore, Tubo, which is further west, has a different style. As Li Yi spoke, several musical styles and ethnic characteristics appeared in his mind. Chapter 16:15. Before the cartoon finished, it was time for dinner. The children were allowed to watch it for a while longer. After watching this episode, they were happy. Although it was only 5 minutes, they were happy. Li Yi and Li Longji stared at the food in a daze. They were not hungry, but they drank too much beer. The Prime Minister and the others ate happily. Each of them only ate half of what they had eaten at noon. They took a bite of each of the mini dishes to maintain a balanced nutrition. Nankou's big shots also controlled their food to maintain their figures. Princess Yongmu had a large plate of braised pork in front of her. Xiaolan, let's eat until we're 70% full at noon. We'll make up for it at night. Okay, let's not eat so many quail eggs, okay? We'll each have 2. Xiaolan was worried when she saw 10 quail eggs on the plate. Li Longji, Li Yi, and Li Qingqi continued to drink beer. Li Yi took 6 quail eggs from Princess Yongmu's plate. Princess Yongmu chose braised pork and braised eggs. Fat and protein were both nutritious. For dinner tonight, I suggest that we don't ask Xiao Yi anything about economics, politics, military affairs, or people's livelihood. Baigu might feel embarrassed to ask Li Yi so many questions every time he met him. Everyone nodded. Okay, let's not ask those questions. Let's chat. Xiao Yi, it seems that you bought a lot of quail eggs in Zhuangzi. The people picked them up from the grass and sent them to you? Baigu chose a casual topic. How many quail eggs can you pick up? Li Yi gave Li Longji and Li Qingqi 2 quail eggs each. Quails are small. Why raise them? Baigu asked. Raise them to lay eggs. This is already the 9th batch. Choose those that lay more eggs and incubate them. Li Yi took a sip of beer and threw a quail egg into his mouth. Xiao Yi, you're wrong. It's better to raise chickens than to raise quails. Quails can fly, but eggs can't. Eggs are big, but quail eggs are small. It's not worth it. Bai Gu gave his opinion according to Egg's novel. Li Yi filled his glass with wine. It usually takes 17 days for a quail egg to hatch, while it takes 21 to 23 days for a chicken to hatch. Quails lay eggs in less than 40 days, and chickens needed at least 4 months. In the later stage of selection, the quail's egg production could exceed 260 eggs a year. If the chickens were not fed in a centralized manner, it would be considered good if they could lay an egg every 2 days. A chicken egg weighed about 5 quail eggs. A newly laid chicken weighed 7 or 8 times more than a quail. It would grow bigger and bigger in the future. The bigger they grow, the more food they eat. The overall weight ratio of the eggs they lay is far less than that of quails. Li Yi gave a bunch of data and came to a conclusion. Taking into account the incubation and laying cycle of quails, as well as the number of eggs and the ratio of food, it was more cost-effective than raising chickens. Unless they used intensive breeding and fed antibiotics to the chickens, they would not be able to catch up with quails. So in the future we can raise quails for the common people. Bai Gu was interested. Yes, we will produce a few more batches of quails and try to increase the number of eggs produced. Otherwise, we will have to fatten them up and sell them for meat in about a year. Li Yi admitted that he already had a plan. Bai Gu nodded. Quail eggs and quails are not as convenient to eat as chicken and eggs. How do we eat them? The most suitable way to cook quail eggs is to boil and braise them. As for quails, we can braise them in soy sauce, stew them in soup, or barbecue them. Quails are bigger than sparrows. Even sparrows can eat quails, let alone quails. After dinner, you can go to the place where Zhuangzi raises quails. The north needs to warm the roads in winter, and the south is most suitable. Otherwise, it will affect the egg production. Li Yi explained patiently. Bai Gu smiled. Xiao Yi, you really think about the common people. In the time it takes to eat you. As he spoke, he paused. Everyone was looking at him with a different gaze. Lu Huaishan coughed. Just now, someone suggested that we should not talk about politics with Xiao Yi during dinner. Everyone nodded. Yes, someone said that before. It's not me. Why are you looking at me? I only mentioned quail eggs. Xiao Yi said it herself. Who knew that when I mentioned quail eggs, everyone? Bai Gu felt wronged. I was just looking for a topic to talk about. There are so many dishes. Why did I choose quail eggs? It seems that it is best not to talk when eating with Xiao Yi. It's okay. We can talk about anything. Li Longji tried to smooth things over. He also did not expect that quail eggs would be related to the common people's livelihood. So everyone started talking about the song and dance. Li Yi did not continue to talk about it. During the day, he had talked about what to do when the children grew up. After dinner, everyone formed a group and went to see the quails. After walking for a long time, they arrived at their destination. There were houses and cages here. The cages were made of bamboo and looked like fences. There was also a fence shed on top of the cages. The quails stayed inside. There was a big circle of cages with a lamp. The quails' eyes reflected the light. They were more active. They mainly ran around and drank water and ate food. When they saw people coming, the quails immediately squeezed into the corner. Some of them went around the drinking area to hide. They did not drink enough water. When more lamps shone on the cages, the situation in the cages became clearer. The quails hid far away. They could see the quail eggs on the ground. There were patterns on them. Why is there a bamboo jar on top of the water basin? Lu Chong noticed the situation. Don't worry about it. There is still food in another open jar. When the quails drink water to a certain extent, the water level will be lower than the mouth of the jar. The water in the jar will flow out. When the water flows out and seals the mouth of the jar, the water will not flow out. The other jar is higher. When the quails eat the food will fall out. There will be a pile of food, and they will stop eating. It is a very simple automatic feeding device. If it is not handled this way, the quails will jump into the water basin and food basin and dirty the food and water. Li introduced 2 small tools. In his opinion, They did not require much skill. Wei Jigu approached and squatted down to observe carefully. I know the feeding device, but why doesn't the water flow out? Li Yi was surprised. The craftsmen of the Tang dynasty were very skilled. As the Minister of Works, how could you not know? I know. It is the air pressure. The air pressure is holding back the water. The little girl jumped out. She knew because she had learned it from her master. Air pressure. Several people pondered this term. It is the power of our breathing. I will go get something. I need a glass cup and a piece of hard paper. The little girl wanted to do an experiment for everyone. I have it. Ching Song, who was pulling the box, took the initiative to speak. He opened the box and took out the cup and paper. It was the paper Li Yi used to draw. The little girl used her hand to fold and cut the paper. It was square, and the length from the center to the edge was larger than the diameter of the mouth of the cup. She added water to the cup. Seeing that the water level was higher than the mouth of the cup, she covered the cup with the paper. After a while, she carefully covered the paper and turned the cup upside down. She slowly let go of the paper. The paper was stuck there, and the water in the cup did not fall. Look, this is the air pressure. The force of the air pressure is greater than the gravity of the water in the cup. The water is suppressed by the air pressure. She was very satisfied with her operation. She had a sweet smile on her face as she succeeded in making it on her first try. Everyone was curious, but Li Yi was indifferent. She could even make the water armillary sphere. How could a small water feeder be a problem? Chapter 16:16. Do you know? Wei Jigu looked at the palace maids and eunuchs before his gaze finally landed on Tao Hong's face. Tao Hong whispered, I don't really understand. Ah. Wei Jigu sighed heavily. Tao Hong was giving him face. What did she mean by not really understanding? Even the palace maids and eunuchs were starting to work hard. Not to mention the people of the Li family Zhuangzi, and the 2 batches of students who were first in the imperial examinations. Oh, in the future, the children of the Tang dynasty will also have to learn. The world has changed. This old man is old and can't learn. Yao Chong shook his head regretfully. He couldn't remember skills that needed to be learned from scratch. To put it bluntly, it's just some nouns. There are nouns to explain, and you'll know after looking at it twice. Li comforted the group of old men. He didn't expect the old men to learn physics and chemistry. Even if it was just a part of junior high school, it wouldn't be easy to learn. He planned to make a book with nouns to explain to everyone, so that they wouldn't be clueless when the time came. That's good. Yao Chong thought it was feasible. In late autumn or early winter, you can see quails, but there are very few flocks. Now that you're raising quails, won't they fight each other? Bai Gu was vexed, so he decided to change the topic. Old Bai, you're a magistrate in Hunan. Have you never seen a flock of quails? Quails usually move in flocks. They fly low and slowly. After flying for a while, they need to stop and rest. Oh, it's probably because quails often fly at night. You're busy with government affairs during the day, so you don't have time to look at quails at night. Li looked at the quails that weren't dangerous and were eating and drinking. He analyzed why Bai Gu didn't know. Yes, Bai Gu couldn't say anything else, so he admitted it. In any case, it wasn't embarrassing to say that he didn't know a lot of things in front of Xiao Yi. After all, Xiao Yi was so knowledgeable. Have the children gone to sleep? Li Longji finally changed the topic. They went to watch cartoons again. It's rare for them to come here, so they'll naturally go to sleep when they're tired. Noble consort Lu appeared. She liked children. When she heard that there were many children outside, she hurriedly went to take a look during the meal. The children who could be chosen by Nanka's great families were basically beautiful. Those who were slightly more ordinary had to surpass others in other aspects. As for the slanted eyes and crooked mouth, unless one had the IQ and body coordination of the little girl Feng Qingdai, they were professionals in the performing arts, and their looks were the most important. This was what they did for a living. Li Yi greeted her. Has Madame Mu not gone to bed yet? I went to see the children first. I heard that you guys were looking for quails, so I came here by car. These little guys can eat a lot, but it's a pity that they're timid. Noble consort Lu said as she came to the little girl's side and lowered her hand. The little girl naturally raised her hand and let noble consort Lu hold her back. Her EQ was not low either. She placed her other hand on imperial concubine Dolu's knuckles and checked her pulse. Noble consort Lu lowered her head and looked at the little girl. Xiaoyi, your eldest disciple is really considerate. It makes people want to recognize her as a daughter. My eldest disciple is also an official. She works in the Empress Palace. Li Yi suddenly mentioned the little girl's official position. Oh, right. Noble consort Lu remembered that she could not recognize the little girl as a daughter because there was a difference in seniority. Madam Mu, my great-grandmother is also alive. I treat you like my great-grandmother. Holding your hand, I feel warm in my heart. The little girl chimed in to confirm the seniority. Xiaoyi, God is actually jealous of you. Lu Huaishan was speechless. He also had disciples, but they were not even half as good as the little girl. No wonder the little girl had a hard time eating popcorn. As her master, Xiaoyi immediately made new things. The workshop took the blueprints and was madly manufacturing. They did not know how many materials were wasted, but they would probably see the real thing tomorrow morning. Li looked up at the moon. It was no longer round. It was April 21st, 6 days after the 15th. It rose late. Everyone, let's go forward and take a ride? Li Yi was worried about the old men's health. Is there a road north? Li Riji did not want to go back. Yes. When the time comes, the Huaqing Pool will be to the east. The Imperial Plantation will be to the west. There will be stairs and winding roads for cars. Li Yi was familiar with this. As he spoke, he raised his hand and moved his fingers. Guazi, who was following behind, turned around and made a series of hand signals. The shadows in the distance flickered in the dark. Let's take a detour, noble consort Lu suggested. The group continued to look at the quails. There were flocks of quails here. Quails did not all look the same. There were differences in breed. Generation after generation, the best ones were selected. Usually it could be seen after 2 months. Eggs were laid early, and a lot of eggs were laid after 10 days. These eggs would hatch after fertilization. The rest would continue to be raised. The male and female quails would be adjusted according to the number of eggs laid in the later stages. It was not complicated, but there were too many experimental groups for comparison. The person recording was tired. After taking a look, everyone walked north. There were steps, and there was a long platform. There were stone benches on both sides of the platform. There were short wooden forks near the benches for temporarily hanging things. At this time, there were street lamps on the road. There were none in the past. Who would come here at night? Even if they wanted to walk, wouldn't they carry a kerosene lamp? Goo goo cha cha lulu dudu goo goo meow. It seemed that the crowd had broken the silence. The sounds of birds and animals came one after another. It's lively at night, Lu Yochio said with a smile. It can also be quiet. Isn't this more comfortable for everyone to walk? Li Yi laughed. All the sounds were made by the winged knights on purpose. They imitated them perfectly. Master, why are there still sounds of the toads? The little girl listened and found that something was wrong. The forest frogs will disappear soon. Some of them probably saw the wrong day. Li Yi explained forcefully. The forest frogs were not on the mountain during this season. Sure enough, after he finished speaking, there were no more sounds of the toads. Master, when we go back, give them some newspapers with calendars printed on them. The little girl cooperated. Okay. Li Yi agreed. Ha ha ha, Li Longji laughed. He was always in a good mood when he was in the Li family Zhuangzi. After sleeping for 3 hours, the Japanese Empire's Minamata family members were in a good mood. They worked hard to memorize and write in their notebooks. Any Japanese Empire citizen who had some knowledge knew how to write in the Tang dynasty's language, including some clerical scripts. They had not created their own language yet, so they mostly used the Shangwa language. The Minamata family members felt that they had learned a lot of knowledge. They did not need to read books. They did not eat dinner. In the afternoon, they came out from the processing factory and found a shed to rest. After dark, they were hungry. They were called to wash their faces and go to the night market. At night, there were fewer people in Chang'an. There were still people reading under the street lamps. Insects were flying around the street lamps. Meng Haoren followed them. Previously, when the Japanese Empire people were resting, he went back to Zhuangzi. At night, he took his wife and child out. Tomorrow morning he would go back to Lantian County. The purpose of this trip was to relax. If it was a shift, he could go back the day after tomorrow. Meng Haoren, there's a letter from home. They want you to go back and register me in the genealogy. Do you want to go back? Han Xiangke held his son's hand and asked Meng Haoren. Not yet. Wait for me to get promoted and raise your pardon by 1 rank. Meng Haoren held his son's hand and shook his head. If you have the ability, please go back to the starting point and subscribe to this book. Chapter 16-17. Meng Haoren was still angry with his family. Although he wrote poems in an idyllic style, he could not live a leisurely life. His wife had an imperial edict. His family knew about it and was willing to add Han Xiangke to the family tree. She was the first descendant to have an imperial edict. As for her background as a singer, it was not important. He quickly came back and invited the county magistrate and deputy county magistrate to the house. Let the neighbors see that the Meng family has an imperial edict wife. Our Meng family's imperial edict wife is amazing. She is talented and beautiful. She brings good luck to her husband. If you don't believe me, look at my grandson. This grandson. It's all because of Longjuan's ability. Han Xiangke thanked Li Yi. However, she still praised her husband. As a singer, she was good in this aspect and would never hurt her husband's self-esteem. It's all because of Gongru. Gongru recommended me to see the emperor. I will repay her with the title of a national scholar. Meng Haoren was ambitious. He wanted to work hard and complete the task well. My Langjun is a national scholar. You have endured hardships and finally have the chance to conquer Wu. Han Xiangke smiled sweetly. She was talking about the couplet Li Yi wrote in the newspaper. If there is a will, there is a way. Break the cauldrons and sink the boats. 102 Qin passes will belong to Chu. Heaven will not let down those who work hard. 3,000 Yuejia can conquer Wu. A singer who could be famous in Xiangyang was not given for free. She learned everything. Meng Haoren was excited. He waved his fist and said, "Wait for me to give you a title." He wanted to be promoted to a 5th-rank official. The difficulty depended on who was facing it. If it was Li Yi who said that he wanted to be the county magistrate of Chang, or Wanyan County, Li Longji would be surprised. After a few years, Li Yi could get any official position he wanted. He could even become an official temporarily and then resign. Everyone wanted to be a high-ranking official, but he did not want it. When he returned from the sea, he handed over all his power. He only kept 2 second-rank official positions, 1 civil and 1 military. Oh, the other official position was the director of Chang, and of the Tang Dynasty Calligraphy Publicity and Research Cooperative Association. The director was traveling on the mountain at night. The director had paid the director. Tonight, under the bright lights of Pyongkong Square, a group of people were participating in the selection of calligraphy and painting. Today was the first day of the competition. It was divided into 8 locations, and Pyongkong Square was the most lively among them. The vice president, Zhong Xiaojing, personally oversaw the event. He had the 1,000 taels that director Li Yi had given him. The prizes for the competition would be provided by the Li family Zhuangzi, so there was no need for Zhong Xiaojing to worry about it. His hands were clasped behind his back as he walked beside the 9 tables. From time to time, he would glance at the calligraphy or paintings that others had made. Occasionally, he would glance at the southern section of Pyongkong Square with a regretful expression. He had chosen a good location, Pyongkong Square, with the intention of attracting some people to watch. The date and time were set. Unexpectedly, Nanchu's great master ran to the Li family Zhuangzi and would not return tonight. Rewrite. This article is invalid. Zhong Xiaojing walked in front of a person, looked at him, and shook his head. Alas! The person sighed and saluted Zhong Xiaojing. The president is indeed amazing. I paused for a moment when I was writing. This person admitted that he was writing, and did not write properly. Ordinary people might not be able to tell, but he knew his own skills very well. President Zhong Xiaojing glanced at him and knew that he was indeed amazing. Vice President, the President is Her Majesty. Zhong Xiaojing glared at him. You want to harm me? Yes, Vice President Zhong. You are the #1 person under Her Majesty. The person who wrote the wrong words quickly corrected himself. The #1 person under Her Majesty is the head of the Secretariat Bai Gu. The second is Song Jing. The third is Su Yi. And the fourth is Zhang Jieling. Zhong Xiaojing continued to correct him. As he spoke, he looked lonely. He had also been the head of the Secretariat. Yes, Vice President Zhong, you are right. I am talking about calligraphy. When it comes to official matters, Dr. Li should be the #1 person under Her Majesty. The person who was reprimanded continued to apologize and correct him softly. Anyone with a bit of intelligence would know who had more authority. That's not too bad. When you were writing the word way, your little finger moved. Find a 3 inches wide and 2 feet long silk, and wrap it around your wrist. You must have caught a cold. Hearing Li Yi's name, Zhong Xiaojing's expression relaxed as he tried to find the reason from the other party's body. Vice President Zhong is really amazing. When I was practicing calligraphy in the early morning, there was a gap in the window, and the cold wind blew in. This person was frightened. He paused for a moment, and did not know why. Zhong Xiaojing replied, and walked to the next table with his hands behind his back. When he was an official, he was always willing to open doors for his own people. As the vice president, he did not relax. When it came to calligraphy and painting, it was his only pride. The words on the Li family Zhuangzi's newspaper and coupons were all written by him. He knew that Yao Chong always wanted to get rid of him and throw him out of the capital. At the critical moment, Li Yi saved him. The capital was close to the emperor, who would be willing to run away. Although he did not have a real position, he still had a nominal position and could receive a salary. Usually, he would run the association's affairs and receive an extra salary. Every 10 days, he would go to the Li family Zhuangzi to collect things according to his official position. His life was comfortable. He would get a share of the money from selling dictionaries and sihai. It was all for his own calligraphy. Li Yi is the only one who knows me. Zhong Xiaojing suddenly sighed with emotion. Who is that person? Did he call Li Dongzhu by his full name? A group of youths who had rushed over with dictionaries to watch others write were unhappy when they heard Zhong Xiaojing's words. In the entire capital, all the people with the surname Li and the name Yi had changed their names. Just like Li Longji, other people with the surname Li could not have Longji in their names. Many people were afraid of being implicated. Even if they had the surname Zhang, they would not have Longji in their names. In the capital, those who said Li Yi must be Li Dongzhu from the Li family Zhuangzi in Bashui. Are you stupid? Do you want to fight? This person is Zhong Xiaojing. The words and symbols in the dictionary in your hand were all written by him. The leader of the youths raised his leg to kick his little brother. Do you want to hit someone just because they called him by his name? It's him. His calligraphy is so beautiful. The youth gave up on the idea of beating Zhong Xiaojing. He used the light to touch the words on the dictionary cover. Zhong Xiaojing quickened his steps. He heard it but pretended not to. Langjun, if you call Li Dongzhu by his name, will you be beaten? Han Xiangke held his son's hand and saw the scene in front of him. He asked Meng Haoren with a smile. Calling him by his name will make him unhappy. At most, he will come over to question me. I will say that I am familiar with Gang Rou. The foreigners all call him Li Yi. They can't go to the pharmacy every day to treat their injuries. Vice President Zhong's calligraphy was indeed copied by us, especially by Xiaojia. Meng Haoren praised Zhong Xiaojing from the bottom of his heart. His calligraphy was average, but he was not afraid of others when it came to poetry. Langjun is right. Yifu is 6 years old this year. I used to teach him, but now he is learning to write from you. However, no matter how good his father's teaching is, he does not know how to cherish it. He can use other people's methods to attack Jade. Li Dongzhu's calligraphy is also good. It is like the posture of winter plum blossoms, proud and fragrant. Li Dongzhu's copybook is good for you, but Xiaojia's is more suitable for Yifu. It is only the newspaper that says it is printed, but it is not very clear. What do you think of asking Li Dongzhu for his copybook? Han Xiangke saw that her son was anxiously jumping up and down to look at other people's calligraphy. She first took Meng Haoren out. It was not that his calligraphy was not good, but that it was difficult to teach his own son. Let's look outside. Other people's calligraphy is stone, but ours is jade. Meng Haoren looked at his wife with tenderness and self-blame. His eyes were red. Chapter 1618. Meng Haoren was grateful to his wife. While he was running around looking for officials, his wife stayed at home to take care of the children. Teaching children how to speak, walk, read and write, recognize music scores and sing songs. When he brought his wife and child over, his son was well versed in music, chess, calligraphy and painting. However, he was not very good at them as he was too young. It's been hard on you all those years. Let's go back to the Li family Zhuangzi. I'll tell Gang Rou to ask for Vice President Zhong's Xiaojie calligraphy. It's just that your husband's calligraphy is not presentable. Your husband can give up his face. Meng Haoren said that he would take his wife and children back home and take on the responsibilities of a man. Hold on. A voice rang out. Meng Haoren's family of 3 looked over at the same time. Zhong Xiaojing stepped forward. His ears were quite sharp, probably because he spent a lot of time practicing calligraphy. Vice President Zhong. Meng Haoren clasped his hands and bowed as he released his son. Han Xiangke held her son's hand and bowed slightly as a form of greeting. She would not let go. The child looked at Zhong Xiaojing with his big eyes and smiled. This doll is good-looking, delicate and lively. Don't cry, don't make a fuss, and no etiquette. Where are you going? Zhong Xiaojing opened his mouth to praise the child first. He was not wrong. The child was indeed obedient. Last year, I met Gang Rou in the winter and went to Hongnong together. Later, Gang Rou arranged for me to be an official in Lantian County. That's why we're going to the Li family Zhuangzi. Zhong Xiaojing's expression did not change, but he suddenly understood. Last winter, His Majesty went to Hongnong. This kid. Zhong Xiaojing continued to talk about Meng Haoren's son. My son Yifu is 6 years old and is usually naughty. Yifu quickly greet Vice President Zhong. Meng Haoren said to his son, Hello Grandpa Zhong. The child directly greeted his grandfather with a crisp and clear voice. Okay. Like Grandpa hug you. Zhong Xiaojing squatted down and stretched out his arms. Han Xiangke loosened his grip. The child was not afraid of strangers, so he opened his arms and was picked up. Zhong Xiaojing's nominal age was 60 this year. He was born in the first year of the Kaiyuan era. This year was the 6th year of the Kaiyuan era, so his nominal age was 6 years old. Zhong Xiaojing was in good health and had no problem carrying a child. The child put one hand on Zhong Xiaojing's shoulder to borrow strength, making it easier for Zhong Xiaojing. Hugging a dead person was different from hugging a living person. When a living person is awake, they will coordinate with the force points and adjust themselves. It took more strength to carry a dead, asleep, or drunk person. Zhong Xiaojing carried him more easily. Has Yifu ever learned how to read? Replying to Vice President Zhong, this woman has learned very little and has not taught much. Yifu is barely able to lift the brush. Han Xiangke bowed again. She did not call herself a commoner. She had an imperial order. This old man has a few pieces of calligraphy. If Yifu is willing to learn. Zhong Xiaojing felt close to the child as he held him. Thank you, Grandpa. Yifu wants to learn. Grandpa's handwriting is beautiful. Uncle Yi also said that he would find time to get Grandpa Zhong's calligraphy for me. The child knew who Zhong Xiaojing was. He was smart and quickly answered. Okay, Grandpa will teach you. Look at these small hands, they were born for painting. Zhong Xiaojing suddenly realized that the relationship between this family and Li Yi was not ordinary. He had promised to write a copybook for her. Since Li Yi had asked him to write one for her, he might as well take the initiative to write one for her. Doing so would seem less unscrupulous. If Li Yi came to ask for a copybook and wrote it himself, it would seem that Li Yi owed him a favor. Without Li Yi coming over, he liked this child. This was called fate. If they did not have a good relationship, he would owe a favor. Both parties had common friends and recognized each other when they met. This meant that even the criteria for choosing friends were the same. They were closer. Zhong Xiaojing did not live 60 years in vain. He did not need Li Yi to do it again. He continued to hold the child. Have you had dinner? The child turned to look at his mother. Did I eat or not? Ha ha ha. Zhong Xiaojing laughed. Ifu, you ate, right? Can you still eat? Grandpa will take you to eat fried skewers? Zhong Xiaojing could tell at a glance that this child was smart. Hurry up and thank your grandpa, Zhong. This child ate more than half a bowl of mutton soup tonight. He said that he liked it, Han Xiangke added. Thank you, Grandpa Zhong. I want to eat fried pork skewers with lean meat and mutton. The child also knew how to take the opportunity to make requests. This seemed more natural. He had learned a lot in the Li family's farmstead, and all the children were weird. Lean pork skewers were cheap. He said that he wanted to eat, but in fact, he wanted to save money for others. Among the small pieces of meat, mutton was the best. Mutton was expensive, not to mention beef. Zhong Xiaojing smiled and nodded. He carried the child to eat and did not care about this side. He expressed his admiration for Li Yi. Why were all the children in the Li family's farmstead so smart? Unfortunately, they were still too young. Your mother just said that you liked mutton. And in the blink of an eye, you said that mutton was mutton? Could fried mutton skewers be better than mutton soup? But the more this kind of child was, the more likable he was. He had to find a way to throw his grandchildren to Li family Zhuangzi. Zhong Xiaojing walked in front with the child in his arms. He was happy. He felt that he had discovered a secret, a big secret. Whoever's child was in Li family Zhuangzi would benefit. He could not figure out the reason, but knowing the result was enough. Pyongkong Square was in the East Market. As he walked south, he saw the bathing place first. It was the Imperial Bathing Pool. Next was Wanyan County's Yamen. If he continued walking, he would see the big night market. Zhong Xiaojing was going to find a place that had beef skewers today, so that the child could eat something good. He was rich. The font of the newspaper, the font of the coupons, and the font of the dictionary were all written by him. If a rich family wanted a word, they would not ask him. They would ask the members of the Calligraphy Association. The members were sensible. If they asked him to help judge the words, they would give him money. He would give them some pointers. If the members learned, the rich family would be satisfied, and he would also make money. He accepted the money with a clear conscience. The name boards, plaques, and couplets in the imperial city were all written by him. The 3 words Xingqing Palace, next to Chunming Gate in the east of Chang'an, were written by him. He had always wanted to write gatehouses and memorial arches for Li family Zhuangzi. Unfortunately, Li did not want them. He did not want anything. Li family Zhuangzi did not need any gatehouses. There was no need for memorial arches for soldiers to dismount or civil officials to dismount. The Baishui Bridge stopped them. If the chancellors were in a hurry, they could ride their horses and cross the bridge. Let's eat some skewers first. This restaurant actually has beef this year. Where did they get the beef? I promised to pay a high price. Lan Bao asked the Nantian family to rest. The East Market was bustling. Management fees were needed. Li Longji took this fee in the beginning. It was purely a profit. At this time, the fees were basically spent on lighting and sanitation. Li Longji received less than 1% of the money. The oil lamps burned oil. There was a soldier or 16 guards guarding between every 2 oil lamps. The lamps were pressurized. Otherwise, they would not be bright enough. The gasification technology was similar to the blowtorch technology used in hot air balloons. Once the pressure was applied, the diesel, gasoline, and kerosene would be atomized. In addition, the underground forces would send people to keep an eye on them. As long as someone robbed, they must catch the person. One force was responsible for one area. Whoever made a mistake would be eliminated. The underground forces called this the Dongzhu Order. The chancellors could hide it, but the Dongzhu could not be bullied. Chapter 1619. Handfuls of beef kebabs were served, and the Nantian family members were very excited to eat beef. The The Japanese Empire had cows, but there were also dead ones that could be eaten. The Japanese Empire had even more cows than the Tang dynasty. On average, dozens of households had one cow, and there were many people in one household. When the cows died of old age, illness, or accidents, they couldn't bear to eat them. Just like in the Tang dynasty, they would first report to the authorities, and then sell them. The current Japanese Empire didn't have Li Yi's beef. In order to double the quality, they spent 10 times the cost, and then sold the beef for 100 times the price. In the Tang dynasty, the people basically couldn't eat beef. It was all eaten by the rich. Now if they spent some money, they could at least eat beef kebabs. They could eat water buffaloes, but there weren't any here. How much would it cost to kill water buffaloes and eat their meat? Kill water buffaloes, transport beef, and send an urgent report 10 miles away? Even more expensive. The Nantian family members thought that they had enjoyed something they shouldn't have. When they ate the kebabs, they all looked solemn. As they were eating, Zhong Xiaojing came with the child. Meng Haoren smiled and greeted. Lan Bao, you're here to eat kebabs too? I thought you went back to sleep. Oh, Vice President Zhong, let's eat together. Lan Bao greeted them. He knew them, and he was prepared to treat a few more. They weren't outsiders. Put the bill on me. The Calligraphy Association organized the event. I'll ask Li Yi to reimburse me later. In order to dispel other people's concerns, Zhong Xiaojing said that he would let Li Yi spend money, but in fact he would pay. The Nantian family members looked at Zhong Xiaojing. They didn't know him, but they understood that he had a special status. Abenaka Maru introduced. Vice President Zhong Xiaojing of the Tang Dynasty Calligraphy Publicity and Research Cooperation Association. After that, he saw that the Nantian family members were still confused. So he added, the Li family Zhuangzi newspaper, exchange coupons, and Tang Dynasty dictionary. The words on them are all written by Vice President Zhong. The Nantian family members stood up to show their respect. Those words were written by this person? What kind of status was this? It's just my humble work. It's all thanks to His Majesty, Li Yi, and my colleagues. Zhong Xiaojing spoke in a fluent Japanese Empire accent. He was able to become the Chancellor's assistant not only because of his good handwriting, but also because of his background. He was someone who could be a high-ranking official under several emperors. If he only said that his calligraphy was good, why would he ask Li Longji if he was willing? He asked Li Bai if he felt wronged. Li Longji even gave Zhong Xiaojing the position of Minister of Revenue. It was Yao Chong who didn't like Zhong Xiaojing, so Li Longji took Zhong Xiaojing away. Yao Chong couldn't stand Wei Zhigu, so Wei Zhigu was crippled. Yao Chong didn't like Zhang Shuo. Zhang Shuo was done. Yao Chong didn't say anything, and Lu Huaishan was also the assistant to the Grand Chancellor, so he didn't interfere. Li Longji tested many county magistrates, and found that many of those who failed were reported by Zhang Jiuling. Zhang Jiuling only got rid of the assistant minister of the Ministry of Personnel, but didn't touch Yao Chong at all. Thus, he resigned in anger, and went home to build roads. After Yao Chong was dealt with, Zhang Shuo arose again. Zhang Jiuling became the Grand Chancellor, and Zhong Xiaojing returned to the court. Unfortunately, Wei Zhigu and Lu Huaishan died. Thus, Zhong Xiaojing wasn't bad at all. He was always in a small circle. The Nantian family members didn't know about Zhong Xiaojing's past. They only worshipped his handwriting. They felt that Zhong Xiaojing was pitiful, but Zhong Xiaojing's family had hundreds of works by famous artists like Wang Shiji, Wang Xianji, Ouyang Sun, Yu Shinan Shueji, Chu Suiliang, and so on. As for the manuscripts of his ancestors, there were even more. If he sold any of them, he could buy a house in Chang'an. Even when he was at his lowest, he was still richer than Lu Huaishan when he was at his peak. They weren't even on the same level. Can we learn? The Nantian family members asked Nantian Kazuko with expectant gazes. Yes. Recently, we've been preparing to hold an exchange event between the two countries. We'll talk about 4 aspects. First, make friends through literature. A bosom friend in the sea is like a neighbor from afar. Distance is never a problem. Second, communicate through emotions. The beauty of words lies in the emotions contained in them. Words with emotions move, and words without emotions are thin. Third, seek the same things in painting. Seek the stillness of shades. Seek the richness of colors, the rotation of the sun and moon, and the absence of worries in the galaxy. Fourth, sail the boat with your heart, and be gentle in your dreams. Look back at the years without sorrow, and listen to the Kongho quietly. Zheng Xiaojing, who used to be the head of the secretariat, felt that saying these words was embarrassing and unliterary. He was afraid that the Japanese Empire wouldn't understand if he was too literary. The essence of language was communication. The Nantian family members were intoxicated by his words. So there were so many things about calligraphy. How do we participate? Tingyu and Mayang helped to ask. He wanted the envoys to get close to him. This, in the next few days, asked the Li family Zhuangzi's Li Yi for the details. Zheng Xiaojing was only thinking about 1, 2, 3, 4, and so on the spur of the moment. He usually read the newspapers and came up with these ideas on a whim. If he was asked to do it immediately, he would also be numb. But it didn't matter. There was nothing wrong with pushing a pole and pushing it to Li Yi. Li Yi was now walking and walking. He saw a group of people eating there. The winged knights didn't warn them or chase them away. This meant that there was no problem. When he got closer, he saw that they were all farmers from the imperial plantation. They were also eating. The weather was hot, and the night was boring. There was beer and other things. He could drink some and take it as a half-day break. He just had to wake up before noon tomorrow. 3 flat-bottomed oil pots, or rather oil troughs, were placed there. There were people standing beside them frying skewers. There were dried tofu rolls, dried tofu, stir-fried beans, small skewers of beef, lamb, and pig, and large skewers of chicken fillet and steak. There were also eggplants, cowpeas, pork belly, and other fried skewers. None of them were roasted. 2 winged knights stood beside each trough to prevent the puppets from causing trouble. Why aren't they roasting? Sui asked from the bottom of his heart. He was puzzled. They shrink after roasting and increase in volume after frying. When the shredded meat slips in the oil pot, the shredded meat will become thicker. If the shredded meat is roasted, it will be gone in a few seconds. If you want it, you can only marinate it in advance, soak it in water, and then roast it. A normal skewer of mutton will shrink by 1/3 or more when roasted. It depends on the freshness of the mutton. The same amount of mutton, cut into small strips and fried, can reach 3 times the volume of roasted mutton. They eat at night to drink, not to fill their stomachs. That's why they fry it. Li Yi understood the thoughts of the imperial plantation's people as soon as he saw the situation. If they didn't pursue profit, then there would naturally be other factors. The imperial plantation's people didn't spend money to drink beer or eat meat. It wasn't that they didn't spend money, but they did spend money. Under such circumstances, they still fried it. It was definitely because they wanted to drink beer and chat. They didn't fry it for half a day. Everyone drank and occasionally ate fried broad beans. Seeing a leaf fall tells the age of the year. It wasn't a joke. The falling leaves tell the fall of autumn. This was reflected in life through observation and understanding. Li Yi didn't know the situation when he first arrived, but he understood with a glance. People's actions were purposeful, especially when it came to group sex. Chapter 1620. Seeing others eat. The people who had walked for a long time couldn't walk anymore, so they simply sat down and ate. The imperial plantation's residents made way for them and spoke in low voices. Li Yi looked around and saw a circle of people looking at him. He sighed and stood next to the oil pot to fry the skewers. Ah, the life of hard work. Every time this happened, the old men would suddenly feel happy. No matter how powerful Li Yi was, he still had to serve us when he was with us. He had to know how to respect the old and love the young. Why do you want to drink together at night? Li Yi asked the young supervisor who was standing next to him, waiting to be called in at any time. The summer harvest is over, and the year is good. Everyone has saved a lot of money, so we chose a quiet place to celebrate. The older people want to chat, the young people want to drink, and the women and children can also talk about daily life and play together. Supervisor Wang said that there will be people patrolling the imperial plantation tonight, So we brought beer, rice wine, and fruit juice here. The young supervisor answered respectfully. Not only did he respect Li Yi's position, but he also respected the benefits that Li Yi brought to him. As a young supervisor, he was always bullied. If he couldn't get any money, his life would be in danger at any time. Ever since Supervisor Wang Xing met Li Yi, the imperial plantation's life gradually improved. The people in the imperial plantation went from scheming against each other to working together to earn a lot of money and dividends. Anyone who tried to play tricks on their own people would be punished to death, and they would be held back from earning money. For example, if a villager was caught cheating money out of him and didn't do his job properly, he would be beaten up so badly that he wouldn't be able to work for half a month. If there was another time, they wouldn't need to work and would just be buried. The imperial plantation would suddenly die of disease. Wasn't it normal for a few people to die? Is there anyone in the imperial plantation who has difficulties? Li Yi changed the skewers. This one was good. The palace maid next to him took it and gave it to noble consort Lu first, and then to Her Majesty. Noble consort Lu gave it to Princess Yongmu, Xiaolan, and the little girl. I'm taking care of myself and preparing to have another child. Li Longji ordered his men to place the meat skewers in front of the 4 chancellors, thanking them for their hard work. The junior supervisor replied to Li Yi, "There's nothing else going on in the villages. Every family has a new small building. Someone wants to remove the flowers in the flower beds and change them into arable land. It's better to change it into a greenhouse. Anyway, no one usually goes there to admire the flowers. I have a special place in Zhuangzi for people to play." As Li Yi spoke, he took out 2 skewers of the fried skewers and dipped them in the dry ingredients at the side. He ate 1 skewer and gave the other skewer to the junior supervisor. He couldn't let himself suffer when frying skewers, so he ate while frying. The young supervisor looked at the others and saw that they were ignoring him. Only then did he secretly smile and quickly licked his lips. Upon hearing Li Yi's words, a middle-aged farmer stood up and walked to the side. "Li Dongzhu, what do you want to grow in the greenhouse?" He didn't dare to interact with other people. Only Li Yi appeared to be friendly. Her Majesty the Chancellor's and the others' positions were too high. "Grow flowers, of course. Sell them for money. I'm investing in glass. If you make money, give me a share." Li Yi handed 2 skewers to the farmer. "Remove the flowers and plant them?" The farmer couldn't understand for a moment. "Remove them, not throw them away. Sell them. The imperial plantation's flowers are precious. Cooperate with Wen Tian Lan Xiang Pavilion and sell them to the women of wealthy families. Let them raise them. Build the greenhouse and cultivate the flowers that are out of season. In winter, when the flowers wither and the plum blossoms bloom, take out the other flowers and sell them at a high price." Li Yi handled such small matters with ease. It was good to find another way to make money, although it wasn't much. Imperial plantation? The farmer agreed. Li Dongzhu's ideas were always right. "Do you see anyone objecting?" Li Yi said as he gestured for the farmer to look at the people around him. No one cared. Everyone was talking about their own things, eating and drinking beer. They didn't care. If Li Yi touched the flowers, if he tore down the imperial plantation, it was up to him. If the emperor didn't go, the emperor would live in Zhuangzi. Remove them? The farmer thought it was okay. No one said anything. Remove them, Li Yi said with certainty. I'll discuss with them. This matter still needs Supervisor Wang's approval. The farmer reminded. Brother Wang will also get a share. Li didn't think that Wang Xing would stop him. The farmer happily ran off to share the good news. There was money to be made again. The small supervisor was busy passing the skewers. His face was full of joy. He could get a share of the benefits. When there were enough skewers to eat, Li took a handful and returned to Li Longji's side. Brother Yi, there's a palace in Luoyang in Henan province. There's a large piece of land there. Li Longji didn't care about the original place. As long as he could make a lot of money, he would abandon the imperial city. After the railway is repaired, we can go to Luoyang for the new year this winter. Li Yi didn't mention the problems with the Luoyang palace and the imperial plantation. Oh, that's not bad. Li Longji didn't care. As long as Li Yi followed, they could go to Luoyang. Gao Lishur and Yang Situ, who were standing behind, looked at each other and nodded slightly. The two of them prepared to deal with people. There were definitely problems with the Luoyang Palace and the imperial plantation. There was no need to think. It was far from Chang'an. If the emperor went there and dealt with unhappy things, it would be better to take action first and let the emperor see a warm and harmonious Luoyang Palace. If the emperor went there to deal with things, it would implicate many people. For example, the small supervisor beside him. If Wang Xingru asked him to do something, he would do something wrong. If he didn't, he would die. If the two of them dealt with it well, they would only target a small group of people. At the same time, it was an opportunity to seize power. Their scope of power was different. They exchanged glances and didn't touch each other's interests. Li Dongzhu was a good person. He couldn't bear to hurt more people. Zhang Shua is the magistrate of Hunan Prefecture? Li Longji thought of someone. It was his former prime minister. There's no problem with the officialdom. The Li family Zhuangzi has people running businesses in the mountains west of Luoyang. They will report any movements in the officialdom at any time. Li didn't worry about Zhang Shua. Zhang Shua was always thinking about returning to the imperial court. If there was a problem, he wouldn't be able to return. Oh, Li Longji let out a long "oh" and turned to look at Gao Lishur and Yang Situ. The two of them looked as if nothing had happened. It was a very normal expression. Eat skewers. Li Longji understood. There was no problem with the officialdom in Luoyang. But there was a problem with the Luoyang Palace. Li Yi couldn't extend his hand into the Luoyang Palace. There was no direct interest relationship. Both sides were not subordinates. Li Yi could impeach officials, but he couldn't impeach eunuchs and palace maids. Half an hour later, everyone ate a few mouthfuls and hurried on their way. They didn't want to disturb the villagers in the imperial plantation. Princess Yongmu arranged for Xiaolan to find someone to cooperate with the imperial plantation to sell flowers. After Xiaolan gave the order, she caught up with Princess Yongmu. We can make a lot of money. The flowers in the imperial plantation, even if they are ordinary weeds, are worth a lot. She had an economic mind. It didn't matter what kind of flower it was. As long as it came from the imperial plantation, she would buy it, no invite it. Afterward, she would feel refreshed and raise it in a flower pot. Will anyone impeach us for using the imperial plantation's name? Princess Yongmu was thinking about political matters. No, the people from the censorate take things from Zhuangzi every month. They know that impeachment has no effect. Who would be willing to cut off their family's source of income? Xiaolan believed that no one would dare to risk losing their head to leave their name in history. Chapter 1621. When they woke up, they drank a cup of cold water, went to the bathtub to take a warm shower, cleaned up, and went to the cafeteria to eat. The advantage of working in Li family Zhuangzi was that it was close, so it was convenient to take a bath and eat. The children who came to perform yesterday washed up with the children in Zhuangzi. They came to learn the program, so they learned before it started. They learned musical instruments, singing and dancing, but they didn't learn anything else. They had to learn calligraphy, arithmetic, and language. They also had to learn the language of the Japanese. Sometimes they had to dance and sing the songs of the Japanese. People in Zhongxiu and Nankou and Pyongkong Square had to talk about poetry and literature with others. They also had to observe people's expressions and liven up the atmosphere. The children who were selected by the big families in Nankou all had to learn. They had more homework than school. When they entered the cafeteria, the children would greet the adults when they saw them, and then they would carry small trays of food. Those who didn't like to eat boiled eggs had fried eggs. They could choose sugar or salt. The children all chose sugar. They liked to eat sweet things. In fact, they could eat rice mixed with sugar and rice mixed with soy sauce. The children in Zhuangzi introduced which dishes tasted which. They also said that they probably ate too much grass for today's goat milk. After drinking it, they shouldn't pant immediately. The children who were performing asked if they could not drink it. They got an affirmative answer. No, unless they were sick. However, it was better to drink milk than to drink medicine when sick. The people in the cafeteria were very happy when they heard the children commenting on the dishes like adults and frowning. The children didn't care about the other dishes, except for the ones that they had to eat. They could choose by themselves. The only requirement was that they couldn't all choose meat dishes. Each meat dish had to be accompanied by a vegetable dish. Lee deliberately went to the place where the children ate. Every time he saw the children eating there neatly, he felt a sense of accomplishment. Great, there are actually leftover shredded garlic stir-fried shredded pork. When Lee was serving the dishes, he found that he didn't finish the garlic stir-fried last night. He put it back in the pot in the morning to heat it up. He liked to eat this kind of garlic. He felt that the freshly fried ones didn't taste good. Some people were the opposite of him. For example, he didn't like garlic and chives. He didn't like to eat them after cooking. Princess Yongmu and Xiaolan scooped up the red braised pork. The red braised pork was braised with oil tofu, and the two of them removed the bean foam. The people in the cafeteria knew what they liked, but they never specially prepared braised pork. After they finished preparing, they still came to scoop this, and continued to eat the bean soup. It was just like a person who didn't eat the meat that was cooked separately, and only ate the meat in the dish. She had cardiovascular disease. It was a pity that she was going to die before the operation. There were many types of vegetables and lean meat inside. In the end, she chose to eat a big bowl of steamed egg soup without soy sauce. It was braised with tofu pudding, which was a little salty. She chose 2 boiled eggs. She held a small pair of tweezers in her hand. However, when she knocked on the eggs, the skin fell off immediately. There was no skin protection at all. After eating, practice with raw eggs. Or you can go to the chicken coop to see if there are any new eggs. Steam them for 10 minutes before you peel them. Lee came up with an idea. The eldest disciple wanted to practice sewing with grapes and tofu, peeling the eggshell of a raw chicken, and threading the thread on the laminate. Okay, master. I'm not talented, so I can only work harder. The little girl said with a serious expression. She compared herself to Lee. She didn't consider what her master used to do, how long he had practiced, or what kind of assistance he had now. She was determined to catch up with her master. Xiao, you should teach your disciple more. Don't always say things that hurt people. This old man is old and still wants to live for a few more years. I'm not prepared to beat my own child to death. Baigu came over with a tray, and just happened to hear the little girl's words. Lee glanced at the food on the tray. Is your stomach uncomfortable? Eating scallion pancakes, stomach acid? Have you seen your master? Baigu said to the little girl. The little girl was stunned. She ran to Baigu's side, turned over a plate, and placed Baigu's wrist on it to check his pulse. After a while, she took Baigu's tray and left. She came back in a while. Grandpa Bai, eat this, drink soy milk, and eat fried donuts. You can't eat scallion pancakes. You'll feel uncomfortable after eating them. You ate too many fried skewers last night. The little girl put down the food and went back to her seat. It was a small problem. Oh, stomach acid eats this? Baigu thought he learned something. That's right. It's today. It's cause and effect. If it's stomach acid in other aspects, it'll be even more sour if you eat this. The little girl quickly shook her head. She couldn't joke. I'll beat the child when I get home, Baigu said with a smile. After that, he took the tray and left to find his team to eat together. He only had one purpose for coming over. He wanted Lee to see what he was eating, and then help. After helping, he quickly left. I hate patients like you the most. If you have something to say, say it. Doctors aren't students waiting for exams. Lee despised Baigu's behavior. Don't you know how to talk about stomach acid? He even brought a plate of scallion pancakes. The key was that there were only scallion pancakes. After eating, Lee first wrote a score and threw it to Xian. He asked her to organize the children to practice. He brought his eldest disciple to the operating room, and continued to look for death row prisoners to practice. Princess Yongmu and Xiaolan were busy selling flowers. There was an event to be held in a few days. No matter how much the people of the Japanese Empire's Nanda family missed the Tang dynasty's Chong, and the time to leave had finally come. At the end of the 4th month of the 6th year of the Kaiyuan era, a large number of supplies were loaded onto the ship. Most of them were food. There were also some candies and packaged medicinal herbs. On them were written what diseases were treated and how to eat them. Some of them were similar to the Bezor detoxification pill. The other part had to be brewed by themselves. Li Yi, who hadn't shown up since they arrived, finally appeared. He brought the children in Zhuangzi, the children in Zhang's village, Shaolan, the children in Zhuangzi's neighborhood, and the children in Nankou to send them off. Nearly 1,000 envoys from the Japanese Empire also came to send them off. At the same time, they brought gifts. They studied in the Tang dynasty and became officials. They also took time to work and used the money they saved to buy things. Some of them were for their family members, and some were for their close friends. The envoys from other countries were separated. They didn't trust them, especially those from Tubo. Both the Tang dynasty and Tubo knew that Tubo wanted to kill Li Yi, even if it meant sacrificing all the envoys. However, Li Yi definitely wouldn't give them a chance. Li Yi wasn't afraid of the Japanese Empire's envoys. The Japanese Empire now admired the Tang dynasty and learned everything from the Tang dynasty. In a one-sided sea battle, the Tang dynasty had beaten the Japanese Empire to their knees. The Japanese Empire's people were good at learning. When they saw that they couldn't beat the other party, they immediately changed their attitude and learned from them. Splash! While the Minamis were waiting to board the ship, a water curtain rose from the shore. Because it wasn't night time, it looked blurry. On the water curtain, Li Yi, Princess Yongmu, and Xiaolan took the lead and sat on a flatbed cart. A group of children lined up behind them. Su Mio, Shila, Duolai Su Su, Lai Maifa, Shi Du. Li Yi sat on the cart and played the prelude with a cello. Then the sound of a flute rang out. At the same time, there were children singing. Outside the pavilion, beside the ancient road, fragrant grass and blue sky. Chapter 1622. Flowing water, cool breeze, rising sun, tearful eyes can't help but fight. When I return, I'm full of emotions, but now I'm leaving, I'm overwhelmed. The music is prominent, and hundreds of strings respond. Like a dream, children and children echo. My melancholy is a different kind of fortune. Seeing her off, the sails gradually drifted away to listen. The children were all dressed up beautifully and arranged according to their sizes. They were dressed in gorgeous clothes and had garlands on their heads. The people at the dock stopped what they were doing and stared blankly at the blurry water screen, listening to the children's voices. Lan Bao was holding Minamata Kazuko's hand tightly, and Minamata Kazuko held it tightly. She and her people enjoyed many privileges, but they couldn't enter Zhuangzi. It gave people the impression that Li Yi didn't particularly care about the Minamata family, and he didn't even show his face. They didn't expect Li Yi to appear just as they were about to leave, and he even brought such a huge lineup. The children of the Li family manor had only performed once. It was during the Lantern Festival at the Vermilion Bird Avenue, outside the Imperial City. That performance was still talked about by people today. It supported Empress Wang, and at the same time laid the foundation for dealing with the locust plague. From then on, the children of the Li family's farmstead never performed for anyone else. Did anyone dare to say that Li Yi didn't care about them? Did anyone dare to say that Li Yi didn't care about the Minamata family? Heaven's edge, earth's edge. Half of my friends are gone. A cup of turbid wine ends the joy. Tonight's dream is cold. Heaven's edge, earth's edge. The water screen fell, and Li Yi appeared from behind the water screen with the children. Li Dongzhu, Abita Nakamaro of the Japanese Empire's diplomatic mission, couldn't help but bow to the ground. Li Dongzhu. The other diplomatic mission members followed Abita Nakamaro's example, and their voices were mighty. In front of the group, a 4 or 5-year-old child was walking. He seemed to be frightened by the sound, and his left foot tripped over his right foot, and his body fell forward. The child behind him grabbed him, and the two children staggered at the same time. The child behind continued to grab him, and this time, he steadied himself. The child in front stood properly, adjusted his steps, and turned his head, as if to say, "I'm fine, thank you." Then he stumbled again. He shouldn't have turned back. Ha 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 ha. Everyone, who had been touched a moment ago, couldn't help but laugh out loud. Bao Lang, isn't that a small nap? He always falls easily when he plays. Why didn't he dodge it today? Minamata Kazuko quickly rubbed her eyes with her sleeve and recognized the child. Dongju said that his body can't keep up with his mind. He's still young. If he exercises more and supplements himself, he'll have a bright future. Lan Bao's eyes were also red. Dongju stood up for him. As for dozing off, others would laugh at it. But Dongju would analyze the reason, find the problem, and finally come to a conclusion. When Li Yi's team reached the riverbank, the children quickly repositioned themselves. Li Yi turned around and took out an inch-long baton from his sleeve. With a swing, the baton became longer. The children looked at him. As he moved his hands, Western and Chinese instruments sounded at the same time. A person who loves spring is a person with a pure heart. A person who loves summer is a person with a strong will. The Japanese Empire's Four Seasons song appeared. This was a song that Li Yi taught the children. He didn't choose Hokkaido's spring. The Japanese Empire's Hokkaido wasn't under Pingcheng's control. Moreover, the Japanese Empire's wine wasn't very good. Sake hadn't been released yet. Most of the Japanese Empire's wine was fruit wine. The rest was steamed rice which was chewed. After chewing, it would be put together with the rest to ferment, using the enzymes in saliva to carry out a saccharification reaction. The resulting wine was cloudy wine. Li Yi had always thought that the story was about sorghum. If someone peed into a vat of wine, the wine would taste good because the person who peed had diabetes. The Four Seasons song was a minor key. It used a lot of dips and changes, but it was very pleasing to the ear. This song of the Four Seasons should belong to the E feather mode, a minor key, and there were no vowels. The people on the shore and on the boat were intoxicated. The children's singing was so ethereal. When the song ended, the children shouted at the same time, "We wish the Japanese Empire's Minamata family a Godspeed." The people beside them hurriedly opened the pigeon cages. The pigeons jumped out, flapped their wings and circled in the air. Without a torch, they couldn't eat roasted pigeons. The pigeons flew every day. This was their home. They should have been flying in the morning. Who did this to them? The Minamata family members cried. The lineup was too luxurious. They were valued so much. Li Yi waved his baton again, and a magnificent prelude sounded. Following that, the children sang, "Please take my song back to your home. Please leave your smile. Take my song. Tomorrow, tomorrow. This song will fly to the ends of the world. Fly to the ends of the world, oth. Spring will be everywhere." The children swayed gently to the music and danced with the flowers in their hands. A group of children ran to the front and danced. Their postures were relaxed and their movements were light. The people on the shore were stunned. The song was cheerful and passionate, but the farewell was sad. Leaving a smile meant leaving a cry. The Japanese Empire's Minamata family members didn't want to leave. Could they leave a smile as well? They still had to board the boat. The Minamata family members were really reluctant to leave. At the same time, they recognized Lan Bao and Minamata Kazuko's status. The boats sailed down the river. The wind blew to the east, and the sails were gradually raised. The Nantian family members on the boat couldn't help but burst into tears, and the song gradually faded away. Gently holding your face, wipe your tears dry, this heart belongs to you forever, tell me that I'm no longer alone, look deeply into your eyes. The more they listened, the more the Minamata family members couldn't wipe away their tears. They realized that they had fallen in love with the Tang dynasty and the cute children. You only know how to stir up emotions. I don't care at all. When it's my birthday, I'll spend it at the Li family Zhuangzi. Xiaoyi has to perform for me. Bai Gu's eyes were also red. It was a kind of farewell that made him sad. Noble consort Lu wiped the corners of her eyes with a handkerchief. Xiaoyi is a good child. San Lang, don't be too harsh on her. Huh? Li Longji turned his head. He was stunned. I'm harsh. Brother Yi kissed my daughter in front of me, but I pretended not to see it. Do I have anyone to protect him when he wants to take down all the civil and military officials? Now that he said that Baigu should join the Tuan heir, I can only let Baigu join. This means that Baigu's health is not good. If he continues, he will collapse. Li Dan's expression was calm. Xiao Yi is helping the people from the Tang dynasty go to the Japanese Empire. With such a farewell, the Minamata family will ensure the safety of our people. Otherwise, Xiao Yi wouldn't have come up with such a lineup. Xiao Yi doesn't care whether the people from the Japanese Empire die or not. San Lang sighed. It's all fate. Li Dan was jealous of her son. When I was in such a difficult situation, why didn't I have a Xiao Yi? When you just became the emperor, Zhu Yi popped out. Over the past few years, he has been able to do whatever he wants with a flip of his hand. Whether it was the aristocratic families, the imperial court, or the border crisis. As long as he showed up, he would definitely slap them. Even when dealing with threats, he still had the leisure to care about the people's lives and write medical books. Fortunately, he didn't learn from Zhuge Liang in the Romance of the Three Kingdoms. Otherwise, he would have died earlier. Chapter 1623. No matter how reluctant they were, they had to leave after sending them off. Li Yi took care of his emotions and brought his eldest disciple and nurses to find the prisoners on death row to enter the operating room. The envoys of the Japanese Empire began to spy on the envoys of Tubo and Turkic. They did not have the political wisdom of Li Yi, who had been forced to abdicate the throne time and time again. They thought that Li Yi was good to Japan. The Japanese Empire wanted to find fault with the other envoys and tell Li Yi about it. The children happily discussed singing and dancing and musical instruments. Today was still a holiday. After the performance, the children did not focus on their studies. They played enough today and slept so that they could recover tomorrow. With a Li Yi who understood them, the children were happy. The big families of Nankou continued to stay in the Li family Zhuangzi. They did not want to go back. The calligraphy competition was not over yet, and they did not want to participate. Tears would not only fall because of parting, just like the sun would not stop because of the rotation of the earth. In Princess Jincheng's palace in Tubo, Princess Jincheng and Chi Dai Pearl were eating breakfast together. The sun shone in through the window. Dust flew in the sun. It looked so dense that people did not want to breathe. The baby sleeping in the multi-purpose pram next to them was very cute. He did not know how much the pram was worth, but he was sleeping soundly. Everyone seems to be mobilizing. During the farming season, many people have taken up weapons. The horses are being fed well. Chi Dai Pearl seemed to have matured a lot after having a son. There was hair on the corner of her mouth. When we fight, they will benefit from it. There is no need to care. De Luan can't fight against the Tang dynasty, and they do not dare to challenge Li Yi's will. Princess Jincheng looked indifferent. She had gained 5,000 winged knights. At the same time, she had won over a large group of nobles through trade. The goods were sent away. It was still early before the goods from the Tang dynasty returned. Zhang Xiaosong and the others were not in a hurry. They were slowly strolling back. After reaching the source of the Yellow River, they would continue to transport it slowly. After all, it was not fruit. They were afraid that it would rot. Is Tubo going to die in my hands? Chi Dai Zhudan felt sad. The Tang dynasty's army was pressing on the border and forcefully seizing the territory. What's the use of money? Food, weapons, war horses, and soldiers were the most important. The beginning of the Central Plains was in Hunan. After that, the world fought for supremacy, and the common people made their debut. China was at its peak, and the Tang dynasty was a thing of the past. Orthodox China was peaceful and peaceful. There is no dynasty that does not perish, and no state that does not prosper. It is better to comfort the people than to love the country. If the people are of one mind, the country will be stable. Today's result can only be blamed on the past. If we can't go east, we can't go west. Princess Jincheng and Chi Dai Zhudan discussed national affairs and told each other that China used to be small, but later it became bigger. Many powers were destroyed, and in the end, they merged together again. If we don't want to cooperate, we can go to India and treat the people well. Only then can we have soldiers. De Luan did say that they are connected to the mutual market. Qi Dai Zhu Dan accidentally revealed the situation. Princess Jincheng remembered that Tubo had started to think about going west. The strategic focus had shifted, and the Tang dynasty could still go west. When she first knew that she was going to marry Tubo, she was very sad. She spent all day in the palace washing her face with tears, not wanting to get married. In the end, she accepted everything and became strong. Life. After arriving at Tubo, Tubo was not home, and neither was the Tang dynasty. She was a person without a home. Later, she heard that Li Yi came out of the Tang dynasty. He made a lot of tools that benefited the people. Moreover, he could make a lot of money, the kind that could not be counted. There were also newspapers which were sent to Tubo. She could read them. After a few days, the Tang dynasty sent troops. It was said that the logistics baggage was endless, and the Li family Zhuangzi spent money like water. She started to get good things from Chang'an. She was pregnant and secretly sent the news, and the other side sent even more things. It was not until the army was under pressure and ran to Tubo's city that she realized that she had a family. Her family. If she could not do it, she would take the Langjun in front of her and return to the Tang dynasty together. Her Langjun was good to her. People are afraid of casualties in war. It's okay to die on the battlefield. Our Tubo warriors are not afraid. They are injured and can't be cured. There are special things in the Tang dynasty. It is said that people can live after their heads are cut off and stitched. Why don't you write a letter and ask Li Yi for some? Then we can go to India. Li Luan in the palace, is he okay now? Many of the wounded warriors had pus and blood oozing out of their wounds, swelling up and heating up. While they were talking nonsense, they passed away. 6 days ago, he saw the dowry brought by Princess Jincheng from the Tang dynasty meet a wolf when he was tending the field. The wolf clawed his chest. The wound was deep, and the bone could be seen through 3 wounds. Normally he would die. If it was winter, he might be able to survive. He would be fine with bandages. It was hot and the wound was deep. It would keep bleeding and pus. After a few days he would die because he could not eat anything. The people in the princess palace knew first aid, and were afraid of the wound. In the end, it was the winged knights who treated him. First, the man was given a bowl of anesthetic. With a wooden stick in his mouth, the winged knights cleaned the wound, stitched it up, applied medicine and fed him medicine. He was still alive and had a fever. Once he had a fever, he would be fed medicine. The fever was not very hot. Wolf claws were different from weapons. They were poisonous. How could he survive until now? Princess Jincheng wanted to laugh. She knew that her Langjun wanted the prescription, not the medicine. Of course, if they could not find the medicine, they could buy it from the Tang dynasty. The Chili Su of Dalian must have told her Langjun a lot about this. So, do you want the prescription of alcohol? The prescription of diesel, kerosene and gasoline? Explosive packs and skyscraping monkeys? After dinner, go and see Li Luan. They can only be given the surname Li if they follow me. Langjun, eat meat, and don't have sex in the next few days. Princess Jincheng emphasized that she did not want other women to have children. Okay. Seeing that Princess Jincheng didn't want to talk about giving him the prescription, he had to endure it. After dinner, a large group of people surrounded Princess Jincheng and Princess Jincheng to see Li Luan. Li Luan's wound and the surrounding area were still swollen. It was such a deep wound that it could not be healed even if it was stitched up. The people in charge of the winged knight's medical treatment and the imperial physician in the princess palace were not very good. His temperature was more than 39 degrees. Generally, he will be better in the morning, more than 38 degrees. At night, he will be more energetic. After midnight, he will be afraid of dawn. Qin Li reported the situation to Princess Jincheng and Princess Jincheng. Li Luan was taking oxygen. He did not have enough blood oxygen, and the number of red blood cells was decreasing. Princess, just give me a quick death. Don't waste so many good medicines. Save them for the important people in the palace. There were traces of meat porridge on the corner of Li Luan's mouth. He knew that he had taken a lot of good medicines. No, I will write a letter now to urgent report. People from the Tang dynasty came. 2,000 winged knights stopped 10 miles away from here. They said that they sent the Li family Zhuangzi's nurses, tools, and first aid medicines. The winged knight's voice sounded outside. They were responsible for patrolling together with the Tubo people. Nurses? Li Luan, you can be saved. Princess Jincheng said with a smile. She turned around and 2 drops of tears fell down. Chapter 1624. Who's leading them? When Qin Li heard that more winged knights were coming, he first considered whether there would be casualties. Fan Fan, the winged knights replied with a smile. Oh, Qin Li breathed a sigh of relief. Fan Fan was smart and would definitely not be at a disadvantage. Quick, summon them over. When he heard that more people were coming, he was happy. The more winged knights there were, the less Tubo would dare to fight. He did not want to have a civil war and then be attacked by all the major tribes. Princess Jincheng wiped her eyes and looked down at her son. It's all because of you. You only know how to sleep. The baby lying there smacked his lips as if he could hear her. 10 miles away was already very close, even closer than enemies at the gate. The 2,000 winged knights were in formation. Some of them were holding guns, while the others were holding bows. They were riding horses and cruising around. Fan Fan was on top of the largest car. Beside him were 2 boxes with ammunition belts connected to each other. He was setting up a heavy machine gun. He brought 2 heavy machine guns with 4 barrels and 50,000 rounds of ammunition. For the sake of Princess Jincheng's status and child, Li had specially exchanged for them. They were not worth much lifespan. If he could protect the child, the increased lifespan could be exchanged for a lot more. These things were like investment and output. Even fishing required a nest, not to mention something as important as lifespan. If not for the fear of danger and the inconvenience of training in advance, Li Yi would have exchanged for a few individual shoulder-held fuel-air explosives. This was very useful. One explosion would cause a small mushroom cloud to rise. When one exploded, no one dared to move. On the Tubo side, there were only 200 or so people watching from a few hundred meters away. They did not ride their horses and followed behind. They could not fight. The Tang dynasty had sent good doctors to protect the child. The winged knights from before did not take over, so they ran back and forth to report. They had to wait for Qin Li to arrive. Otherwise, they would not trust anyone else. About 10 minutes later, Qin Li arrived on a horse. Fan Fan pointed the muzzle of his heavy machine gun at him. Qin Li, Fan Fan, it's fine. Nothing happened at all. Hurry up and come with me. Qin Li shouted as he gestured with his hands. What he said didn't necessarily mean that he was fine. His gestures were the most important. Fan Fan carefully identified them. Everyone set out. Let's set off. Let's set off. The others followed suit, and the team began to change their formation, moving forward one car after another. When they arrived at their destination, Princess Jincheng was already standing there. Without waiting for anyone to greet her, she waved her hand and said, "No need for formalities." Someone was scratched by a wolf, and the wound was deep enough to see bone. It's been 6 days and the fever hasn't stopped. Set up the operating room and sterilize it. One of the 4 nurses, 2 men and 2 women, ordered. A car came over, and a dozen or so people carried down a large box. They opened the box and pressed something, and the box turned into a small house with a bang. Some of the other boxes were opened, and the equipment was moved in. The nurse took the spray bottle and sprayed it. Then she fiddled with a few lights and shone them inside. Another house next to it was also sprayed and shone. A screen was set up and placed outside. Li Luan was pushed here, and the nurse went forward to check. We need to redo the debridement and suturing. Give him nutrition and antibiotics. We need to anesthetize him first. There are 5 minutes left. Let's get ready first. The 4 of them spoke one by one, and the surgery plan was confirmed. They were waiting for the radiation to sterilize. After that, they went into the small house next to them to prepare for the surgery, wash their hands, change their clothes. When the 5 minutes were up, the winged knights pushed Li Luan into the room and quickly came out. The 4 of them were in position and equipped with the equipment. The anesthesiologist looked at the data and adjusted the drugs. The screen outside lit up at this time, and they could see the situation inside. There were 4 screens. The Tubo people were stunned. Princess Jincheng and the others were also at a loss. Did the Tang dynasty do this now? They didn't understand. After the anesthetics were injected, Li Luan lost consciousness not long after. The anesthesiologist was the most nervous at this moment, fearing that the patient would have breathing problems first. He was also responsible for the blood type test. There was a blood plasma bag in the refrigerated box next to him. The others cooperated with him to cut the thread, remove the thread, and debride the wound. Blood gushed out. Gauze was applied, hemostasis, aspiration. The winged knights who were good at this stared at the screen and learned. The Tubo people and Princess Jincheng's people who were qualified to watch the screen also understood that the Li family Zhuangzi nurses were more professional than the winged knights. Princess Jincheng looked at her son again with a happy smile on her face. The Tang dynasty sent a stronger medical team. She didn't recognize any of the things inside. Aspirate. The anesthesiologist monitored and found the problem. He took out a sputum aspirator and used it on Li Luan. It was done. Then he put an oxygen mask on Li Luan and adjusted the pressure. Li Luan was obviously in a state of infection, which affected his respiratory system. The other 3 people treated the wounds one by one in an orderly manner. Their speed was not fast, but they could see the progress. General Qin, how is it compared to them? Princess Jincheng wanted a specific comparison. It can't be compared. We don't know how to use the equipment. Li Dongzhu exchanged his life for it. The Li family Zhuangzi has a set of lifespan. These are probably extra. Qin Li told the truth. He couldn't understand any of them. When a wound was treated, the anesthesiologist hurriedly applied inhalation anesthesia. His body is too good. I guess he was given oxygen. He almost died during the operation. Without Dongzhu, I'm under too much pressure. Fortunately, I didn't do the kind of operation that Dongzhu said needed to wake up during the operation. Let's talk and relax. Sometimes Dongzhu can talk. Your child doesn't look like you. A female nurse said with a smile. I don't have a child. My wife doesn't have one. I'm not anesthetized. I have a big birthmark on my face. It's scary. No one likes me. Sometimes I practice alone and forget to eat. You bring me food. I have a wife, so my wife brings me food. The anesthesiologist was sad but relaxed. How do you know no one likes you? It's good to be ugly. You don't have to fool around outside. How can other women know your ability? The female nurse said again. She just finished the treatment and looked up at the anesthesiologist. Yes, others don't know. I have to find a way to let others know. The anesthesiologist agreed. Knew, is he stupid? The anesthesiologist couldn't stand it anymore. It was so obvious. That's why he doesn't have a wife. But such a person is really reassuring. He's ugly and stupid. Princess Jincheng smiled. She was in a good mood. I'll play matchmaker later. How is he good? When others are working, he just moved a few times. The anesthesiologist wanted to help others, but he was puzzled. This anesthesiologist used the anesthesiologist 3 times. After the first anesthesiologist, Li Luan fell asleep. The second anesthesiologist inserted a tube, before the anesthesiologist applied the anesthesiologist again. Now he did nothing. Qin Li whispered. This person is responsible for anesthesiologist. He's talented and hardworking. He can anesthetize the livestock and poultry in Zhuangzi very quickly. They don't die. They can wake up when he wants. Dongzhu said that under normal circumstances, it's easy to get the chief surgeon, but difficult to get anesthesiologist. The more difficult the surgery, the higher the requirements for anesthesiologists. Especially the surgery outside the brain and the brain, they need to wake up during the operation. What about him? The anesthesiologist asked the most direct question. He still needs to harm more livestock or people. Qin Li shook his head. Just now, Li Luan almost woke up during the operation. How uncomfortable it was. Chapter 1625. From the screen, the 3 wounds were treated and the 4 was hung up. The anesthesiologist touched Li Luan, and Li Luan opened his eyes. You have 50 sheep, and someone gave you 50 sheep. How many sheep do you have? The anesthesiologist asked patiently. How old are the sheep? How many males and females are there? Do the females take care of the cubs? Li Luan rolled his eyes and asked. Do you know how you came in before? The anesthesiologist changed the question. Li family Zhuangzi sent a powerful imperial doctor to restitch me. Is it done? It doesn't hurt. Li Luan replied again. It will hurt in a while. After the anesthetics, give me some painkillers. Okay, it's good. The anesthesiologist was relieved. The other 3 nurses smiled. They had just arrived and dealt with the patient. They could relax now. He really woke up just like that. Princess Jincheng's palace had someone who needed surgery, and had also used anesthetics. After the anesthetics, it was not like this. Li naturally sent the best. Princess Jincheng now felt that she was in the Tang dynasty, not Tubo. Such a man doesn't have a wife? Princess Jincheng wanted to send the woman, but she paused. There was a woman waiting inside. That woman was also not bad. Li Luan was bandaged and pushed out. We will take care of him next. He won't die. At most, he can continue to work in a month. If the wound is not too deep, he will be fine in 7 days. The nurses changed into a new set of clothes. Without any medical advice, they took care of him personally. Greetings, Princess Jincheng. Fan Fan suddenly knelt on the ground. Greetings, Princess Jincheng. Another wave surged. Except for the nurses who bowed. All the other winged knights did the same. Get up, you. When you came, was His Majesty and my father okay? Princess Jincheng felt that she had become a princess again. Replying to the princess, His Majesty and Prince Chung are fine. His Majesty, Prince Chung, and the other princes all live in Li family Zhuangzi, as long as they don't go out to work. Other than entering the city on the first day of the new year, the chancellors and assistants usually worked at the Li family Zhuangzi. There were also the retired emperor, noble consort Lu, Empress Wang, Lu Jiyu, Wu Jiyu and others. Princess Yongmu wrote a letter with Dongzhu's name and fingerprint on it. It was Dongzhu's fingerprint. She said that it would be fine in 2 days. As Fan Fan spoke, he stood up and took out several letters from his bosom. There were several letters from Li Dan, Li Longji and Li Shouli. Let's go back first. Princess Jincheng tried her best to suppress the idea of watching the show right now. The team entered her territory. The house was put away. And the pigeons were arranged properly. Pass down the order. Today, someone from my maternal family will not be receiving any guests. Princess Jincheng's first order was this. She didn't care how many things the team brought. She just wanted to read the letter. The letters from the royal family were opened one by one. The contents were more or less the same. They told her to live a good life here, and write back if she needed anything. Such a formulaic letter made Princess Jincheng's eyes turn red. Finally, she opened Princess Yongmu's letter and read it. It said, Jasmine blooms, and the wind and clouds of the homeland calm down. Always relying on Jincheng as a sacrifice. Every time I recall the sorrow. The 4 seas are in peace, and the world is full of heroes. Millions of men pay their respects to you, and wantonly return home on a pilgrimage. She read it again and again, and tears fell from her eyes. As she read, she suddenly stared at Li Yi's name, and the dark brown fingerprint. She could see the thumbprint. The other inks were red, but this one was dark brown. She suddenly remembered what Fan Fan had said just now. Dongzhu's fingerprint was left by himself, and he said that it would be fine in 2 days. This is a bloody fingerprint. She looked at the fingerprint again. Sure enough, it was missing a little bit. It was obvious that he had bitten his finger and pressed it. Princess Jincheng's breathing was rapid, and she gasped for more than 10 times. She slowly stopped when others were worried. She smiled and looked at the pearl pill. Langjun, do you want to go back to the Tang dynasty with me? The pearl pill was still curious. What was written in the letter? He couldn't read it. Go back. Can you go back? Can a married woman return to the dynasty? He knew that if she married into the dynasty, she couldn't go back even if she died. Langjun, look. Princess Yongmu wrote it, and Li Yi even pressed his bloody fingerprint. Princess Jincheng showed the pearl pill the letter, and pointed to the last sentence. The last sentence was, wantonly return home on a pilgrimage. It meant that she could come back whenever she wanted. I Li recommended her with my blood. The pearl pill read and understood. The Tang dynasty's jasmine blossoms, and Princess Jincheng's homeland is peaceful. It was all because of Princess Jincheng's sacrifice. Everyone cried when they thought about it. The Tang dynasty could be said to be peaceful. Money and soldiers were available. Millions of soldiers were waiting for Princess Jincheng's orders. And they could come back at any time. After he finished reading it, he focused on the words, "A million men's lives are devoted to you." This was clearly a threat and intimidation. The Tang dynasty owed Princess Jincheng a lot in the past. Now that they had survived the ordeal, they started to repay their debt. Li actually left a bloody handprint on her. Doesn't it hurt? "Nu, you want to go back? Take the child back," Qi Daiju Dan whispered, looking very pitiful. "Let's go back together. We'll stay there for a few days before we come back." Lang Jun, you've never seen Chang, and in the Tang dynasty, you're just taking it as a vacation. Princess Jincheng's eyes were swollen, but she no longer cried. What high mountains and long roads. The feathered forest flying cavalry could come and go as they pleased. If they walked faster, they would be home in 20 days. Stay here for 10 days to half a month, then come back. If I go, will I be detained? Qi Daiju Dan was not stupid. He was Zanpu. Langjun, you're in the Wenu Palace. You're surrounded by Wenu's people. You can do it now if you want. Why do you need to go to the Tang dynasty? Princess Jincheng tried to reason with Qi Daiju Dan. She had a lot of people. She also had sky-piercing monkeys, explosives, hot air balloons, and guns. She did not know that Fan Fan had brought 2 heavy machine guns. These things could shoot in any kind of terrain, and the enemy would be paralyzed. If a stone was not strong enough, it would be broken. If a tree was not thick enough, it would be penetrated. Lying down and rolling would not work in the range of heavy machine guns. Otherwise, there would not be new soldiers who were afraid of guns and old soldiers who were afraid of machine guns. It'll cost a lot to go and come back, right? Qi Daiju Dan was tempted. He wanted to go and see. Nu was right. If they caught him and brought him back to the Tang dynasty, no one could do anything about it. Bring some things when you go, sell them in Chang'an, and buy some things back. The travel cost is not much. We can make a lot of money. The price difference is big. Think about it. When we go back, won't they reward us? They gave me jars of your favorite chili sauce. When we go back, we'll have truckloads of it. Princess Jincheng really wanted to go back, and she wanted to come back again. She wanted to seize power from Tubo. She used to think that she was a sacrifice, but now she liked her current identity. To put it bluntly, the sorrow of being a woman had now become the joy of being a girl. She had a baby and a Langjun who was younger than her. When she was willing to go back to her mother's house, she could go back. Then she could come back to play and reap benefits for her family. If anyone said that it was not possible, they could ask Li Yi. He said that there were millions of men, the kind with bloody handprints. Chapter 1626. Are you still going to bask in the sun today? He could not decide for himself. He had to listen to DeLuan and change the topic. Yes, I'm basking in the sun to replenish calcium. Our baby doesn't lack calcium when he drinks milk. When the baby drinks milk, any external calcium supplement is not as good as the mother's calcium. Princess Jincheng said affirmatively. She was not afraid of the sun because she had skincare products. In the territory she controlled, there was a beach, a man-made beach, and water that led to other small rivers to flow over. She basked in the sun, swam, ate fruits, drank juice, seafood, vegetables, and other foods. Her skin was not so dark, and it was smooth. Other Tubo women with pearls and pearls did not have the same maintenance method as her. Her maintenance not only required money, but also skills. How much money could she spend to get sunscreen? How much money could she spend to get fresh fruit? The fruits that were not available in Tubo were sent to her in the Tang dynasty with ice in a box to keep them warm. Let's go together. I'll swim too. Princess Jincheng took the initiative to push the stroller. Babies were ugly when they were born, especially premature babies. But babies grew quickly. As long as they had enough nutrition, they would look different every day. The baby was white and chubby now. His arms and legs were like lotus roots, especially his big eyes and long eyelashes. It was a genetic problem. As soon as they moved, two nurses followed. One was a man, and the other was a woman. They were the anesthetist, and the one who said that she did not mind the baby's ugly appearance. The other two nurses took care of Li Luan and slept. They deliberately created opportunities for their female companions. They were also tired after rushing all the way here. But no matter how tired they were not as tired as when they were learning from Dongzhu at the Li family Zhuangzi. They had practiced the ability to sleep and wake up at any time, and throw themselves into the rescue operation. They were not worse than the winged knights. At that time, Dongzhu played with the winged knights like this. Otherwise, why would the winged knights be so afraid of Dongzhu? If you're tired, I'm tired. If you're tired, I'm tired to save lives. Both sides competed with willpower. One side could be tired, but the other side could save the tired person when they were tired. According to what Li Yi said at that time, do not compete with an emergency doctor's willpower, even if you are in the special forces. The two nurses sat on the trolley and were pushed away. Their heads hung low as if they could collapse at any moment. How many times have I told you? You should exercise. Every time you're tired, as long as I'm with you, you'll fall on me. The anesthesiologist nurse said to the female nurse. Then, she opened her arms and hugged the female nurse who was upside down. She lowered her head again, and her head nodded bit by bit. From an angle that he couldn't see, the nurse had a sweet smile on her face before she fell asleep again. The winged knights who had sent them here had gone to rest. The winged knights who had been in charge of protecting them all looked equally dispirited. It was like a long-distance running exercise. It looked like he would collapse at any time. He didn't have any strength left. In fact, it was considered a relaxed state of running. More oxygen and stamina were allocated to the legs. On the other hand, the winged knights on the periphery were not the same. They were very spirited and vigilant. After the rotation, they would also be in a dispirited state. A combat team that could adjust their state at any time was the scariest. The sun was almost in the middle of Tubo. Princess Jincheng and Qi Daiju Dan were obviously going to eat here. Princess Jincheng went into the water to swim. Qi Daiju Dan also jumped in. After a few laps, the two of them came up. The food was ready. Just like the Li family Zhuangzi, there were at least 20 dishes. The people around came to eat in shifts. Her lunch today was a dry pot of snow chicken skin with noodles. It was just like the big plate of chicken, but it was first cooked in a pressure cooker. They were cooked separately, and then mixed together to eat. There was also lamb liver and blanched vegetables, steamed taro with sugar, chestnuts fried with fungus, and a lot of mushrooms, and sweet onion tofu mixed with fermented garlic chili sauce. There was no tam, no milk at noon, and pork was the meat in the stir-fried dishes. It was not that pork was better than beef and mutton. It was just that other people didn't have pigs. Princess Jincheng raised pigs in her palace. I don't know if the team that came back this time brought coke. It's almost used up elsewhere. Burning firewood makes a lot of smoke. Qi Daiju Dan looked at the stewing dishes in the big iron pot on the charcoal stove next to her, and thought of other people. The stew in the big iron pot was first made in a pressure cooker. After it was done, it was put in the big pot to keep it warm. The charcoal burned for a long time, and there was no smoke. There was no refractory mud in Tubo. The refractory mud used to make the charcoal stove was given to Princess Jincheng by the Tang dynasty. Choose a day to go back with me. Bring more people to transport coke. I'll ask Li Yi for it. It won't cost me money. Princess Jincheng continued to tempt her husband. She wanted to go home and let the people in Tubo see it with their own eyes. They shouldn't think that they could defeat the Tang dynasty. As for whether other people had coke or not, it had nothing to do with her. If she wanted, she could exchange it with other things. Everyone lived their own lives. The winged knights ate dozens of steps away, chewing and swallowing slowly. Two nurses were drinking ginseng soup. They ate a lot along the way, and there were also salvia and roseroot. Fortunately, they usually exercised and had enough nutrition. The altitude sickness was only a little bit, and could be overcome. If they really couldn't take it, they could take oxygen. Qin Li was guarding a heavy machine gun. From time to time, he drank thick butter tea, and tore off a leg of lamb cooked in a big pressure cooker. He ate boldly, unlike other people. He always looked over and said, "Is that a flintlock? It's different from other people's." He had seen how a flintlock looked like when it was fired. It was just as the intelligence said. It had a long range, and the wind's influence was weaker than that of bows and arrows. When the wind was strong, the arrow's range and direction would be affected. Therefore, a flintlock was more useful when the wind was strong. The reloading speed was not as fast as rapid arrows, but it could be fired again and again without tiring. When it hit a beast, the damage was more than that of an arrow. The biggest advantage was that even children could use it, and its fighting power was not weaker than that of adults. Princess Jincheng had no specific impression of the heavy machine gun. It was not a conventional weapon, and only the Li family Zhuangzi was equipped with it. "General Qin, is that a flintlock? Should we shoot it and see?" Princess Jincheng wanted to see it with her own eyes. Qin Li hesitated but finally nodded. 10 bullets. A few beasts 1,000 steps away. "How many? Is it 100 steps?" Princess Jincheng asked to correct Qin Li's mistake. 1,000 steps. This gun can shoot at 2,000 steps. 1,000 steps is more accurate. "I'll install a scope." Qin Li emphasized the distance. 1,000 steps. "Quick, drive 10 sheep, no 20 sheep." Princess Jincheng didn't believe it. What could accurately kill the enemy from 1,000 steps away? Princess Jincheng's eyes lit up. 1,000 steps away. Take 2 binoculars. She wanted to see clearly. 1,000 steps was too far. The skyscraping monkey could fly, but it had to be fired to ensure that it would deviate from the direction. When Princess Jincheng said to drive the sheep, he naturally drove his sheep and sent his people to find them. When they came back, they followed a group of people. They heard the people who were looking for the sheep talk about it. They wanted to see if there were any new guns in the Tang dynasty. Chapter 1627. De Luan Qi Li Su brought a group of people here. First, they paid a visit to Qi Dai Zhu Dan and Princess Jincheng. Princess Jincheng was not the queen, so she could enjoy the same treatment. Princess Wenqing used to be like this. Princess Jincheng was a head above others because of Li Yi. Qi Dai Zhu Dan had not yet established a queen. 100 sheep were rushed over. They were all male sheep raised for meat. They were reluctant to give up the ewe and lambs. They thought that after the sheep were shot, they could still eat mutton. "I'll find someone to measure 1,000 steps." Qi Li Su winked at a tall man. He said 1,000 steps, but there was no definite distance. Normally, it should be more than 130 to 150 meters. He measured the land with the capital government. Li gave him various algorithms and a tape measure. He could not cheat even if he wanted to. This man was tall and had long legs. He took big steps, but he did not use the method of measuring. He walked step by step. The people in Princess Jincheng's palace could not stand it anymore. "What are you doing?" The 2 nurses continued to eat. They had seen the real range of heavy machine guns. After 1,000 steps, the bullets could still fly that far and kill you. It was just a matter of whether it was accurate or not. It would take a while to measure 1,000 steps. "Go and call Fan Fan." Qin Li was not sure. Before they finished, Fan Fan came over in a daze. He was sleeping. "What's the matter?" Fan Fan looked dispirited. 1,000 steps away, his steps are too big. Can you do it? Qin Li did not think that he was shameful. Don't worry. It's no problem even if the steps are bigger. Dongzhu's gun and bullets are good. I guarantee that I can kill him with 1 shot. Oh, at most 3 bullets. Fan Fan narrowed his eyes and patted his chest to make a promise. Hit the sheep, not the people. Qin Li emphasized. Waste bullets. Hit the people, ask them if they want to bet. Bet something. Fan Fan felt that he had lost. His voice was very loud. Tubo people were angry, but they did not dare to bet. If people were killed, their morale would drop. No one is betting. I say 10 bullets. Have you practiced in Zhuangzi? Qin Li was concerned about the operation. Yes, we used quite a lot of bullets at the farmstead. The owner's intention is that there is a limit to the amount of bullets we can bring with us. So we must shoot accurately. He can exchange them at the farmstead at any time. The four of us have all practiced it. They were pretentious, crying and shooting at the same time, saying that they were hitting Dongzhu's life. If he missed, he would slap himself with all his might. No one could stop him. As Fan Fan spoke, he took off his clothes, leaving only his boxers. He ran towards the swimming pool, jumped in, and flipped around inside. Everyone looked at the wig that had fallen to the ground. Only then did they realize that the long-haired man had also shaved off his wig. Can't I just wear a hat? The other winged knights all had crew-cut hair and wore hats. Other people's heads are more round, but he has a groove on his head. He doesn't look good bald. Qinli helped to explain. Everyone disagreed. What's wrong with wearing a hat? After swimming for a while, Fan Fan woke up. He did not wipe himself when he got out of the water. He directly put on his clothes. It did not matter that he was wet. He is also covered in scars. Qi Daiju Dan said to Princess Jincheng. Fan Fan's body was the same as the other winged knights. During training, he was guaranteed to get injured. He climbed rocks, walked through thorny bushes, swam, landed on the beach, resisted drowning, carried large logs and cooperated. Princess Jincheng nodded lightly, her face full of pride. This was the strongest soldier of the Tang dynasty. Fan Fan picked up the crane gun and found a high position. He repositioned it, lay down and aimed. It hasn't started yet. Shoot the sheep. Someone in Tubo shouted. I know. I like to aim. Fan Fan said as he looked at Qinli. Qinli remembered that he was aimed at when he went to pick up Fan Fan today. He really wanted to beat him up. The people on the other side finally left. There were even people on the side helping to count. 2,522 meters. Look at those long legs. It's so fun to shoot them. Fan Fan counted. He did not need a spotter. The people in Princess Jincheng's palace began to distribute binoculars to the people of Tubo. They were not allowed to take them away. The higher-ups of Tubo had used them before and wanted to have them. They were the standard equipment of the winged knights. After they used the binoculars, they knew why their own scouts could not beat the Tang soldiers. When the Tang soldiers saw a group of small dots, they began to run. The scouts contacted each other. Their own side could not see anyone at all. If they did, it would be when they were surrounded. 100 sheep rushed over. They were not tied up. The people retreated. Everyone raised their binoculars to look. Fan Fan lay down. His breathing gradually slowed down. He looked through the scope at the sheep and the grass on the ground. He estimated the wind direction and speed. Princess, can we start? Qinli knew that Fan Fan had entered sniping mode. He turned his head and asked Princess Jincheng. Lang Jun. Princess Jincheng gave him face. Oh, okay. He held the binoculars and replied. Fan Fan. Qinli shouted. Fan Fan did not respond. He was still as quiet as ever. Time suddenly slowed down. Everyone waited anxiously. Just as someone was about to make a sound, bang! A gunshot sounded. More than 7 seconds later, the grass under a sheep's feet suddenly flew up. The sheep was startled. It seemed to ask, what the hell? Bang! Another gunshot sounded. More than 7 seconds later, a confused sheep suddenly lost a large piece of its head. Dong dong dong, dong dong dong, dong dong dong, dong dong dong. Fan Fan started to shoot. It was so far away. It was just a feeling. Through the binoculars, he could see that some of the grass had been lifted up. Some sheep had large holes in their stomachs. Some sheep were bleeding from their necks. Some had lost a leg. Fan Fan fired 20 bullets. He lowered his head and took a deep breath. 1,000 steps away, 7 sheep fell to the ground. The others scattered in all directions. Princess, you can hit a sheep within 1,000 steps. Qinli did not ask Fan Fan why he fired 10 more bullets. The result was good. 20 bullets killed 7 sheep. Be careful. Don't shoot at people. Princess Jincheng said with a compassionate look. She put down the binoculars and looked at the ammunition belt and boxes next to her. She recalled that there were many boxes like this. There were 2 guns. New. When do you want to go back to the Tang dynasty? Tell us. We will prepare. She finally agreed with what Princess Jincheng said before. If he wanted to detain you, he could detain you in Tubo. 2 guns like this and so many bullets. Li Yi is not going to flatten me, is he? Fan Fan turned off the safety. Alas! What a pity. How good would it be if he could hit people? The other Tubo executives swallowed their saliva. Their faces were ugly. What weapon? Even if their warriors were not afraid of death, how could they bear it? If they wanted to risk their lives, they had to meet people, right? They didn't see anything. They were already dead. Chi Li Su turned his head to look at the baby carriage. How is this a mother relying on her son? It is clearly a mother relying on her son's power. Can the gun? Has Deluan eaten yet? Why don't you eat together? Princess Jincheng was quite satisfied. Are you afraid? My palace is safe. Thank you, Princess Jincheng. Chi Li Su agreed. He didn't care if Princess Jincheng really invited him. Others nodded. Yes, eat. We have to eat when we go back. The food here is good. A group of winged knights rushed over. They looked for bullets and caught sheep. They brought back the dead sheep for dinner. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support. And don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.